Chapter 12, Assembly of Forces in Time. We have here to deal with a conception which in real life diffuses many kinds of illusory light. A clear definition and development of the idea is therefore necessary, and we hope to be allowed a short analysis. War is the shock of two opposing forces in collision with each other, from which it follows as a matter of course that the stronger not only destroys the other, but carries it forward with it in its movement. This fundamentally admits of no successive action of powers, but makes the simultaneous application of all forces intended for the shock appear as a primordial law of war. So it is in reality, but only so far as the struggle resembles also in practice a mechanical shock. But when it consists in a lasting, mutual action of destructive forces, then we can certainly imagine a successive action of forces. This is the case in tactics, principally because firearms form the basis of all tactics, but also for other reasons as well. If in a fire combat 1,000 men are opposed to 500, then the gross loss is calculated from the amount of the enemy's force and our own. 1,000 men fire twice as many shots as 500, but more shots will take effect on the 1,000 than on the 500, because it is assumed that they stand in closer order than the other. If we were to suppose the number of hits to be double, then the losses on each side would be equal. From the 500, there would be, for example, 200 disabled, and out of the body of 1,000 likewise the same. Now if the 500 had kept another body of equal number quite out of fire, then both sides would have 800 effective men. But of these, on the one side there would be 500 men quite fresh, fully supplied with ammunition, and in their full vigor. On the other side, only 800 all alike shaken in their order, in want of sufficient ammunition, and weakened in physical force. The assumption that the 1,000 men, merely on account of their greater number, would lose twice as many as 500 would have lost in their place, is certainly not correct. Therefore, the greater loss, which the side suffers that has placed the half of its force in reserve, must be regarded as a disadvantage in that original formation. Further, it must be admitted that in the generality of cases, the 1,000 men would have the advantage at the first commencement of being able to drive their opponent out of his position and force him to a retrograde movement. Now, whether these two advantages are a counterpoise to the disadvantage of finding ourselves with 800 men, to a certain extent, disorganized by the combat, opposed to an enemy who is not materially weaker in numbers and who has 500 quite fresh troops, is one that cannot be decided by pursuing an analysis further. We must here rely upon experience. And there will scarcely be an officer experienced in war who will not in the generality of cases assign the advantage to that side which has the fresh troops. In this way, it becomes evident how the employment of too many forces in combat may be disadvantageous. For whatever advantages the superiority may give in the first moment, we may have to pay dearly for in the next. But this danger only endures as long as the disorder, the state of confusion and weakness lasts, in a word, up to the crisis which every combat brings with it even for the conqueror. Within the duration of this relaxed state of exhaustion, the appearance of a proportionate number of fresh troops is decisive. But when this disordering effect of victory stops, and therefore only the moral superiority remains which every victory gives, then it is no longer possible for fresh troops to restore the combat. They would only be carried along in the general movement. A beaten army cannot be brought back to victory a day after by means of a strong reserve. Here we find ourselves at the source of a highly material difference between tactics and strategy. The tactical results, the results within the four corners of the battle and before its close, lie for the most part within the limits of that period of disorder and weakness. But the strategic result, that is to say, the result of the total combat, of the victories realized, let them be small or great, lies completely beyond, outside of that period. It is only when the results of partial combats have bound themselves together into an independent whole that the strategic result appears. But then, the state of crisis is over. The forces have resumed their original form and are now only weakened to the extent of those actually destroyed, placed hors de combat. The consequence of this difference is that tactics can make a continued use of forces, strategy only a simultaneous one. See chaps Roman 13 and Roman 14, Book 3 and Chapter Roman 29, Book 5, tr. If I cannot, in tactics, decide all by the first success, if I have to fear the next moment, it follows of itself that I employ only so much of my force for the success of the first moment as appears sufficient for that object, and keep the rest beyond the reach of fire or conflict of any kind, in order to be able to oppose fresh troops to fresh, or with such to overcome those that are exhausted. But it is not so in strategy. Partly, as we have just shown, it has not so much reason to fear a reaction after a success realized, because with that success the crisis stops. Partly all the forces strategically employed are not necessarily weakened. Only so much of them as have been tactically in conflict with the enemy's force, that is, engaged in partial combat, are weakened by it. Consequently, only so much as was unavoidably necessary, but by no means all which was strategically in conflict with the enemy, unless tactics has expended them unnecessarily. Corps which, on account of the general superiority in numbers, have either been little or not at all engaged, whose presence alone has assisted in the result, are after the decision the same as they were before, and for new enterprises as efficient as if they had been entirely inactive. How greatly such corps which thus constitute our excess may contribute to the total success is evident in itself. Indeed, it is not difficult to see how they may even diminish considerably the loss of the forces engaged in tactical conflict on our side. If, therefore, in strategy the loss does not increase with the number of the troops employed, but is often diminished by it, and if, as a natural consequence, the decision in our favor is, by that means, the more certain, then it follows naturally that in strategy we can never employ too many forces, and consequently also that they must be applied simultaneously to the immediate purpose. But we must vindicate this proposition upon another ground. We have hitherto only spoken of the combat itself. It is the real activity in war, but men, time, and space, which appear as the elements of this activity, must, at the same time, be kept in view, and the results of their influence brought into consideration also. Fatigue, exertion, and privation constitute in war a special principle of destruction, not essentially belonging to contest, but more or less inseparably bound up with it, and certainly one which especially belongs to strategy. They no doubt exist in tactics as well, and perhaps there in the highest degree. But as the duration of the tactical acts is shorter, therefore the small effects of exertion and privation on them can come but little into consideration. But in strategy, on the other hand, where time and space are on a larger scale, their influence is not only always very considerable, but often quite decisive. It is not at all uncommon for a victorious army to lose many more by sickness than on the field of battle. If, therefore, we look at this sphere of destruction in strategy in the same manner as we have considered that of fire and close combat in tactics, then we may well imagine that everything which comes within its vortex will, at the end of the campaign or of any other strategic period, be reduced to a state of weakness, which makes the arrival of a fresh force decisive. We might therefore conclude that there is a motive in the one case as well as the other to strive for the first success with as few forces as possible, in order to keep up this fresh force for the last. In order to estimate exactly this conclusion, which in many cases in practice will have a great appearance of truth, we must direct our attention to the separate ideas which it contains. In the first place, we must not confuse the notion of reinforcement with that of fresh, unused troops. There are few campaigns at the end of which an increase of force is not earnestly desired by the conqueror as well as the conquered, and indeed should appear decisive. But that is not the point here, for that increase of force could not be necessary if the force had been so much larger at the first. But it would be contrary to all experience to suppose that an army coming fresh into the field is to be esteemed higher in point of moral value than an army already in the field, just as a tactical reserve is more to be esteemed than a body of troops which has been already severely handled in the fight. Just as much as an unfortunate campaign lowers the courage and moral powers of an army, a successful one raises these elements in their value. In the generality of cases, therefore, these influences are compensated, and then there remains over and above as clear gain the habituation to war. We should besides look more here to successful than to unsuccessful campaigns, because when the greater probability of the latter may be seen beforehand, without doubt forces are wanted, and therefore, the reserving a portion for future use is out of the question. This point being settled, then the question is, do the losses which a force sustains through fatigues and privations increase in proportion to the size of the force, as is the case in a combat? And to that we answer no. The fatigues of war result in a great measure from the dangers with which every moment of the act of war is more or less impregnated. To encounter these dangers at all points, to proceed onwards with security in the execution of one's plans, gives employment to a multitude of agencies which make up the tactical and strategic service of the army. This service is more difficult the weaker an army is, and easier as its numerical superiority over that of the enemy increases. Who can doubt this? A campaign against a much weaker enemy will therefore cost smaller efforts than against one just as strong or stronger. So much for the fatigues. It is somewhat different with the privations. They consist chiefly of two things, the want of food and the want of shelter for the troops, either in quarters or in suitable camps. Both these wants will no doubt be greater in proportion as the number of men on one spot is greater. But does not the superiority in force afford also the best means of spreading out and finding more room, and therefore more means of subsistence and shelter? If Buonaparte, in his invasion of Russia in 1812, concentrated his army in great masses upon one single road in a manner never heard of before, and thus caused privations equally unparalleled, we must ascribe it to his maxim that it is impossible to be too strong at the decisive point. Whether in this instance he did not strain the principle too far is a question which would be out of place here, but it is certain that, if he had made a point of avoiding the distress which was by that means brought about, he had only to advance on a greater breadth of front. Room was not wanted for the purpose in Russia, and in very few cases can it be wanted. Therefore, from this no ground can be deduced to prove that the simultaneous employment of very superior forces must produce greater weakening. But now, supposing that in spite of the general relief afforded by setting apart a portion of the army, wind and weather, and the toils of war had produced a diminution even on the part which as a spare force had been reserved for later use. Still, we must take a comprehensive general view of the whole, and therefore ask, will this diminution of force suffice to counterbalance the gain in forces, which we, through our superiority in numbers, may be able to make in more ways than one? But there still remains a most important point to be noticed. In a partial combat, the force required to obtain a great result can be approximately estimated without much difficulty, and, consequently, we can form an idea of what is superfluous. In strategy, this may be said to be impossible, because the strategic result has no such well-defined object and no such circumscribed limits as the tactical. Thus, what can be looked upon in tactics as an excess of power must be regarded in strategy as a means to give expansion to success, if opportunity offers for it. With the magnitude of the success, the gain in force increases at the same time, and in this way, the superiority of numbers may soon reach a point which the most careful economy of forces could never have attained. By means of his enormous numerical superiority, Buonaparte was enabled to reach Moscow in 1812 and to take that central capital. Had he by means of this superiority succeeded in completely defeating the Russian army, he would, in all probability, have concluded a peace in Moscow which in any other way was much less attainable. This example is used to explain the idea, not to prove it, which would require a circumstantial demonstration, for which this is not the place. Compare Book 7, 2nd edition, p. 56. All these reflections bear merely upon the idea of a successive employment of forces, and not upon the conception of a reserve properly so called, which they, no doubt, come in contact with throughout, but which, as we shall see in the following chapter, is connected with some other considerations. What we desire to establish here is that if in tactics the military force through the mere duration of actual employment suffers a diminution of power, if time, therefore, appears as a factor in the result, this is not the case in strategy in a material degree. The destructive effects which are also produced upon the forces in strategy by time are partly diminished through their mass, partly made good in other ways, and therefore, in strategy it cannot be an object to make time an ally on its own account, by bringing troops successively into action. We say on its own account, for the influence which time, on account of other circumstances which it brings about but which are different from itself, can have, indeed must necessarily have, for one of the two parties is quite another thing, is anything but indifferent or unimportant, and will be the subject of consideration hereafter. The rule which we have been seeking to set forth is, therefore, that all forces which are available and destined for a strategic object should be simultaneously applied to it. And this application will be so much the more complete the more everything is compressed into one act and into one movement. But still there is in strategy a renewal of effort and a persistent action, which, as a chief means towards the ultimate success, is more particularly not to be overlooked. It is the continual development of new forces. This is also the subject of another chapter, and we only refer to it here in order to prevent the reader from having something in view of which we have not been speaking. We now turn to a subject very closely connected with our present considerations, which must be settled before full light can be thrown on the whole. We mean the strategic reserve. Chapter 13, Strategic Reserve. A reserve has two objects which are very distinct from each other, namely, first, the prolongation and renewal of the combat, and secondly, for use in case of unforeseen events. The first object implies the utility of a successive application of forces, and on that account cannot occur in strategy. Cases in which a corps is sent to succor a point which is supposed to be about to fall are plainly to be placed in the category of the second object, as the resistance which has to be offered here could not have been sufficiently foreseen. But a corps which is destined expressly to prolong the combat, and with that object in view is placed in rear, would be only a corps placed out of reach of fire, but under the command and at the disposition of the general commanding in the action, and accordingly would be a tactical and not a strategic reserve. But the necessity for a force ready for unforeseen events may also take place in strategy, and consequently there may also be a strategic reserve, but only where unforeseen events are imaginable. In tactics, where the enemy's measures are generally first ascertained by direct sight, and where they may be concealed by every wood, every fold of undulating ground, we must naturally always be alive, more or less, to the possibility of unforeseen events, in order to strengthen, subsequently, those points which appear too weak, and in fact to modify generally the disposition of our troops, so as to make it correspond better to that of the enemy. Such cases must also happen in strategy, because the strategic act is directly linked to the tactical. In strategy, also many a measure is first adopted in consequence of what is actually seen, or in consequence of uncertain reports arriving from day to day, or even from hour to hour. And lastly, from the actual results of the combats it is, therefore, an essential condition of strategic command that, according to the degree of uncertainty, forces must be kept in reserve against future contingencies. In the defensive generally, but particularly in the defense of certain obstacles of ground, like rivers, hills, and sea, such contingencies, as is well known, happen constantly. But this uncertainty diminishes in proportion as the strategic activity has less of the tactical character. and ceases almost altogether in those regions where it borders on politics. The direction in which the enemy leads his columns to the combat can be perceived by actual sight only. Where he intends to pass a river is learnt from a few preparations which are made shortly before. The line by which he proposes to invade our country is usually announced by all the newspapers before a pistol shot has been fired. The greater the nature of the measure, the less it will take the enemy by surprise. Time and space are so considerable, the circumstances out of which the action proceeds so public and little susceptible of alteration, that the coming event is either made known in good time or can be discovered with reasonable certainty. On the other hand, the use of a reserve in this province of strategy, even if one were available, will always be less efficacious the more the measure has a tendency towards being one of a general nature. We have seen that the decision of a partial combat is nothing in itself, but that all partial combats only find their complete solution in the decision of the total combat. But even this decision of the total combat has only a relative meaning of many different gradations, according as the force over which the victory has been gained forms a more or less great and important part of the whole. The lost battle of a corps may be repaired by the victory of the army. Even the lost battle of an army may not only be counterbalanced by the gain of a more important one, but converted into a fortunate event, the 2 days of calm, August 29 and 30, 1813, **. No one can doubt this, but it is just as clear that the weight of each victory, the successful issue of each total combat, is so much the more substantial the more important the part conquered, and that therefore the possibility of repairing the loss by subsequent events diminishes in the same proportion. In another place, we shall have to examine this more in detail. It suffices for the present to have drawn attention to the indubitable existence of this progression. Refers to the destruction of Vandame's column, which had been sent unsupported to intercept the retreat of the Austrians and Prussians from Dresden, but was forgotten by Napoleon. Editor. If we now add lastly to these two considerations the third, which is, that if the persistent use of forces in tactics always shifts the great result to the end of the whole act, law of the simultaneous use of the forces in strategy, on the contrary, lets the principal result, which need not be the final one, take place almost always at the commencement of the great, or whole, act, then in these three results we have grounds sufficient to find strategic reserves always more superfluous, always more useless, always more dangerous, the more general their destination. The point where the idea of a strategic reserve begins to become inconsistent is not difficult to determine. It lies in the supreme decision. Employment must be given to all the forces within the space of the supreme decision, and every reserve, active force available, which is only intended for use after that decision is opposed to common sense. If, therefore, tactics has in its reserves the means of not only meeting unforeseen dispositions on the part of the enemy, but also of repairing that which never can be foreseen, the result of the combat, should that be unfortunate. Strategy, on the other hand, must, at least as far as relates to the capital result, renounce the use of these means. As a rule, it can only repair the losses sustained at one point by advantages gained at another, in a few cases by moving troops from one point to another. The idea of preparing for such reverses by placing forces in reserve beforehand can never be entertained in strategy. We have pointed out as an absurdity the idea of a strategic reserve which is not to cooperate in the capital result. And as it is so beyond a doubt, we should not have been led into such an analysis as we have made in these 2 chapters, were it not that, in the disguise of other ideas, it looks like something better, and frequently makes its appearance. One person sees in it the acme of strategic sagacity and foresight. Another rejects it, and with it the idea of any reserve, consequently even of a tactical one. This confusion of ideas is transferred to real life, and if we would see a memorable instance of it, we have only to call to mind that Prussia in 1806 left a reserve of 20,000 men cantoned in the Mark, under Prince Eugene of Württemberg, which could not possibly reach the Zala in time to be of any use, and that another force of 25,000 men belonging to this power remained in East and South Prussia, destined only to be put on a war footing afterwards as a reserve. After these examples, we cannot be accused of having been fighting with windmills. Chapter 14, Economy of Forces. The road of reason, as we have said, seldom allows itself to be reduced to a mathematical line by principles and opinions. There remains always a certain margin. But it is the same in all the practical arts of life. For the lines of beauty, there are no abscissae and ordinates. Circles and ellipses are not described by means of their algebraical formulae. The actor in war therefore soon finds he must trust himself to the delicate tact of judgment which, founded on natural quickness of perception, and educated by reflection, almost unconsciously seizes upon the right. He soon finds that at one time he must simplify the law by reducing it to some prominent characteristic points which form his rules, that at another the adopted method must become the staff on which he leans. As one of these simplified characteristic points as a mental appliance, we look upon the principle of watching continually over the cooperation of all forces, or in other words, of keeping constantly in view that no part of them should ever be idle. Whoever has forces where the enemy does not give them sufficient employment, whoever has part of his forces on the march, that is, allows them to lie dead. While the enemy, are fighting, he is a bad manager of his forces. In this sense, there is a waste of forces, which is even worse than their employment to no purpose. If there must be action, then the first point is that all parts act, because the most purposeless activity still keeps employed and destroys a portion of the enemy's force, whilst troops completely inactive are for the moment quite neutralized. Unmistakably, this idea is bound up with the principles contained in the last 3 chapters. It is the same truth, but seen from a somewhat more comprehensive point of view and condensed into a single conception. Chapter 15, Geometrical Element. The length to which the geometrical element or form in the disposition of military force in war can become a predominant principle, we see in the art of fortification, where geometry looks after the great and the little. Also in tactics it plays a great part. It is the basis of elementary tactics, or of the theory of moving troops, but in field fortification, as well as in the theory of positions, and of their attack, its angles and lines rule like lawgivers who have to decide the contest. Many things here were at one time misapplied, and others were mere fribbles. Still, however, in the tactics of the present day, in which in every combat the aim is to surround the enemy, the geometrical element has attained anew a great importance in a very simple, but constantly recurring application. Nevertheless, in tactics, where all is more movable, where the moral forces, individual traits, and chance are more influential than in a war of sieges, the geometrical element can never attain to the same degree of supremacy as in the latter. But less still is its influence in strategy. Certainly here, also, form and the disposition of troops, the shape of countries and states is of great importance. But the geometrical element is not decisive, as in fortification, and not nearly so important as in tactics. The manner in which this influence exhibits itself can only be shown by degrees at those places where it makes its appearance and deserves notice. Here we wish more to direct attention to the difference which there is between tactics and strategy in relation to it. In tactics, time and space quickly dwindle to their absolute minimum. If a body of troops is attacked in flank and rear by the enemy, it soon gets to a point where retreat no longer remains. Such a position is very close to an absolute impossibility of continuing the fight. It must therefore extricate itself from it, or avoid getting into it. This gives to all combinations aiming at this from the first commencement a great efficiency, which chiefly consists in the disquietude which it causes the enemy as to consequences. This is why the geometrical disposition of the forces is such an important factor in the tactical product. In strategy, this is only faintly reflected, on account of the greater space and time. We do not fire from one theater of war upon another, and often weeks and months must pass before a strategic movement designed to surround the enemy can be executed. Further, the distances are so great that the probability of hitting the right point at last, even with the best arrangements, is but small. In strategy, therefore, the scope for such combinations, that is for those resting on the geometrical element, is much smaller, and for the same reason the effect of an advantage once actually gained at any point is much greater. Such advantage has time to bring all its effects to maturity before it is disturbed, or quite neutralized therein, by any counteracting apprehensions. We therefore do not hesitate to regard as an established truth that in strategy more depends on the number and the magnitude of the victorious combats than on the form of the great lines by which they are connected. A view just the reverse has been a favorite theme of modern theory, because a greater importance was supposed to be thus given to strategy, and, as the higher functions of the mind were seen in strategy, it was thought by that means to ennoble war, and, as it was said, through a new substitution of ideas, to make it more scientific. We hold it to be one of the principal uses of a complete theory openly to expose such vagaries, and as the geometrical element is the fundamental idea from which theory usually proceeds, therefore we have expressly brought out this point in strong relief. Chapter 16, on the suspension of the act in war. If one considers war as an act of mutual destruction, we must of necessity imagine both parties as making some progress. But at the same time, as regards the existing moment, we must almost as necessarily suppose the one party in a state of expectation, and only the other actually advancing. For circumstances can never be actually the same on both sides or continue so. In time, a change must ensue, from which it follows that the present moment is more favorable to one side than the other. Now, if we suppose that both commanders have a full knowledge of this circumstance, then the one has a motive for action, which at the same time is a motive for the other to wait. Therefore, according to this, it cannot be for the interest of both at the same time to advance, nor can waiting be for the interest of both at the same time. This opposition of interest as regards the object is not deduced here from the principle of general polarity, and therefore is not in opposition to the argument in the 5th chapter of the 2nd book. It depends on the fact that here in reality, the same thing is at once an incentive or motive to both commanders, namely the probability of improving or impairing their position by future action. But even if we suppose the possibility of a perfect equality of circumstances in this respect, or if we take into account that through imperfect knowledge of their mutual position, such an equality may appear to the two commanders to subsist, still the difference of political objects does away with this possibility of suspension. One of the parties must of necessity be assumed politically to be the aggressor, because no war could take place from defensive intentions on both sides. But the aggressor has the positive object, the defender merely a negative one. To the first, then, belongs the positive action, for it is only by that means that he can attain the positive object. Therefore, in cases where both parties are in precisely similar circumstances, the aggressor is called upon to act by virtue of his positive object. Therefore, from this point of view, a suspension in the act of warfare, strictly speaking, is in contradiction with the nature of the thing, because two armies, being two incompatible elements, should destroy one another unremittingly. Just as fire and water can never put themselves in equilibrium, but act and react upon one another, until one quite disappears. What would be said of two wrestlers who remained clasped round each other for hours without making a movement? Action in war, therefore, like that of a clock which is wound up, should go on running down in regular motion. But wild, as is the nature of war, it still wears the chains of human weakness, and the contradiction we see here, viz., that man seeks and creates dangers which he fears at the same time, will astonish no one. If we cast a glance at military history in general, we find so much the opposite of an incessant advance towards the aim, that standing still and doing nothing is quite plainly the normal condition of an army in the midst of war, acting, the exception. This must almost raise a doubt as to the correctness of our conception. But if military history leads to this conclusion when viewed in the mass, the latest series of campaigns redeems our position. The War of the French Revolution shows too plainly its reality, and only proves too clearly its necessity. In these operations, and especially in the campaigns of Buonaparte, the conduct of war attained to that unlimited degree of energy which we have represented as the natural law of the element. This degree is therefore possible, and if it is possible, then it is necessary. How could anyone in fact justify in the eyes of reason the expenditure of forces in war, if acting was not the object? The baker only heats his oven if he has bread to put into it. The horse is only yoked to the carriage if we mean to drive. Why then make the enormous effort of a war if we look for nothing else by it, but like efforts on the part of the enemy? So much in justification of the general principle. Now as to its modifications, as far as they lie in the nature of the thing and are independent of special cases. There are three causes to be noticed here, which appear as innate counterpoises and prevent the over-rapid or uncontrollable movement of the wheelwork. The first, which produces a constant tendency to delay, and is thereby a retarding principle, is the natural timidity and want of resolution in the human mind, a kind of inertia in the moral world, but which is produced not by attractive, but by repellent forces, that is to say, by dread of danger and responsibility. In the burning element of war, ordinary natures appear to become heavier. The impulsion given must therefore be stronger and more frequently repeated if the motion is to be a continuous one. The mere idea of the object for which arms have been taken up is seldom sufficient to overcome this resistant force. And if a warlike enterprising spirit is not at the head, who feels himself in war in his natural element, as much as a fish in the ocean, or if there is not the pressure from above of some great responsibility, then standing still will be the order of the day, and progress will be the exception. The second cause is the imperfection of human perception and judgment, which is greater in war than anywhere, because a person hardly knows exactly his own position from one moment to another, and can only conjecture on slight grounds that of the enemy, which is purposely concealed. This often gives rise to the case of both parties looking upon one and the same object as advantageous for them, while in reality the interest of one must preponderate. Thus then each may think he acts wisely by waiting another moment, as we have already said in the 5th chapter of the 2nd book. The third cause which catches hold, like a ratchet wheel in machinery from time to time producing a complete standstill, is the greater strength of the defensive form. A may feel too weak to attack B, from which it does not follow that B is strong enough for an attack on A. The addition of strength, which the defensive gives, is not merely lost by assuming the offensive, but also passes to the enemy just as, figuratively expressed, the difference of a B and a B is equal to 2B. Therefore it may so happen that both parties, at one and the same time, not only feel themselves too weak to attack, but also are so in reality. Thus, even in the midst of the act of war itself, anxious sagacity and the apprehension of too great danger find vantage ground, by means of which they can exert their power and tame the elementary impetuosity of war. However, at the same time, these causes, without an exaggeration of their effect, would hardly explain the long states of inactivity which took place in military operations, in former times, in wars undertaken about interests of no great importance, and in which inactivity consumed 9/10 of the time that the troops remained under arms. This feature in these wars is to be traced principally to the influence which the demands of the one party, and the condition and feeling of the other, exercised over the conduct of the operations, as has been already observed in the chapter on the essence and object of war. These things may obtain such a preponderating influence as to make of war a half-and-half affair. A war is often nothing more than an armed neutrality, or a menacing attitude to support negotiations, or an attempt to gain some small advantage by small exertions, and then to wait the tide of circumstances, or a disagreeable treaty obligation, which is fulfilled in the most niggardly way possible. In all these cases in which the impulse given by interest is slight, and the principle of hostility feeble, in which there is no desire to do much, and also not much to dread from the enemy. In short, where no powerful motives press and drive, cabinets will not risk much in the game. Hence this tame mode of carrying on war, in which the hostile spirit of real war is laid in irons. The more war becomes in this manner devitalized, so much the more its theory becomes destitute of the necessary firm pivots and buttresses for its reasoning. The necessary is constantly diminishing, the accidental constantly increasing. Nevertheless, in this kind of warfare, there is also a certain shrewdness. Indeed, its action is perhaps more diversified and more extensive than in the other. Hazard played with realo of gold seems changed into a game of commerce with groschen. And on this field, where the conduct of war spins out the time with a number of small flourishes, with skirmishes at outposts, half in earnest, half in jest, with long dispositions which end in nothing, with positions and marches, which afterwards are designated as skillful only because their infinitesimally small causes are lost, and common sense can make nothing of them. Here on this very field many theorists find the real art of war at home. In these feints, parades, half and quarter thrusts of former wars, they find the aim of all theory, the supremacy of mind over matter, and modern wars appear to them mere savage fisticuffs, from which nothing is to be learnt, and which must be regarded as mere retrograde steps towards barbarism. This opinion is as frivolous as the objects to which it relates. Where great forces and great passions are wanting, it is certainly easier for a practiced dexterity to show its game. But is then the command of great forces, not in itself a higher exercise of the intelligent faculties? Is then that kind of conventional sword exercise not comprised in and belonging to the other mode of conducting war, Does it not bear the same relation to it as the motions upon a ship to the motion of the ship itself? Truly, it can take place only under the tacit condition that the adversary does no better. And can we tell how long he may choose to respect those conditions? Has not then the French Revolution fallen upon us in the midst of the fancied security of our old system of war, and driven us from Chalons to Moscow? And did not Frederick the Great in like manner surprise the Austrians reposing in their ancient habits of war, and make their monarchy tremble? Woe to the cabinet which, with a shilly-shally policy and a routine-ridden military system, meets with an adversary who, like the rude element, knows no other law than that of his intrinsic force. Every deficiency in energy and exertion is then a weight in the scales in favor of the enemy. It is not so easy then to change from the fencing posture into that of an athlete, and a slight blow is often sufficient to knock down the whole. The result of all the causes now adduced is that the hostile action of a campaign does not progress by a continuous, but by an intermittent movement, and that therefore, between the separate bloody acts, there is a period of watching, during which both parties fall into the defensive, and also that usually a higher object causes the principle of aggression to predominate on one side, and thus leaves it in general in an advancing position, by which then its proceedings become modified in some degree. Chapter 17, on the character of modern war. The attention which must be paid to the character of war as it is now made has a great influence upon all plans, especially on strategic ones. Since all methods formerly usual were upset by Buonaparte's luck and boldness, and first-rate powers almost wiped out at a blow. Since the Spaniards by their stubborn resistance have shown what the general arming of a nation and insurgent measures on a great scale can effect, in spite of weakness and porousness of individual parts. Since Russia, by the campaign of 1812, has taught us, first, that an empire of great dimensions is not to be conquered, which might have been easily known before. Secondly, that the probability of final success does not in all cases diminish in the same measure as battles, capitals, and provinces are lost, which was formerly an incontrovertible principle with all diplomatists, and therefore made them always ready to enter at once into some bad temporary peace. But that a nation is often strongest in the heart of its country, if the enemy's offensive power has exhausted itself, and with what enormous force the defensive then springs over to the offensive. Further, since Prussia, 1813, has shown that sudden efforts may add to an army sixfold by means of the militia, and that this militia is just as fit for service abroad as in its own country. Since all these events have shown what an enormous factor the heart and sentiments of a nation may be in the product of its political and military strength. In fine, since governments have found out all these additional aids, it is not to be expected that they will let them lie idle in future wars. Whether it be that danger threatens their own existence, or that restless ambition drives them on. That a war which is waged with the whole weight of the national power on each side must be organized differently in principle to those where everything is calculated according to the relations of standing armies to each other. It is easy to perceive. Standing armies once resembled fleets, the land forced the sea force in their relations to the remainder of the state, And from that, the art of war on shore had in it something of naval tactics, which it has now quite lost. Chapter 18, Tension and Rest. The dynamic law of war. We have seen in the 16th chapter of this book how, in most campaigns, much more time used to be spent in standing still and inaction than in activity. Now, although, as observed in the preceding chapter, we see quite a different character in the present form of war, still it is certain that real action will always be interrupted more or less by long pauses, and this leads to the necessity of our examining more closely the nature of these two phases of war. If there is a suspension of action in war, that is, if neither party wills something positive, there is rest, and consequently equilibrium. But certainly an equilibrium in the largest signification, in which not only the moral and physical war forces, but all relations and interests, come into calculation. As soon as ever one of the two parties proposes to himself a new positive object, and commences active steps towards it, even if it is only by preparations, and as soon as the adversary opposes this, there is a tension of powers. This lasts until the decision takes place. That is, until one party either gives up his object or the other has conceded it to him. This decision, the foundation of which lies always in the combat, combinations which are made on each side, is followed by a movement in one or other direction. When this movement has exhausted itself, either in the difficulties which had to be mastered in overcoming its own internal friction, or through new resistant forces prepared by the acts of the enemy, then either a state of rest takes place or a new tension with a decision, and then a new movement, in most cases in the opposite direction. This speculative distinction between equilibrium, tension, and motion is more essential for practical action than may at first sight appear. In a state of rest and of equilibrium, a varied kind of activity may prevail on one side that results from opportunity and does not aim at a great alteration. Such an activity may contain important combats, even pitched battles, but yet it is still of quite a different nature, and on that account generally different in its effects. If a state of tension exists, the effects of the decision are always greater partly because a greater force of will and a greater pressure of circumstances manifest themselves therein, partly because everything has been prepared and arranged for a great movement. The decision in such cases resembles the effect of a mine well closed and tamped, whilst an event in itself perhaps just as great, in a state of rest, is more or less like a mass of powder puffed away in the open air. At the same time, as a matter of course, the state of tension must be imagined in different degrees of intensity, and it may therefore approach gradually by many steps towards the state of rest, so that at the last there is a very slight difference between them. Now the real use which we derive from these reflections is the conclusion that every measure which is taken during a state of tension is more important and more prolific in results than the same measure could be in a state of equilibrium, and that this importance increases immensely in the highest degrees of tension. The cannonade of Valmy, September 20, 1792, decided more than the Battle of Hochkirch, October 14, 1758. In a tract of country which the enemy abandons to us because he cannot defend it, we can settle ourselves differently from what we should do if the retreat of the enemy was only made with the view to a decision under more favorable circumstances. Again, a strategic attack in course of execution, a faulty position, a single false march, may be decisive in its consequence. Whilst in a state of equilibrium, such errors must be of a very glaring kind, even to excite the activity of the enemy in a general way. Most bygone wars, as we have already said, consisted, so far as regards the greater part of the time, in this state of equilibrium, or at least in such short tensions with long intervals between them, and weak in their effects, that the events to which they gave rise were seldom great successes. Often they were theatrical exhibitions, got up in honor of a royal birthday, Hochkirch. Often a mere satisfying of the honor of the arms, Kunersdorf, or the personal vanity of the commander, Freiburg. That a commander should thoroughly understand these states, that he should have the tact to act in the spirit of them, we hold to be a great requisite, and we have had experience in the campaign of 1806 how far it is sometimes wanting. In that tremendous tension, when everything pressed on towards a supreme decision, and that alone with all its consequences should have occupied the whole soul of the commander, measures were proposed and even partly carried out, such as the reconnaissance towards Franconia, which at the most might have given a kind of gentle play of oscillation within a state of equilibrium. Over these blundering schemes and views, absorbing the activity of the army, the really necessary means, which could alone save, were lost sight of. But this speculative distinction which we have made is also necessary for our further progress in the construction of our theory, because all that we have to say on the relation of attack and defense, and on the completion of this double-sided act, concerns the state of the crisis in which the forces are placed during the tension and motion, and because all the activity which can take place during the condition of equilibrium can only be regarded and treated as a corollary. For that crisis is the real war, and this state of equilibrium only its reflection. Book 4 The Combat. Chapter 1 Introductory. Having in the foregoing book examined the subjects which may be regarded as the efficient elements of war, we shall now turn our attention to the combat as the real activity in warfare, which, by its physical and moral effects, embraces sometimes more simply, sometimes in a more complex manner, the object of the whole campaign. In this activity, and in its effects, these elements must therefore reappear. The formation of the combat is tactical in its nature. We only glance at it here in a general way in order to get acquainted with it in its aspect as a whole. In practice, the minor or more immediate objects give every combat a characteristic form. These minor objects we shall not discuss until hereafter. But these peculiarities are in comparison to the general characteristics of a combat mostly only insignificant, so that most combats are very like one another. And, therefore, in order to avoid repeating that which is general at every stage, we are compelled to look into it here, before taking up the subject of its more special application. In the first place, therefore, we shall give in the next chapter, in a few words, the characteristics of the modern battle in its tactical course, because that lies at the foundation of our conceptions of what the battle really is. Chapter 2. Character of a Modern Battle. According to the notion we have formed of tactics and strategy, it follows, as a matter of course, that if the nature of the former is changed, that change must have an influence on the latter. If tactical facts in one case are entirely different from those in another, then the strategic must be so also, if they are to continue consistent and reasonable. It is therefore important to characterize a general action in its modern form before we advance with the study of its employment in strategy. What do we do now usually in a great battle? We place ourselves quietly in great masses arranged contiguous to and behind one another. We deploy relatively only a small portion of the whole, and let it ring itself out in a fire combat which lasts for several hours, only interrupted now and again, and removed hither and thither by separate small shocks from charges with the bayonet and cavalry attacks. When this line has gradually exhausted part of its warlike ardor in this manner, and there remains nothing more than the cinders, it is withdrawn, and replaced by another. The relief of the fighting line played a great part in the battles of the smoothbore era. It was necessitated by the fouling of the muskets, physical fatigue of the men, and consumption of ammunition, and was recognized as both necessary and advisable by Napoleon himself. Editor. In this manner, the battle on a modified principle burns slowly away like wet powder, and if the veil of night commands it to stop, because neither party can any longer see, and neither chooses to run the risk of blind chance, then an account is taken by each side respectively of the masses remaining, which can be called still effective, that is, which have not yet quite collapsed like extinct volcanoes. Account is taken of the ground gained or lost, and of how stands the security of the rear. These results with the special impressions as to bravery and cowardice, ability and stupidity, which are thought to have been observed in ourselves, and in the enemy are collected into one single total impression, out of which there springs the resolution to quit the field or to renew the combat on the morrow. This description, which is not intended as a finished picture of a modern battle, but only to give its general tone, suits for the offensive and defensive, and the special traits which are given by the object proposed, the country, and C, may be introduced into it, without materially altering the conception. But modern battles are not so by accident. They are so because the parties find themselves nearly on a level as regards military organization and the knowledge of the art of war, and because the warlike element inflamed by great national interests has broken through artificial limits and now flows in its natural channel. Under these two conditions, battles will always preserve this character. This general idea of the modern battle will be useful to us in the sequel in more places than one. If we want to estimate the value of the particular coefficients of strength, country, and C, it is only for general, great, and decisive combats, and such as come near to them that this description stands good. Inferior ones have changed their character also in the same direction, but less than great ones. The proof of this belongs to tactics. We shall, however, have an opportunity hereafter of making this subject plainer by giving a few particulars. Chapter 3. The Combat in General. The combat is the real warlike activity, everything else is only its auxiliary. Let us therefore take an attentive look at its nature. Combat means fighting, and in this the destruction or conquest of the enemy is the object, and the enemy, in the particular combat, is the armed force which stands opposed to us. This is the simple idea. We shall return to it, but before we can do that we must insert a series of others. If we suppose the state and its military force as a unit, then the most natural idea is to imagine the war also as one great combat, and in the simple relations of savage nations, it is also not much otherwise. But our wars are made up of a number of great and small simultaneous or consecutive combats, and this severance of the activity into so many separate actions is owing to the great multiplicity of the relations out of which war arises with us. In point of fact, the ultimate object of our wars, the political one, is not always quite a simple one. And even were it so, still the action is bound up with such a number of conditions and considerations to be taken into account, that the object can no longer be attained by one single great act, but only through a number of greater or smaller acts which are bound up into a whole. Each of these separate acts is therefore a part of a whole, and has consequently a special object by which it is bound to this whole. We have already said that every strategic act can be referred to the idea of a combat, because it is an employment of the military force, and at the root of that there always lies the idea of fighting. We may therefore reduce every military activity in the province of strategy to the unit of single combats, and occupy ourselves with the object of these only. We shall get acquainted with these special objects by degrees as we come to speak of the causes which produce them. Here we content ourselves with saying that every combat, great or small, has its own peculiar object in subordination to the main object. If this is the case, then, the destruction and conquest of the enemy is only to be regarded as the means of gaining this object, as it unquestionably is. But this result is true only in its form, and important only on account of the connection which the ideas have between themselves, and we have only sought it out to get rid of it at once. What is overcoming the enemy? Invariably the destruction of his military force, whether it be by death, or wounds, or any means, whether it be completely or only to such a degree that he can no longer continue the contest. Therefore, as long as we set aside all special objects of combats, we may look upon the complete or partial destruction of the enemy as the only object of all combats. Now we maintain that in the majority of cases, and especially in great battles, the special object by which the battle is individualized and bound up with the great whole is only a weak modification of that general object, or an ancillary object bound up with it, important enough to individualize the battle, but always insignificant in comparison with that general object. So that if that ancillary object alone should be obtained, only an unimportant part of the purpose of the combat is fulfilled. If this assertion is correct, then we see that the idea, according to which the destruction of the enemy's force is only the means, and something else always the object, can only be true in form, but that it would lead to false conclusions if we did not recollect that this destruction of the enemy's force is comprised in that object, and that this object is only a weak modification of it. Forgetfulness of this led to completely false views before the wars of the last period, and created tendencies as well as fragments of systems, in which theory thought it raised itself so much the more above handicraft, the less it supposed itself to stand in need of the use of the real instrument, that is the destruction of the enemy's force. Certainly such a system could not have arisen unless supported by other false suppositions, and unless in place of the destruction of the enemy, other things had been substituted to which an efficacy was ascribed which did not rightly belong to them. We shall attack these falsehoods whenever occasion requires, but we could not treat of the combat without claiming for it the real importance and value which belong to it, and giving warning against the errors to which merely formal truth might lead. But now how shall we manage to show that in most cases, and in those of most importance, the destruction of the enemy's army is the chief thing? How shall we manage to combat that extremely subtle idea, which supposes it possible, through the use of a special artificial form, to effect by a small direct destruction of the enemy's forces a much greater destruction indirectly, or by means of small but extremely well-directed blows to produce such paralyzation of the enemy's forces, such a command over the enemy's will, that this mode of proceeding is to be viewed as a great shortening of the road. Undoubtedly, a victory at one point may be of more value than at another. Undoubtedly, there is a scientific arrangement of battles amongst themselves, even in strategy, which is in fact nothing but the art of thus arranging them. To deny that is not our intention, but we assert that the direct destruction of the enemy's forces is everywhere predominant. We contend here for the overruling importance of this destructive principle and nothing else. We must, however, call to mind that we are now engaged with strategy, not with tactics. Therefore, we do not speak of the means which the former may have of destroying at a small expense a large body of the enemy's forces, but under direct destruction we understand the tactical results, and that, therefore, our assertion is that only great tactical results can lead to great strategical ones, or, as we have already once before more distinctly expressed it, the tactical successes are of paramount importance in the conduct of war. The proof of this assertion seems to us simple enough. It lies in the time which every complicated, artificial combination requires. The question whether a simple attack or one more carefully prepared, i.e., more artificial, will produce greater effects, may undoubtedly be decided in favor of the latter as long as the enemy is assumed to remain quite passive. But every carefully combined attack requires time for its preparation, and if a counterstroke by the enemy intervenes, our whole design may be upset. Now, if the enemy should decide upon some simple attack, which can be executed in a shorter time, then he gains the initiative and destroys the effect of the great plan. Therefore, together with the expediency of a complicated attack, we must consider all the dangers which we run during its preparation, and should only adopt it if there is no reason to fear that the enemy will disconcert our scheme. Whenever this is the case, we must ourselves choose the simpler, i.e., quicker way, and lower our views in this sense as far as the character, the relations of the enemy, and other circumstances may render necessary. If we quit the weak impressions of abstract ideas and descend to the region of practical life, then it is evident that a bold, courageous, resolute enemy will not let us have time for wide-reaching skillful combinations, and it is just against such a one we should require skill the most. By this it appears to us that the advantage of simple and direct results over those that are complicated is conclusively shown. Our opinion is not on that account that the simple blow is the best, but that we must not lift the arm too far for the time given to strike, and that this condition will always lead more to direct conflict the more warlike our opponent is. Therefore, far from making it our aim to gain upon the enemy by complicated plans, we must rather seek to be beforehand with him by greater simplicity in our designs. If we seek for the lowest foundation stones of these converse propositions, we find that in the one it is ability, in the other, courage. Now, there is something very attractive in the notion that a moderate degree of courage joined to great ability will produce greater effects than moderate ability with great courage. But unless we suppose these elements in a disproportionate relation, not logical, we have no right to assign to ability this advantage over courage in a field which is called danger, and which must be regarded as the true domain of courage. After this abstract view, we shall only add that experience, very far from leading to a different conclusion, is rather the sole cause which has impelled us in this direction and given rise to such reflections. Whoever reads history with a mind free from prejudice cannot fail to arrive at a conviction that of all military virtues, energy in the conduct of operations has always contributed the most to the glory and success of arms. How we make good our principle of regarding the destruction of the enemy's force as the principal object, not only in the war as a whole, but also in each separate combat, and how that principle suits all the forms and conditions necessarily demanded by the relations out of which war springs, the sequel will show. For the present all that we desire is to uphold its general importance, and with this result we return again to the combat. Chapter 4. The Combat in General Continuation. In the last chapter, we showed the destruction of the enemy as the true object of the combat, and we have sought to prove by a special consideration of the point that this is true in the majority of cases, and in respect to the most important battles, because the destruction of the enemy's army is always the preponderating object in war. The other objects which may be mixed up with this destruction of the enemy's force, and may have more or less influence, we shall describe generally in the next chapter, and become better acquainted with by degrees afterwards. Here we divest the combat of them entirely, and look upon the destruction of the enemy as the complete and sufficient object of any combat. What are we now to understand by destruction of the enemy's army? A diminution of it relatively greater than that on our own side. If we have a great superiority in numbers over the enemy, then naturally the same absolute amount of loss on both sides is for us a smaller one than for him, and consequently may be regarded in itself as an advantage. As we are here considering the combat as divested of all other objects, we must also exclude from our consideration the case in which the combat is used only indirectly for a greater destruction of the enemy's force. Consequently also, only that direct gain which has been made in the mutual process of destruction is to be regarded as the object. For this is an absolute gain, which runs through the whole campaign, and at the end of it will always appear as pure profit. But every other kind of victory over our opponent will either have its motive in other objects, which we have completely excluded here, or it will only yield a temporary relative advantage. An example will make this plain. If by a skillful disposition we have reduced our opponent to such a dilemma that he cannot continue the combat without danger, and after some resistance he retires, then we may say that we have conquered him at that point. But if in this victory we have expended just as many forces as the enemy, then in closing the account of the campaign, there is no gain remaining from this victory, if such a result can be called a victory. Therefore the overcoming the enemy, that is, placing him in such a position that he must give up the fight, counts for nothing in itself, and for that reason cannot come under the definition of object. There remains, therefore, as we have said, nothing over except the direct gain which we have made in the process of destruction. But to this belong not only the losses which have taken place in the course of the combat, but also those which, after the withdrawal of the conquered part, take place as direct consequences of the same. Now it is known by experience that the losses in physical forces in the course of a battle seldom present a great difference between victor and vanquished respectively, often none at all, sometimes even one bearing an inverse relation to the result, and that the most decisive losses on the side of the vanquished only commence with the retreat, that is, those which the conqueror does not share with him. The weak remains of battalions already in disorder are cut down by cavalry, exhausted men strew the ground, disabled guns and broken caissons are abandoned. Others in the bad state of the roads cannot be removed quickly enough, and are captured by the enemy's troops. During the night numbers lose their way and fall defenseless into the enemy's hands, and thus the victory mostly gains bodily substance after it is already decided. Here would be a paradox, if it did not solve itself in the following manner. The loss in physical force is not the only one which the two sides suffer in the course of the combat. The moral forces also are shaken, broken, and go to ruin. It is not only the loss in men, horses, and guns, but in order, courage, confidence, cohesion, and plan, which come into consideration when it is a question whether the fight can be still continued or not. It is principally the moral forces which decide here, and in all cases in which the conqueror has lost as heavily as the conquered, it is these alone. The comparative relation of the physical losses is difficult to estimate in a battle, but not so the relation of the moral ones. Two things principally make it known. The one is the loss of the ground on which the fight has taken place, the other the superiority of the enemy, S. The more our reserves have diminished as compared with those of the enemy, the more force we have used to maintain the equilibrium. In this, at once, an evident proof of the moral superiority of the enemy is given which seldom fails to stir up in the soul of the commander a certain bitterness of feeling, and a sort of contempt for his own troops. But the principal thing is that men who have been engaged for a long continuance of time are more or less like burnt-out cinders. Their ammunition is consumed. They have melted away to a certain extent. physical and moral energies are exhausted, perhaps their courage is broken as well. Such a force, irrespective of the diminution in its number, if viewed as an organic whole, is very different from what it was before the combat. And thus it is that the loss of moral force may be measured by the reserves that have been used as if it were on a foot rule. Lost ground and want of fresh reserves are, therefore, usually the principal causes which determine a retreat. But at the same time, we by no means exclude or desire to throw in the shade other reasons, which may lie in the interdependence of parts of the army, in the general plan, and c. Every combat is therefore the bloody and destructive measuring of the strength of forces, physical and moral. Whoever at the close has the greatest amount of both left is the conqueror. In the combat, the loss of moral force is the chief cause of the decision. After that is given, this loss continues to increase until it reaches its culminating point at the close of the whole act. This, then, is the opportunity the victor should seize to reap his harvest by the utmost possible restrictions of his enemy's forces, the real object of engaging in the combat. On the beaten side, the loss of all order and control often makes the prolongation of resistance by individual units, by the further punishment they are certain to suffer, more injurious than useful to the whole. The spirit of the mass is broken. The original excitement about losing or winning, through which danger was forgotten, is spent, and to the majority danger now appears no longer an appeal to their courage, but rather the endurance of a cruel punishment. Thus the instrument in the first moment of the enemy's victory is weakened and blunted, and therefore no longer fit to repay danger by danger. This period, however, passes, the moral forces of the conquered will recover by degrees, order will be restored, courage will revive, and in the majority of cases there remains only a small part of the superiority obtained, often none at all. In some cases, even, although rarely, the spirit of revenge and intensified hostility may bring about an opposite result. On the other hand, whatever is gained in killed, wounded, prisoners, and guns captured can never disappear from the account. The losses in a battle consist more in killed and wounded, those after the battle, more in artillery taken and prisoners. The first the conqueror shares with the conquered, more or less, but the second not, and for that reason they usually only take place on one side of the conflict. At least, they are considerably in excess on one side. Artillery and prisoners are therefore at all times regarded as the true trophies of victory, as well as its measure, because through these things its extent is declared beyond a doubt. Even the degree of moral superiority may be better judged of by them than by any other relation, especially if the number of killed and wounded is compared therewith, and here arises a new power increasing the moral effects. We have said that the moral forces, beaten to the ground in the battle and in the immediately succeeding movements, recover themselves gradually and often bear no traces of injury. This is the case with small divisions of the whole, less frequently with large divisions. It may, however, also be the case with the main army, but seldom or never in the state or government to which the army belongs. These estimate the situation more impartially, and from a more elevated point of view, and recognize in the number of trophies taken by the enemy, and their relation to the number of killed and wounded, only too easily and well, the measure of their own weakness and inefficiency. In point of fact, the lost balance of moral power must not be treated lightly, because it has no absolute value, and because it does not of necessity appear in all cases in the amount of the results at the final close. It may become of such excessive weight as to bring down everything with an irresistible force. On that account, it may often become a great aim of the operations of which we shall speak elsewhere. Here we have still to examine some of its fundamental relations. The moral effect of a victory increases, not merely in proportion to the extent of the forces engaged, but in a progressive ratio. That is to say, not only in extent, but also in its intensity. In a beaten detachment, order is easily restored. As a single frozen limb is easily revived by the rest of the body, so the courage of a defeated detachment is easily raised again by the courage of the rest of the army as soon as it rejoins it. If, therefore, the effects of a small victory are not completely done away with, still they are partly lost to the enemy. This is not the case if the army itself sustains a great defeat, then one with the other fall together. A great fire attains quite a different heat from several small ones. Another relation which determines the moral value of a victory is the numerical relation of the forces which have been in conflict with each other. To beat many with few is not only a double success, but shows also a greater, especially a more general superiority, which the conquered must always be fearful of encountering again. At the same time, this influence is in reality hardly observable in such a case. In the moment of real action, the notions of the actual strength of the enemy are generally so uncertain, the estimate of our own commonly so incorrect, that the party superior in numbers either does not admit the disproportion, or is very far from admitting the full truth, owing to which he evades almost entirely the moral disadvantages which would spring from it. It is only hereafter in history that the truth, long suppressed through ignorance, vanity, or a wise discretion, makes its appearance, and then it certainly casts a luster on the army and its leader. But it can then do nothing more by its moral influence for events long past. If prisoners and captured guns are those things by which the victory principally gains substance, its true crystallizations, then the plan of the battle should have those things specially in view. The destruction of the enemy by death and wounds appears here merely as a means to an end. How far this may influence the dispositions in the battle is not an affair of strategy, but the decision to fight the battle is in intimate connection with it, as is shown by the direction given to our forces and their general grouping, whether we threaten the enemy's flank or rear, or he threatens ours. On this point, the number of prisoners and captured guns depends very much, and it is a point which, in many cases, tactics alone cannot satisfy, particularly if the strategic relations are too much in opposition to it. The risk of having to fight on two sides, and the still more dangerous position of having no line of retreat left open, paralyze the movements and the power of resistance. Further, in case of defeat, they increase the loss, often raising it to its extreme point, that is, to destruction. Therefore, the rear being endangered makes defeat more probable, and at the same time more decisive. From this arises, in the whole conduct of the war, especially in great and small combats, a perfect instinct to secure our own line of retreat and to seize that of the enemy. This follows from the conception of victory, which, as we have seen, is something beyond mere slaughter. In this effort we see, therefore, the first immediate purpose in the combat, and one which is quite universal. No combat is imaginable in which this effort, either in its double or single form, does not go hand in hand with the plain and simple stroke of force. Even the smallest troop will not throw itself upon its enemy without thinking of its line of retreat, and in most cases, it will have an eye upon that of the enemy also. We should have to digress to show how often this instinct is prevented from going the direct road, how often it must yield to the difficulties arising from more important considerations. We shall, therefore, rest contented with affirming it to be a general natural law of the combat. It is, therefore, active, presses everywhere with its natural weight, and so becomes the pivot on which almost all tactical and strategic maneuvers turn. If we now take a look at the conception of victory as a whole, we find in it three elements. 1. The greater loss of the enemy in physical power. 2. In moral power. 3. His open avowal of this, by the relinquishment of his intentions. The returns made up on each side of losses in killed and wounded are never exact, seldom truthful, and in most cases, full of intentional misrepresentations. Even the statement of the number of trophies is seldom to be quite depended on. Consequently, when it is not considerable, it may also cast a doubt even on the reality of the victory. Of the loss in moral forces there is no reliable measure, except in the trophies. Therefore, in many cases, the giving up the contest is the only real evidence of the victory. It is, therefore, to be regarded as a confession of inferiority, as the lowering of the flag, by which, in this particular instance, right and superiority are conceded to the enemy, and this degree of humiliation and disgrace, which, however, must be distinguished from all the other moral consequences of the loss of equilibrium, is an essential part of the victory. It is this part alone which acts upon the public opinion outside the army, upon the people and the government in both belligerent states, and upon all others in any way concerned. But renouncement of the general object is not quite identical with quitting the field of battle, even when the battle has been very obstinate and long kept up. No one says of advanced posts, when they retire after an obstinate combat, that they have given up their object. Even in combats aimed at the destruction of the enemy's army, the retreat from the battlefield is not always to be regarded as a relinquishment of this aim, as for instance, in retreats planned beforehand, in which the ground is disputed foot by foot. All this belongs to that part of our subject where we shall speak of the separate object of the combat. Here, we only wish to draw attention to the fact that in most cases, the giving up of the object is very difficult to distinguish from the retirement from the battlefield, and that the impression produced by the latter, both in and out of the army, is not to be treated lightly. For generals and armies whose reputation is not made, this is in itself one of the difficulties in many operations, justified by circumstances when a succession of combats, each ending in retreat, may appear as a succession of defeats without being so in reality, and when that appearance may exercise a very depressing influence. It is impossible for the retreating general, by making known his real intentions, to prevent the moral effect spreading to the public and his troops. For to do that with effect, he must disclose his plans completely, which of course would run counter to his principal interests to too great a degree. In order to draw attention to the special importance of this conception of victory, we shall only refer to the Battle of Soor. The trophies from which were not important, a few thousand prisoners and 20 guns, and where Frederick proclaimed his victory by remaining for 5 days after on the field of battle, although his retreat into Silesia had been previously determined on, and was a measure natural to his whole situation. According to his own account, he thought he would hasten a peace by the moral effect of his victory. Now, although a couple of other successes were likewise required, namely, the battle at Katholisch-Hennersdorf in Lusatia and the Battle of Kesseldorf, before this peace took place, still we cannot say that the moral effect of the Battle of Soor was nil. Soor or Sower, Sept. 30, 1745, Hennersdorf Nav, 23, 1745, Kelteldorf Dec. 15, 1745, all in the Second Silesian War. If it is chiefly the moral force which is shaken by defeat, and if the number of trophies reaped by the enemy mounts up to an unusual height, then the lost combat becomes a rout, but this is not the necessary consequence of every victory. A rout only sets in when the moral force of the defeated is very severely shaken, then there often ensues a complete incapability of further resistance, and the whole action consists of giving way, that is of flight. Jena and Belle Alliance were routs, but not so Borodino. Although without pedantry we can here give no single line of separation, because the difference between the things is one of degrees, yet still the retention of the conception is essential as a central point to give clearness to our theoretical ideas, and it is a want in our terminology that for a victory over the enemy tantamount to a rout, and a conquest of the enemy only tantamount to a simple victory, there is only one and the same word to use. Chapter 5, on the signification of the combat. Having in the preceding chapter examined the combat in its absolute form, as the miniature picture of the whole war, we now turn to the relations which it bears to the other parts of the great whole. First, we inquire what is more precisely the signification of a combat. As war is nothing else but a mutual process of destruction, then the most natural answer in conception, and perhaps also in reality, appears to be that all the powers of each party unite in one great volume, and all results in one great shock of these masses. There is certainly much truth in this idea, and it seems to be very advisable that we should adhere to it, and should on that account look upon small combats at first only as necessary loss, like the shavings from a carpenter's plane. Still, however, the thing cannot be settled so easily. That a multiplication of combats should arise from a fractioning of forces is a matter of course, and the more immediate objects of separate combats will therefore come before us in the subject of a fractioning of forces. But these objects, and together with them, the whole mass of combats may in a general way be brought under certain classes, and the knowledge of these classes will contribute to make our observations more intelligible. Destruction of the enemy's military forces is in reality the object of all combats, but other objects may be joined thereto, and these other objects may be at the same time predominant. We must therefore draw a distinction between those in which the destruction of the enemy's forces is the principal object, and those in which it is more the means. The destruction of the enemy's force, the possession of a place or the possession of some object may be the general motive for a combat, and it may be either one of these alone or several together, in which case, however, usually one is the principal motive. Now the two principal forms of war, the offensive and defensive, of which we shall shortly speak, do not modify the first of these motives, but they certainly do modify the other two, and therefore if we arrange them in a scheme they would appear thus. Offensive, defensive, 1 destruction of enemy's force 1, destruction of enemy's force, 2 conquest of a place, defense of a place, 3 conquest of some object, defense of some object. These motives, however, do not seem to embrace completely the whole of the subject, if we recollect that there are reconnaissances and demonstrations, in which plainly none of these 3 points is the object of the combat. In reality, we must, therefore, on this account be allowed a 4th class. Strictly speaking, in reconnaissances in which we wish the enemy to show himself, in alarms by which we wish to wear him out, in demonstrations by which we wish to prevent his leaving some point or to draw him off to another. The objects are all such as can only be attained indirectly and under the pretext of one of the 3 objects specified in the table, usually of the second. For the enemy whose aim is to reconnoiter must draw up his force as if he really intended to attack and defeat us or drive us off, and see, but this pretended object is not the real one, and our present question is only as to the latter. Therefore, we must to the above 3 objects of the offensive further add a 4th, which is to lead the enemy to make a false conclusion. That offensive means are conceivable in connection with this object, lies in the nature of the thing. On the other hand, we must observe that the defense of a place may be of 2 kinds, either absolute, if as a general question the point is not to be given up, or relative if it is only required for a certain time. The latter happens perpetually in the combats of advanced posts and rear guards. That the nature of these different intentions of a combat must have an essential influence on the dispositions which are its preliminaries is a thing clear in itself. We act differently if our object is merely to drive an enemy's post out of its place, from what we should if our object was to beat him completely. Differently, if we mean to defend a place to the last extremity from what we should do if our design is only to detain the enemy for a certain time. In the first case, we trouble ourselves little about the line of retreat. In the latter, it is the principal point, and see. But these reflections belong properly to tactics, and are only introduced here by way of example for the sake of greater clearness. What strategy has to say on the different objects of the combat will appear in the chapters which touch upon these objects. Here we have only a few general observations to make. First, that the importance of the object decreases nearly in the order as they stand above, therefore, that the first of these objects must always predominate in the great battle. Lastly, that the 2 last in a defensive battle are in reality such as yield no fruit. They are, that is to say, purely negative, and can therefore only be serviceable indirectly by facilitating something else which is positive. It is, therefore, a bad sign of the strategic situation if battles of this kind become too frequent. Chapter 6, Duration of Combat. If we consider the combat no longer in itself, but in relation to the other forces of war, then its duration acquires a special importance. This duration is to be regarded to a certain extent as a second subordinate success. For the conqueror, the combat can never be finished too quickly. For the vanquished, it can never last too long. A speedy victory indicates a higher power of victory. A tardy decision is, on the side of the defeated, some compensation for the loss. This is in general true, but it acquires a practical importance in its application to those combats, the object of which is a relative defense. Here the whole success often lies in the mere duration. This is the reason why we have included it amongst the strategic elements. The duration of a combat is necessarily bound up with its essential relations. These relations are absolute magnitude of force, relation of force and of the different arms mutually, and nature of the country. 20,000 men do not wear themselves out upon one another as quickly as 2,000. We cannot resist an enemy double or 3 times our strength as long as one of the same strength. A cavalry combat is decided sooner than an infantry combat, and a combat between infantry only quicker than if there is artillery, asterisk as well. In hills and forests we cannot advance as quickly as on a level country. All this is clear enough. The increase in the relative range of artillery and the introduction of shrapnel has altogether modified this conclusion. From this it follows, therefore, that strength, relation of the 3 arms, and position must be considered if the combat is to fulfill an object by its duration. But to set up this rule was of less importance to us in our present considerations than to connect with it at once the chief results which experience gives us on the subject. Even the resistance of an ordinary division of 8,000 to 10,000 men of all arms, even opposed to an enemy considerably superior in numbers, will last several hours, if the advantages of country are not too preponderating, and if the enemy is only a little, or not at all, superior in numbers, the combat will last half a day. A corps of 3 or 4 divisions will prolong it to double the time. An army of 80,000 or 100,000 to 3 or 4 times. Therefore the masses may be left to themselves for that length of time, and no separate combat takes place if within that time other forces can be brought up, whose cooperation mingles then at once into one stream with the results of the combat which has taken place. These calculations are the result of experience, but it is important to us at the same time to characterize more particularly the moment of the decision and consequently the termination. Chapter 7, Decision of the Combat. No battle is decided in a single moment, although in every battle there arise moments of crisis, on which the result depends. The loss of a battle is, therefore, a gradual falling of the scale. But there is in every combat a point of time, under the then existing conditions of armament understood. This point is of supreme importance, as practically the whole conduct of a great battle depends on a correct solution of this question, viz., how long can a given command prolong its resistance? If this is incorrectly answered in practice, the whole maneuver depending on it may collapse, e.g. Kuropatkin at Liaoyang, September 1904. When it may be regarded as decided, in such a way that the renewal of the fight would be a new battle, not a continuation of the old one. To have a clear notion on this point of time is very important in order to be able to decide whether, with the prompt assistance of reinforcements, the combat can again be resumed with advantage. Often in combats which are beyond restoration, new forces are sacrificed in vain. Often through neglect the decision has not been seized when it might easily have been secured. Here are two examples, which could not be more to the point. When the Prince of Hohenlohe, in 1806 at Jena, with 35,000 men opposed to from 60,000 to 70,000 under Buonaparte, had accepted battle and lost it, but lost it in such a way that the 35,000 might be regarded as dissolved, General Rutschel undertook to renew the fight with about 12,000. The consequence was that in a moment his force was scattered in like manner. October 14, 1806. On the other hand, on the same day at Auerstadt, the Prussians maintained a combat with 25,000 against Davoust, who had 28,000, until midday without success, it is true, but still without the force being reduced to a state of dissolution without even greater loss than the enemy, who was very deficient in cavalry. But they neglected to use the reserve of 18,000 under General Kalkreuth to restore the battle which, under these circumstances, it would have been impossible to lose. Each combat is a whole in which the partial combats combine themselves into one total result. In this total result lies the decision of the combat. This success need not be exactly a victory, such as we have denoted in the 6th chapter, for often the preparations for that have not been made. Often there is no opportunity if the enemy gives way too soon, and in most cases the decision, even when the resistance has been obstinate, takes place before such a degree of success is attained as would completely satisfy the idea of a victory. We therefore ask, which is commonly the moment of the decision, that is to say, that moment when a fresh, effective, of course not disproportionate, force can no longer turn a disadvantageous battle. If we pass over false attacks, which in accordance with their nature are properly without decision, then 1. If the possession of a movable object was the object of the combat, the loss of the same is always the decision. 2. If the possession of ground was the object of the combat, then the decision generally lies in its loss. Still not always, only if this ground is of peculiar strength, ground which is easy to pass over, however important it may be in other respects, can be retaken without much danger. 3. But in all other cases, when these two circumstances have not already decided the combat, therefore, particularly in case the destruction of the enemy's force is the principal object, the decision is reached at that moment when the conqueror ceases to feel himself in a state of disintegration, that is, of unserviceableness to a certain extent, when therefore there is no further advantage in using the successive efforts spoken of in the 12th chapter of the 3rd book. On this ground, we have given the strategic unity of the battle its place here. A battle, therefore, in which the assailant has not lost his condition of order and perfect efficiency at all, or, at least, only in a small part of his force, whilst the opposing forces are, more or less disorganized throughout, is also not to be retrieved, and just as little if the enemy has recovered his efficiency. The smaller, therefore, that part of a force is which has really been engaged, the greater that portion which as reserve has contributed to the result only by its presence. So much the less will any new force of the enemy wrest again the victory from our hands, and that commander who carries out to the furthest with his army the principle of conducting the combat with the greatest economy of forces, and making the most of the moral effect of strong reserves, goes the surest way to victory. We must allow that the French, in modern times, especially when led by Buonaparte, have shown a thorough mastery in this. Further, the moment when the crisis stage of the combat ceases with the conqueror, and his original state of order is restored, takes place sooner the smaller the unit he controls. A picket of cavalry pursuing an enemy at full gallop will in a few minutes resume its proper order, and the crisis ceases. A whole regiment of cavalry requires a longer time. It lasts still longer with infantry, if extended in single lines of skirmishers, and longer again with divisions of all arms, when it happens by chance that one part has taken one direction and another part another direction, and the combat has therefore caused a loss of the order of formation. which usually becomes still worse from no part knowing exactly where the other is. Thus, therefore, the point of time when the conqueror has collected the instruments he has been using, and which are mixed up and partly out of order, the moment when he has in some measure rearranged them and put them in their proper places, and thus brought the battle workshop into a little order. This moment, we say, is always later, the greater the total force. Again, this moment comes later if night overtakes the conqueror in the crisis, and lastly, it comes later still if the country is broken and thickly wooded. But with regard to these 2 points, we must observe that night is also a great means of protection, and it is only seldom that circumstances favor the expectation of a successful result from a night attack, as on March 10, 1814, at Laon, where York against Marmont gives us an example completely in place here. In the same way, a wooded and broken country will afford protection against a reaction to those who are engaged in the long crisis of victory. Both, therefore, the night as well as the wooded and broken country, are obstacles which make the renewal of the same battle more difficult instead of facilitating it. The celebrated charge at night upon Marmont's corps. Hitherto, we have considered assistance arriving for the losing side as a mere increase of force, therefore, as a reinforcement coming up directly from the rear, which is the most usual case. But the case is quite different if these fresh forces come upon the enemy in flank or rear. On the effect of flank or rear attacks so far as they belong to strategy, we shall speak in another place. Such a one as we have here in view, intended for the restoration of the combat, belongs chiefly to tactics, and is only mentioned because we are here speaking of tactical results. Our ideas, therefore, must trench upon the province of tactics. By directing a force against the enemy's flank and rear, its efficacy may be much intensified. But this is so far from being a necessary result always that the efficacy may, on the other hand, be just as much weakened. The circumstances under which the combat has taken place decide upon this part of the plan as well as upon every other, without our being able to enter thereupon here. But at the same time, there are in it 2 things of importance for our subject. First, flank and rear attacks have, as a rule, a more favorable effect on the consequences of the decision than upon the decision itself. Now, as concerns the retrieving a battle, the first thing to be arrived at above all is a favorable decision and not magnitude of success. In this view, one would therefore think that a force which comes to re-establish our combat is of less assistance if it falls upon the enemy in flank and rear, therefore separated from us, than if it joins itself to us directly. Certainly, cases are not wanting where it is so, but we must say that the majority are on the other side, and they are so on account of the second point, which is here important to us. This second point is the moral effect of the surprise, which, as a rule, a reinforcement coming up to re-establish a combat has generally in its favor. Now the effect of a surprise is always heightened if it takes place in the flank or rear, and an enemy completely engaged in the crisis of victory in his extended and scattered order is less in a state to counteract it. Who does not feel that an attack in flank or rear, which at the commencement of the battle, when the forces are concentrated and prepared for such an event, would be of little importance, gains quite another weight in the last moment of the combat? We must, therefore, at once admit that in most cases a reinforcement coming up on the flank or rear of the enemy will be more efficacious, will be like the same weight at the end of a longer lever, and therefore that under these circumstances, we may undertake to restore the battle with the same force which employed in a direct attack would be quite insufficient. Here results almost defy calculation, because the moral forces gain completely the ascendancy. This is therefore the right field for boldness and daring. The eye must therefore be directed on all these objects. All these moments of cooperating forces must be taken into consideration when we have to decide in doubtful cases whether or not it is still possible to restore a combat which has taken an unfavorable turn. If the combat is to be regarded as not yet ended, then the new contest which is opened by the arrival of assistance fuses into the former. Therefore they flow together into one common result, and the first disadvantage vanishes completely out of the calculation. But this is not the case if the combat was already decided. Then there are 2 results separate from each other. Now if the assistance which arrives is only of a relative strength, That is, if it is not in itself alone a match for the enemy, then a favorable result is hardly to be expected from this second combat. But if it is so strong that it can undertake the second combat without regard to the first, then it may be able by a favorable issue to compensate or even overbalance the first combat, but never to make it disappear altogether from the account. At the Battle of Kunersdorf, Frederick the Great at the first onset carried the left of the Russian position and took 70 pieces of artillery. At the end of the battle, both were lost again, and the whole result of the first combat was wiped out of the account. Had it been possible to stop at the first success and to put off the second part of the battle to the coming day, then, even if the king had lost it, the advantages of the first would always have been a set-off to the second. August 12, 1759. But when a battle proceeding disadvantageously is arrested and turned before its conclusion, its minus result on our side not only disappears from the account, but also becomes the foundation of a greater victory. If, for instance, we picture to ourselves exactly the tactical course of the battle, we may easily see that, until it is finally concluded, all successes in partial combats are only decisions in suspense, which by the capital decision may not only be destroyed, but changed into the opposite. The more our forces have suffered, the more the enemy will have expended on his side. The greater, therefore, will be the crisis for the enemy, and the more the superiority of our fresh troops will tell. If now the total result turns in our favor, if we wrest from the enemy the field of battle and recover all the trophies again, then all the forces which he has sacrificed in obtaining them become sheer gain for us, and our former defeat becomes a stepping stone to a greater triumph. The most brilliant feats which with victory the enemy would have so highly prized that the loss of forces which they cost would have been disregarded, leave nothing now behind but regret at the sacrifice entailed. Such is the alteration which the magic of victory and the curse of defeat produces in the specific weight of the same elements. Therefore, even if we are decidedly superior in strength and are able to repay the enemy his victory by a greater still, it is always better to forestall the conclusion of a disadvantageous combat, if it is of proportionate importance, so as to turn its course rather than to deliver a second battle. Field Marshal Daun attempted in the year 1760 to come to the assistance of General Laudon at Lainitz, whilst the battle lasted. But when he failed, he did not attack the king next day, although he did not want for means to do so. For these reasons, serious combats of advance guards, which precede a battle, are to be looked upon only as necessary evils, and when not necessary, they are to be avoided. This, however, was not Napoleon's view. A vigorous attack of his advance guard he held to be necessary always, to fix the enemy's attention and paralyze his independent willpower. It was the failure to make this point which, in August 1870, led von Moltke repeatedly into the very jaws of defeat, from which only the lethargy of Bazaine on the one hand and the initiative of his subordinates, notably of von Alvensleben, rescued him. This is the essence of the new strategic doctrine of the French General Staff. See the works of Bonnel, Foch, and C. Editor. We have still another conclusion to examine. If on a regular pitched battle, the decision has gone against one, this does not constitute a motive for determining on a new one. The determination for this new one must proceed from other relations. This conclusion, however, is opposed by a moral force, which we must take into account. It is the feeling of rage and revenge. From the oldest field marshal to the youngest drummer boy, this feeling is general, and therefore, troops are never in better spirits for fighting than when they have to wipe out a stain. This is, however, only on the supposition that the beaten portion is not too great in proportion to the whole, because otherwise the above feeling is lost in that of powerlessness. There is therefore a very natural tendency to use this moral force to repair the disaster on the spot, and on that account chiefly to seek another battle if other circumstances permit. It then lies in the nature of the case that this second battle must be an offensive one. In the catalogue of battles of second-rate importance, there are many examples to be found of such retaliatory battles. But great battles have generally too many other determining causes to be brought on by this weaker motive. Such a feeling must undoubtedly have led the noble Blücher with his Third Corps to the field of battle on February 14, 1814. When the other two had been beaten 3 days before at Montmirail. Had he known that he would have come upon Buonaparte in person, then, naturally, preponderating reasons would have determined him to put off his revenge to another day. But he hoped to revenge himself on Marmont, and instead of gaining the reward of his desire for honorable satisfaction, he suffered the penalty of his erroneous calculation. On the duration of the combat and the moment of its decision depend the distances from each other, at which those masses should be placed which are intended to fight in conjunction with each other. This disposition would be a tactical arrangement in so far as it relates to one and the same battle. It can, however, only be regarded as such, provided the position of the troops is so compact that two separate combats cannot be imagined, and consequently that the space which the whole occupies can be regarded strategically as a mere point. But in war, cases frequently occur where even those forces intended to fight in unison must be so far separated from each other that while their union for one common combat certainly remains the principal object, still the occurrence of separate combats remains possible. Such a disposition is therefore strategic. Dispositions of this kind are marches in separate masses and columns, the formation of advance guards and flanking columns, also the grouping of reserves intended to serve as supports for more than one strategic point, the concentration of several corps from widely extended cantonments, and we can see that the necessity for these arrangements may constantly arise, and may consider them something like the small change in the strategic economy, whilst the capital battles, and all that rank with them are the gold and silver pieces. Chapter 8. Mutual Understanding as to a Battle. No battle can take place unless by mutual consent. And in this idea, which constitutes the whole basis of a duel, is the root of a certain phraseology used by historical writers, which leads to many indefinite and false conceptions. According to the view of the writers to whom we refer, it has frequently happened that one commander has offered battle to the other, and the latter has not accepted it. But the battle is a very modified duel, and its foundation is not merely in the mutual wish to fight, that is, in consent, but in the objects which are bound up with the battle. These belong always to a greater whole, and that so much the more, as even the whole war considered as a combat unit has political objects and conditions which belong to a higher standpoint. The mere desire to conquer each other, therefore, falls into quite a subordinate relation, or rather it ceases completely to be anything of itself, and only becomes the nerve which conveys the impulse of action from the higher will. Amongst the ancients, and then again during the early period of standing armies, the expression that we had offered battle to the enemy in vain had more sense in it than it has now. By the ancients, everything was constituted with a view to measuring each other's strength in the open field free from anything in the nature of a hindrance, and the whole art of war consisted in the organization and formation of the army, that is, in the order of battle. Note the custom of sending formal challenges, fixed time and place for action, and in Hazelug, the battlefield in Anglo-Saxon times. Ed. Now, as their armies regularly entrenched themselves in their camps, therefore the position in a camp was regarded as something unassailable, and a battle did not become possible until the enemy left his camp and placed himself in a practicable country, as it were, entered the lists. If therefore we hear about Hannibal having offered battle to Fabius in vain, that tells us nothing more as regards the latter than that a battle was not part of his plan, and in itself neither proves the physical nor moral superiority of Hannibal. But with respect to him, the expression is still correct enough in the sense that Hannibal really wished a battle. In the early period of modern armies, the relations were similar in great combats and battles. That is to say, great masses were brought into action, and managed throughout it by means of an order of battle, which, like a great helpless whole, required a more or less level plain and was neither suited to attack, nor yet to defense in a broken, close, or even mountainous country. The defender, therefore, had here also to some extent the means of avoiding battle. These relations, although gradually becoming modified, continued until the First Silesian War, and it was not until the 7 Years' War that attacks on an enemy posted in a difficult country gradually became feasible and of ordinary occurrence. Ground did not certainly cease to be a principle of strength to those making use of its aid, but it was no longer a charmed circle, which shut out the natural forces of war. During the past 30 Years' War has perfected itself much more in this respect, and there is no longer anything which stands in the way of a general who is in earnest about a decision by means of battle. He can seek out his enemy and attack him. If he does not do so, he cannot take credit for having wished to fight, and the expression "he offered a battle which his opponent did not accept" therefore now means nothing more than that he did not find circumstances advantageous enough for a battle, an admission which the above expression does not suit, but which it only strives to throw a veil over. It is true the defensive side can no longer refuse a battle, yet he may still avoid it by giving up his position and the role with which that position was connected. This is, however, half a victory for the offensive side and an acknowledgement of his superiority for the present. This idea in connection with the cartel of defiance can therefore no longer be made use of in order by such rhodomontade to qualify the inaction of him whose part it is to advance, that is, the offensive. The defender who, as long as he does not give way, must have the credit of willing the battle, may certainly say, he has offered it if he is not attacked, if that is not understood of itself. But on the other hand, he who now wishes to, and can retreat, cannot easily be forced to give battle. Now, as the advantages to the aggressor from this retreat are often not sufficient, and a substantial victory is a matter of urgent necessity for him, in that way the few means which there are to compel such an opponent also to give battle are often sought for and applied with particular skill. The principal means for this are, first, surrounding the enemy so as to make his retreat impossible, or at least so difficult that it is better for him to accept battle, and, secondly, surprising him. This last way, for which there was a motive formerly in the extreme difficulty of all movements, has become in modern times very inefficacious. From the pliability and maneuvering capabilities of troops in the present day, one does not hesitate to commence a retreat even in sight of the enemy, and only some special obstacles in the nature of the country can cause serious difficulties in the operation. As an example of this kind, the Battle of Neresheim may be given, fought by the Archduke Charles with Moreau in the Raw Alp, August 11, 1796, merely with a view to facilitate his retreat. Although we freely confess we have never been able quite to understand the argument of the renowned general and author himself in this case. The Battle of Rossbach, is another example, if we suppose the commander of the Allied army had not really the intention of attacking Frederick the Great. November 5, 1757. Of the Battle of Soor, the king himself says that it was only fought because a retreat in the presence of the enemy appeared to him a critical operation. At the same time, the king has also given other reasons for the battle. Or Soor, September 30, 1745. On the whole, regular night surprises excepted, such cases will always be of rare occurrence, and those in which an enemy is compelled to fight by being practically surrounded will happen mostly to single corps only, like Mortier's at Durenstein 1809 and Vandam at Kulm 1813. Chapter 9, The Battle Asterisk. Clausewitz still uses the word die Hauptschlacht, but modern usage employs only the word die Schlacht to designate the decisive act of a whole campaign. Encounters arising from the collision or troops marching towards the strategic culmination of each portion or the campaign are spoken of either as Treffen, i.e., engagements, or Gefecht, i.e., combat or action. Thus, technically, Gravelotte was a Schlacht, i.e., battle, but Spicheren, Woworth, Borny, even Vionville were only Treffen. Its decision. What is a battle? A conflict of the main body, but not an unimportant one about a secondary object, not a mere attempt which is given up when we see betimes that our object is hardly within our reach. It is a conflict waged with all our forces for the attainment of a decisive victory. Minor objects may also be mixed up with the principal object, and it will take many different tones of color from the circumstances out of which it originates. For a battle belongs also to a greater whole of which it is only a part, but because the essence of war is conflict, and the battle is the conflict of the main armies, it is always to be regarded as the real center of gravity of the war, and therefore its distinguishing character is that unlike all other encounters, it is arranged for and undertaken with the sole purpose of obtaining a decisive victory. This has an influence on the manner of its decision, on the effect of the victory contained in it, and determines the value which theory is to assign to it as a means to an end. On that account, we make it the subject of our special consideration. And at this stage, before we enter upon the special ends which may be bound up with it, but which do not essentially alter its character if it really deserves to be termed a battle. If a battle takes place principally on its own account, the elements of its decision must be contained in itself. In other words, victory must be striven for as long as a possibility or hope remains. It must not, therefore, be given up on account of secondary circumstances, but only and alone in the event of the forces appearing completely insufficient. Now, how is that precise moment to be described? If a certain artificial formation and cohesion of an army is the principal condition under which the bravery of the troops can gain a victory, as was the case during a great part of the period of the modern art of war, then the breaking up of this formation is the decision. A beaten wing which is put out of joint decides the fate of all that was connected with it. If, as was the case at another time, the essence of the defense consists in an intimate alliance of the army with the ground on which it fights and its obstacles, so that army and position are only one, then the conquest of an essential point in this position is the decision. It is said the key of the position is lost. It cannot therefore be defended any further. The battle cannot be continued. In both cases, the beaten armies are very much like the broken strings of an instrument which cannot do their work. That geometrical as well as this geographical principle, which had a tendency to place an army in a state of crystallizing tension, which did not allow of the available powers being made use of up to the last man, have at least so far lost their influence that they no longer predominate. Armies are still led into battle in a certain order, but that order is no longer of decisive importance. Obstacles of ground are also still turned to account to strengthen a position, but they are no longer the only support. We attempted in the second chapter of this book to take a general view of the nature of the modern battle. According to our conception of it, the order of battle is only a disposition of the forces suitable to the convenient use of them, and the course of the battle a mutual slow wearing away of these forces upon one another, to see which will have soonest exhausted his adversary. The resolution, therefore, to give up the fight arises, in a battle more than in any other combat, from the relation of the fresh reserves remaining available. For only these still retain all their moral vigor, and the cinders of the battered, knocked-about battalions, already burnt out in the destroying element, must not be placed on a level with them. Also lost ground, as we have elsewhere said, is a standard of lost moral force. It therefore comes also into account, but more as a sign of loss suffered than for the loss itself, and the number of fresh reserves is always the chief point to be looked at by both commanders. In general, an action inclines in one direction from the very commencement, but in a manner little observable. This direction is also frequently given in a very decided manner by the arrangements which have been made previously, and then it shows a want of discernment in that general who commences battle under these unfavorable circumstances without being aware of them. Even when this does not occur, it lies in the nature of things that the course of a battle resembles rather a slow disturbance of equilibrium which commences soon, but as we have said, almost imperceptibly at first, and then with each moment of time becomes stronger and more visible than an oscillating to and fro, as those who are misled by mendacious descriptions usually suppose. But whether it happens that the balance is for a long time little disturbed, or that even after it has been lost on one side it rights itself again, and is then lost on the other side, it is certain at all events that in most instances the defeated general foresees his fate long before he retreats, and that cases in which some critical event acts with unexpected force upon the course of the whole have their existence mostly in the coloring with which everyone depicts his lost battle. We can only here appeal to the decision of unprejudiced men of experience, who will, we are sure, assent to what we have said, and answer for us to such of our readers as do not know war from their own experience. To develop the necessity of this course from the nature of the thing would lead us too far into the province of tactics, to which this branch of the subject belongs. We are here only concerned with its results. If we say that the defeated general foresees the unfavorable result, usually some time before he makes up his mind to give up the battle, we admit that there are also instances to the contrary, because otherwise we should maintain a proposition contradictory in itself. If at the moment of each decisive tendency of a battle it should be considered as lost, then also no further forces should be used to give it a turn, and consequently, this decisive tendency could not precede the retreat by any length of time. Certainly, there are instances of battles which, after having taken a decided turn to one side, have still ended in favor of the other. But they are rare, not usual. These exceptional cases, however, are reckoned upon by every general against whom fortune declares itself, and he must reckon upon them as long as there remains a possibility of a turn of fortune. He hopes by stronger efforts, by raising the remaining moral forces, by surpassing himself, or also by some fortunate chance that the next moment will bring a change, and pursues this as far as his courage and his judgment can agree. We shall have something more to say on this subject, but before that we must show what are the signs of the scales turning. The result of the whole combat consists in the sum total of the results of all partial combats, but these results of separate combats are settled by different considerations. First, by the pure moral power in the mind of the leading officers. If a general of division has seen his battalions forced to succumb, it will have an influence on his demeanor and his reports, and these again will have an influence on the measures of the commander-in-chief. Therefore, even those unsuccessful partial combats which to all appearance are retrieved are not lost in their results, and the impressions from them sum themselves up in the mind of the commander without much trouble, and even against his will. Secondly, by the quicker melting away of our troops, which can be easily estimated in the slow and relatively little tumultuary course of our battles. Relatively, that is say to the shock of former days. Thirdly, by lost ground. All these things serve for the eye of the general as a compass to tell the course of the battle in which he is embarked. If whole batteries have been lost and none of the enemies taken, if battalions have been overthrown by the enemy's cavalry, whilst those of the enemy everywhere present impenetrable masses, if the line of fire from his order of battle wavers involuntarily from one point to another, if fruitless efforts have been made to gain certain points, and the assaulting battalions each time been scattered by well-directed volleys of grape and case, if our artillery begins to reply feebly to that of the enemy, if the battalions under fire diminish unusually fast, because with the wounded crowds of unwounded men go to the rear, if single divisions have been cut off and made prisoners through the disruption of the plan of the battle, if the line of retreat begins to be endangered, the commander may tell very well in which direction he is going with his battle. The longer this direction continues, the more decided it becomes, so much the more difficult will be the turning, so much the nearer the moment when he must give up the battle. We shall now make some observations on this moment. We have already said more than once that the final decision is ruled mostly by the relative number of the fresh reserves remaining at the last. That commander who sees his adversary is decidedly superior to him in this respect makes up his mind to retreat. It is the characteristic of modern battles that all mischances and losses which take place in the course of the same can be retrieved by fresh forces, because the arrangement of the modern order of battle and the way in which troops are brought into action allow of their use almost generally and in each position. So long, therefore, as that commander against whom the issue seems to declare itself still retains a superiority in reserve force, he will not give up the day. But from the moment that his reserves begin to become weaker than his enemy, the decision may be regarded as settled, and what he now does depends partly on special circumstances, partly on the degree of courage and perseverance which he personally possesses, and which may degenerate into foolish obstinacy. How a commander can attain to the power of estimating correctly the still remaining reserves on both sides is an affair of skillful practical genius, which does not in any way belong to this place. We keep ourselves to the result as it forms itself in his mind. But this conclusion is still not the moment of decision properly, for a motive which only arises gradually does not answer to that, but is only a general motive towards resolution, and the resolution itself requires still some special immediate causes. Of these there are two chief ones which constantly recur, that is, the danger of retreat and the arrival of night. If the retreat with every new step which the battle takes in its course becomes constantly in greater danger, and if the reserves are so much diminished that they are no longer adequate to get breathing room, then there is nothing left but to submit to fate, and by a well-conducted retreat to save what, by a longer delay ending in flight and disaster, would be lost. But night, as a rule, puts an end to all battles, because a night combat holds out no hope of advantage except under particular circumstances, and as night is better suited for a retreat than the day, so, therefore, the commander who must look at the retreat as a thing inevitable, or as most probable, will prefer to make use of the night for his purpose. That there are, besides the above two usual and chief causes, yet many others also, which are less or more individual and not to be overlooked, is a matter of course. For the more a battle tends towards a complete upset of equilibrium, the more sensible is the influence of each partial result in hastening the turn. Thus, the loss of a battery, a successful charge of a couple of regiments of cavalry, may call into life the resolution to retreat already ripening. As a conclusion to this subject, we must dwell for a moment on the point at which the courage of the commander engages in a sort of conflict with his reason. If, on the one hand, the overbearing pride of a victorious conqueror, if the inflexible will of a naturally obstinate spirit, if the strenuous resistance of noble feelings will not yield the battlefield, where they must leave their honor, yet on the other hand, reason counsels not to give up everything, not to risk the last upon the game, but to retain as much over as is necessary for an orderly retreat. However highly we must esteem courage and firmness in war, and however little prospect there is of victory to him who cannot resolve to seek it by the exertion of all his power, still, there is a point beyond which perseverance can only be termed desperate folly, and therefore can meet with no approbation from any critic. In the most celebrated of all battles, that of Belle Alliance, Buonaparte used his last reserve in an effort to retrieve a battle which was past being retrieved. He spent his last farthing, and then, as a beggar, abandoned both the battlefield and his crown. Chapter 10, Effects of Victory. According to the point from which our view is taken, we may feel as much astonished at the extraordinary results of some great battles as at the want of results in others. We shall dwell for a moment on the nature of the effect of a great victory. Three things may easily be distinguished here: the effect upon the instrument itself, that is, upon the generals and their armies, the effect upon the states interested in the war, and the particular result of these effects as manifested in the subsequent course of the campaign. If we only think of the trifling difference which there usually is between victor and vanquished in killed, wounded, prisoners, and artillery lost on the field of battle itself, the consequences which are developed out of this insignificant point seem often quite incomprehensible. And yet, usually, everything only happens quite naturally. We have already said in the 7th chapter that the magnitude of a victory increases not merely in the same measure as the vanquished forces increase in number, but in a higher ratio. The moral effects resulting from the issue of a great battle are greater on the side of the conquered than on that of the conqueror. They lead to greater losses in physical force, which then in turn react on the moral element, and so they go on mutually supporting and intensifying each other. On this moral effect, we must therefore lay special weight. It takes an opposite direction on the one side from that on the other. As it undermines the energies of the conquered, so it elevates the powers and energy of the conqueror. But its chief effect is upon the vanquished, because here it is the direct cause of fresh losses, and besides it is homogeneous in nature with danger, with the fatigues, the hardships, and generally with all those embarrassing circumstances by which war is surrounded. Therefore enters into league with them and increases by their help, whilst with the conqueror all these things are like weights which give a higher swing to his courage. It is therefore found that the vanquished sinks much further below the original line of equilibrium than the conqueror raises himself above it. On this account, if we speak of the effects of victory, we allude more particularly to those which manifest themselves in the army. If this effect is more powerful in an important combat than in a smaller one, so again it is much more powerful in a great battle than in a minor one. The great battle takes place for the sake of itself, for the sake of the victory which it is to give, and which is sought for with the utmost effort. Here on this spot, in this very hour, to conquer the enemy is the purpose in which the plan of the war with all its threads converges, in which all distant hopes, all dim glimmerings of the future meet. Fate steps in before us to give an answer to the bold question. This is the state of mental tension not only of the commander, but of his whole army down to the lowest wagon driver. No doubt in decreasing strength, but also in decreasing importance. According to the nature of the thing, a great battle has never at any time been an unprepared, unexpected, blind routine service, but a grand act, which, partly of itself and partly from the aim of the commander, stands out from amongst the mass of ordinary efforts, sufficiently to raise the tension of all minds to a higher degree. But the higher this tension with respect to the issue, the more powerful must be the effect of that issue. Again, the moral effect of victory in our battles is greater than it was in the earlier ones of modern military history. If the former are, as we have depicted them, a real struggle of forces to the utmost, then the sum total of all these forces, of the physical as well as the moral, must decide more than certain special dispositions or mere chance. A single fault committed may be repaired next time. From good fortune and chance, we can hope for more favor on another occasion. But the sum total of moral and physical powers cannot be so quickly altered, and therefore, what the award of a victory has decided appears of much greater importance for all futurity. Very probably, of all concerned in battles, whether in or out of the army, very few have given a thought to this difference. But the course of the battle itself impresses on the minds of all present in it such a conviction, and the relation of this course in public documents, however much it may be colored by twisting particular circumstances, shows also, more or less, to the world at large that the causes were more of a general than of a particular nature. He who has not been present at the loss of a great battle will have difficulty in forming for himself a living or quite true idea of it, and the abstract notions of this, or that small untoward affair, will never come up to the perfect conception of a lost battle. Let us stop a moment at the picture. The first thing which overpowers the imagination, and we may indeed say, Also, the understanding is the diminution of the masses, then the loss of ground, which takes place always, more or less, and therefore on the side of the assailant also, if he is not fortunate. Then the rupture of the original formation, the jumbling together of troops, the risks of retreat, which, with few exceptions, may always be seen sometimes in a less, sometimes in a greater degree. Next, the retreat, the most part of which commences at night, or at least goes on throughout the night. On this first march we must at once leave behind a number of men completely worn out and scattered about, often just the bravest, who have been foremost in the fight, who held out the longest. The feeling of being conquered, which only sees the superior officers on the battlefield, now spreads through all ranks, even down to the common soldiers, aggravated by the horrible idea of being obliged to leave in the enemy's hands so many brave comrades, who but a moment since were of such value to us in the battle, and aggravated by a rising distrust of the chief, to whom, more or less, every subordinate attributes as a fault the fruitless efforts he has made. And this feeling of being conquered is no ideal picture over which one might become master. It is an evident truth that the enemy is superior to us, a truth of which the causes might have been so latent before that they were not to be discovered, but which, in the issue, comes out clear and palpable, or which was also, perhaps, before suspected, but which, in the want of any certainty, we had to oppose by the hope of chance, reliance on good fortune, providence, or a bold attitude. Now all this has proved insufficient, and the bitter truth meets us harsh and imperious. All these feelings are widely different from a panic, which in an army fortified by military virtue never, and in any other, only exceptionally, follows the loss of a battle. They must arise even in the best of armies, and although long habituation to war and victory together with great confidence in a commander may modify them a little here and there, they are never entirely wanting in the first moment. They are not the pure consequences of lost trophies. These are usually lost at a later period, and the loss of them does not become generally known so quickly. They will therefore not fail to appear even when the scale turns in the slowest and most gradual manner, and they constitute that effect of a victory upon which we can always count in every case. We have already said that the number of trophies intensifies this effect. It is evident that an army in this condition, looked at as an instrument, is weakened. How can we expect that when reduced to such a degree that, as we said before, it finds new enemies in all the ordinary difficulties of making war, it will be able to recover by fresh efforts what has been lost? Before the battle there was a real or assumed equilibrium between the two sides. This is lost, and therefore some external assistance is requisite to restore it. Every new effort without such external support can only lead to fresh losses. Thus, therefore, the most moderate victory of the chief army must tend to cause a constant sinking of the scale on the opponent's side, until new external circumstances bring about a change. If these are not near, if the conqueror is an eager opponent, who, thirsting for glory, pursues great aims, then a first-rate commander, and in the beaten army a true military spirit, hardened by many campaigns, are required, in order to stop the swollen stream of prosperity from bursting all bounds, and to moderate its course by small but reiterated acts of resistance, until the force of victory has spent itself at the goal of its career. And now as to the effect of defeat beyond the army, upon the nation and government. It is the sudden collapse of hopes stretched to the utmost, the downfall of all self-reliance. In place of these extinct forces, fear, with its destructive properties of expansion, rushes into the vacuum left and completes the prostration. It is a real shock upon the nerves, which one of the two athletes receives from the electric spark of victory. And that effect, however different in its degrees, is never completely wanting. Instead of everyone hastening with a spirit of determination to aid in repairing the disaster, everyone fears that his efforts will only be in vain and stops, hesitating with himself, when he should rush forward. Or in despondency he lets his arm drop, leaving everything to fate. The consequence which this effect of victory brings forth in the course of the war itself depend in part on the character and talent of the victorious general, but more on the circumstances from which the victory proceeds, and to which it leads. Without boldness and an enterprising spirit on the part of the leader, the most brilliant victory will lead to no great success, and its force exhausts itself all the sooner on circumstances, if these offer a strong and stubborn opposition to it. How very differently from Dawn, Frederick the Great would have used the victory at Kollin, and what different consequences France, in place of Prussia, might have given a Battle of Leuthen. The conditions which allow us to expect great results from a great victory, we shall learn when we come to the subjects with which they are connected. Then it will be possible to explain the disproportion which appears at first sight between the magnitude of a victory and its results, and which is only too readily attributed to a want of energy on the part of the conqueror. Here, where we have to do with the great battle in itself, we shall merely say that the effects now depicted never fail to attend a victory, that they mount up with the intensive strength of the victory. Mount up more the whole strength of the army has been concentrated in it, the more the whole military power of the nation is contained in that army, and the state in that military power. But then the question may be asked, can theory accept this effect of victory as absolutely necessary? Must it not rather endeavor to find out counteracting means capable of neutralizing these effects? It seems quite natural to answer this question in the affirmative, but heaven defend us from taking that wrong course of most theories, out of which is begotten a mutually devouring pro et contra. Certainly that effect is perfectly necessary, for it has its foundation in the nature of things, and it exists, even if we find means to struggle against it. Just as the motion of a cannonball is always in the direction of the terrestrial, although when fired from east to west part of the general velocity is destroyed by this opposite motion. All war supposes human weakness, and against that it is directed. Therefore, if hereafter in another place, we examine what is to be done after the loss of a great battle, if we bring under review the resources which still remain, even in the most desperate cases, if we should express a belief in the possibility of retrieving all, even in such a case, it must not be supposed we mean thereby that the effects of such a defeat can by degrees be completely wiped out, for the forces and means used to repair the disaster might have been applied to the realization of some positive object, and this applies both to the moral and physical forces. Another question is whether, through the loss of a great battle, forces are not perhaps roused into existence, which otherwise would never have come to life. This case is certainly conceivable, and it is what has actually occurred with many nations. But to produce this intensified reaction is beyond the province of military art, which can only take account of it where it might be assumed as a possibility. If there are cases in which the fruits of a victory appear rather of a destructive nature, in consequence of the reaction of the forces, which it had the effect of rousing into activity, cases which certainly are very exceptional, then it must the more surely be granted that there is a difference in the effects which one and the same victory may produce according to the character of the people or state, which has been conquered. Chapter 11, The Use of the Battle. Whatever form the conduct of war may take in particular cases, and whatever we may have to admit in the sequel as necessary respecting it, we have only to refer to the conception of war to be convinced of what follows. 1. The destruction of the enemy's military force is the leading principle of war, and for the whole chapter of positive action, the direct way to the object. 2. This destruction of the enemy's force, must be principally effected by means of battle. 3. Only great and general battles can produce great results. 4. The results will be greatest when combats unite themselves in one great battle. 5. It is only in a great battle that the general-in-chief commands in person, and it is in the nature of things that he should place more confidence in himself than in his subordinates. From these truths, a double law follows, the parts of which mutually support each other. Namely, that the destruction of the enemy's military force is to be sought for principally by great battles and their results, and that the chief object of great battles must be the destruction of the enemy's military force. No doubt the annihilation principle is to be found more or less in other means. Granted, there are instances in which through favorable circumstances in a minor combat, the destruction of the enemy's forces has been disproportionately great, maxin. And on the other hand, in a battle, the taking or holding a single post may be predominant in importance as an object. But as a general rule, it remains a paramount truth that battles are only fought with a view to the destruction of the enemy's army, and that this destruction can only be effected by their means. The battle may therefore be regarded as war concentrated, as the center of effort of the whole war or campaign. As the sun's rays unite in the focus of the concave mirror in a perfect image, and in the fullness of their heat, to the forces and circumstances of war, unite in a focus in the great battle for one concentrated utmost effort. The very assemblage of forces in one great whole, which takes place more or less in all wars, indicates an intention to strike a decisive blow with this whole, either voluntarily as assailant or constrained by the opposite party as defender. When this great blow does not follow, then some modifying and retarding motives have attached themselves to the original motive of hostility and have weakened, altered, or completely checked the movement. But also, even in this condition of mutual inaction which has been the keynote in so many wars, the idea of a possible battle serves always for both parties as a point of direction, a distant focus in the construction of their plans. The more war is war in earnest, the more it is a venting of animosity and hostility, a mutual struggle to overpower. So much the more will all activities join deadly contest, and also the more prominent in importance becomes the battle. In general, when the object aimed at is of a great and positive nature, one therefore in which the interests of the enemy are deeply concerned, the battle offers itself as the most natural means. It is, therefore, also the best, as we shall show more plainly hereafter, and, as a rule, when it is evaded from aversion to the great decision, punishment follows. The positive object belonged to the offensive, and therefore the battle is also more particularly his means. But without examining the conception of offensive and defensive more minutely here, we must still observe that, even for the defender in most cases, there is no other effectual means with which to meet the exigencies of his situation, to solve the problem presented to him. The battle is the bloodiest way of solution. True, it is not merely reciprocal slaughter, and its effect is more a killing of the enemy's courage than of the enemy's soldiers, as we shall see more plainly in the next chapter. But still blood is always its price, and slaughter its character as well as name. From this, the humanity in the general's mind recoils with horror. Schlacht, from schlachten equals to slaughter. But the soul of the man trembles still more at the thought of the decision to be given with one single blow. In one point of space and time, all action is here pressed together. And at such a moment, there is stirred up within us a dim feeling as if in this narrow space all our forces could not develop themselves and come into activity, as if we had already gained much by mere time, although this time owes us nothing at all. This is all mere illusion, but even as illusion it is something, and the same weakness which seizes upon the man in every other momentous decision may well be felt more powerfully by the general, when he must stake interests of such enormous weight upon one venture. Thus, then, statesmen and generals have at all times endeavored to avoid the decisive battle, seeking either to attain their aim without it, or dropping that aim unperceived. Writers on history and theory have then busied themselves to discover in some other feature in these campaigns not only an equivalent for the decision by battle which has been avoided, but even a higher art. In this way, in the present age, it came very near to this, that a battle in the economy of war was looked upon as an evil rendered necessary through some error committed. a morbid paroxysm to which a regular, prudent system of war would never lead. Only those generals were to deserve laurels who knew how to carry on war without spilling blood, and the theory of war, a real business for Brahmins, was to be specially directed to teaching this. Contemporary history has destroyed this illusion, but no one can guarantee that it will not sooner or later reproduce itself and lead those at the head of affairs to perversities which please man's weakness, and therefore have the greater affinity for his nature. Perhaps, by and by, Buonaparte's campaigns and battles will be looked upon as mere acts of barbarism and stupidity, and we shall once more turn with satisfaction and confidence to the dress-sword of obsolete and musty institutions and forms. If theory gives a caution against this, then it renders a real service to those who listen to its warning voice. May we succeed in lending a hand to those who in our dear native land are called upon to speak with authority on these matters, that we may be their guide into this field of inquiry, and excite them to make a candid examination of the subject. On the continent only, it still preserves full vitality in the minds of British politicians and pressmen. Editor. This prayer was abundantly granted, vide the German victories of 1870. Editor. Not only the conception of war, but experience also leads us to look for a great decision only in a great battle. From time immemorial, only great victories have led to great successes on the offensive side in the absolute form, on the defensive side in a manner more or less satisfactory. Even Buonaparte would not have seen the day of Ulm, unique in its kind, if he had shrunk from shedding blood. It is rather to be regarded as only a second crop from the victorious events in his preceding campaigns. It is not only bold, rash, and presumptuous generals who have sought to complete their work by the great venture of a decisive battle, but also fortunate ones as well. And we may rest satisfied with the answer which they have thus given to this vast question. Let us not hear of generals who conquer without bloodshed. If a bloody slaughter is a horrible sight, then that is a ground for paying more respect to war, but not for making the sword we wear blunter and blunter by degrees from feelings of humanity, until some one steps in with one that is sharp and lops off the arm from our body. We look upon a great battle as a principal decision, but certainly not as the only one necessary for a war or a campaign. Instances of a great battle deciding a whole campaign have been frequent only in modern times. Those which have decided a whole war belong to the class of rare exceptions. A decision which is brought about by a great battle depends naturally not on the battle itself. That is on the mass of combatants engaged in it, and on the intensity of the victory, but also on a number of other relations between the military forces opposed to each other, and between the states to which these forces belong. But at the same time that the principal mass of the force available is brought to the great duel, a great decision is also brought on, the extent of which may perhaps be foreseen in many respects, though not in all, and which, although not the only one, still is the first decision, and as such, has an influence on those which succeed. Therefore, a deliberately planned great battle, according to its relations, is more or less, but always in some degree, to be regarded as the leading means and central point of the whole system. The more a general takes the field in the true spirit of war as well as of every contest, with the feeling and the idea, that is the conviction, that he must and will conquer, the more he will strive to throw every weight into the scale in the first battle, hope and strive to win everything by it. Buonaparte hardly ever entered upon a war without thinking of conquering his enemy at once in the first battle. And Frederick the Great, although in a more limited sphere, and with interests of less magnitude at stake, thought the same when, at the head of a small army, he sought to disengage his rear from the Russians or the Federal Imperial Army. This was Moltke's essential idea in his preparations for the War of 1870. See his secret memorandum issued to GOCS on May 7, 1870, pointing to a battle on the Upper Saar as his primary purpose. Editor. The decision which is given by the great battle depends, we have said, partly on the battle itself, that is on the number of troops engaged, and partly on the magnitude of the success. How the general may increase its importance in respect to the first point is evident in itself, and we shall merely observe that according to the importance of the great battle, the number of cases which are decided along with it increases, and that therefore generals who, confident in themselves, have been lovers of great decisions, have always managed to make use of the greater part of their troops in it, without neglecting on that account essential points elsewhere. As regards the consequences, or speaking more correctly, the effectiveness of a victory, that depends chiefly on 4 points. 1. On the tactical form, adopted as the order of battle. 2. On the nature of the country. 3. On the relative proportions of the 3 arms. 4. On the relative strength of the 2 armies. A battle with parallel fronts and without any action against a flank will seldom yield as great success as one in which the defeated army has been turned, or compelled to change front more or less. In a broken or hilly country, the successes are likewise smaller, because the power of the blow is everywhere less. If the cavalry of the vanquished is equal or superior to that of the victor, then the effects of the pursuit are diminished, and by that great part of the results of victory are lost. Finally, it is easy to understand that if superior numbers are on the side of the conqueror, and he uses his advantage in that respect to turn the flank of his adversary, or compel him to change front, greater results will follow than if the conqueror had been weaker in numbers than the vanquished. The Battle of Leuthen may certainly be quoted as a practical refutation of this principle, but we beg permission for once to say what we otherwise do not like: no rule without an exception. In all these ways, therefore, the commander has the means of giving his battle a decisive character. Certainly, he thus exposes himself to an increased amount of danger, but his whole line of action is subject to that dynamic law of the moral world. There is then nothing in war which can be put in comparison with the great battle in point of importance, and the acme of strategic ability is displayed in the provision of means for this great event, in the skillful determination of place and time and direction of troops, and in the good use made of success. But it does not follow from the importance of these things that they must be of a very complicated and recondite nature. All is here rather simple, the art of combination by no means great, but there is great need of quickness in judging of circumstances, need of energy, steady resolution, a youthful spirit of enterprise, heroic qualities, to which we shall often have to refer. There is, therefore, but little wanted here of that which can be taught by books, and there is much that, if it can be taught at all, must come to the general through some other medium than printer's type. The impulse towards a great battle, the voluntary, sure progress to it, must proceed from a feeling of innate power and a clear sense of the necessity. In other words, it must proceed from inborn courage and from perceptions sharpened by contact with the higher interests of life. Great examples are the best teachers, but it is certainly a misfortune if a cloud of theoretical prejudices comes between, for even the sunbeam is refracted and tinted by the clouds. To destroy such prejudices, which many a time rise and spread themselves like a miasma, is an imperative duty of theory, for the misbegotten offspring of human reason can also be in turn destroyed by pure reason. Chapter 12, Strategic Means of Utilizing Victory. The more difficult part, viz., that of perfectly preparing the victory, is a silent service of which the merit belongs to strategy and yet for which it is hardly sufficiently commended. It appears brilliant and full of renown by turning to good account a victory gained. What may be the special object of a battle, how it is connected with the whole system of a war, whither the career of victory may lead according to the nature of circumstances, where its culminating point lies. All these are things which we shall not enter upon until hereafter. But under any conceivable circumstances, the fact holds good that without a pursuit no victory can have a great effect, and that, however short the career of victory may be, it must always lead beyond the first steps in pursuit. And in order to avoid the frequent repetition of this, we shall now dwell for a moment on this necessary supplement of victory in general. The pursuit of a beaten army commences at the moment that army, giving up the combat, leaves its position. All previous movements in one direction and another belong not to that, but to the progress of the battle itself. Usually victory at the moment here described, even if it is certain, is still as yet small and weak in its proportions, and would not rank as an event of any great positive advantage if not completed by a pursuit on the first day. Then it is mostly, as we have before said, that the trophies which give substance to the victory begin to be gathered up. Of this pursuit we shall speak in the next place. Usually both sides come into action with their physical powers considerably deteriorated, for the movements immediately preceding have generally the character of very urgent circumstances. The efforts which the forging out of a great combat costs complete the exhaustion. From this, it follows that the victorious party is very little less disorganized and out of his original formation than the vanquished, and therefore requires time to reform, to collect stragglers, and issue fresh ammunition to those who are without. All these things place the conqueror himself in the state of crisis of which we have already spoken. If now the defeated force is only a detached portion of the enemy's army, or if it has otherwise to expect a considerable reinforcement, then the conqueror may easily run into the obvious danger of having to pay dear for his victory. And this consideration, in such a case, very soon puts an end to pursuit, or at least restricts it materially. Even when a strong accession of force by the enemy is not to be feared, the conqueror finds in the above circumstances a powerful check to the vivacity of his pursuit. There is no reason to fear that the victory will be snatched away, but adverse combats are still possible, and may diminish the advantages which up to the present have been gained. Moreover, at this moment the whole weight of all that is sensuous in an army, its wants and weaknesses, are dependent on the will of the commander. All the thousands under his command require rest and refreshment, and long to see a stop put to toil and danger for the present. Only a few, forming an exception, can see and feel beyond the present moment. It is only amongst this little number that there is sufficient mental vigor to think, after what is absolutely necessary at the moment has been done, upon those results which at such a moment only appear to the rest as mere embellishments of victory, as a luxury of triumph. But all these thousands have a voice in the council of the general, for through the various steps of the military hierarchy, these interests of the sensuous creature have their sure conductor into the heart of the commander. He himself, through mental and bodily fatigue, is more or less weakened in his natural activity, and thus it happens then that, mostly from these causes, purely incidental to human nature, less is done than might have been done, and that generally what is done is to be ascribed entirely to the thirst for glory, the energy, indeed also the hard-heartedness of the general-in-chief. It is only thus we can explain the hesitating manner in which many generals follow up a victory which superior numbers have given them. The first pursuit of the enemy we limit in general to the extent of the first day, including the night following the victory. At the end of that period, the necessity of rest ourselves prescribes a halt in any case. This first pursuit has different natural degrees. The first is, if cavalry alone are employed. In that case, it amounts usually more to alarming and watching than to pressing the enemy in reality, because the smallest obstacle of ground is generally sufficient to check the pursuit. Useful as cavalry may be against single bodies of broken, demoralized troops, still when opposed to the bulk of the beaten army, it becomes again only the auxiliary arm, because the troops in retreat can employ fresh reserves to cover the movement, and, therefore, at the next trifling obstacle of ground, by combining all arms, they can make a stand with success. The only exception to this is in the case of an army in actual flight in a complete state of dissolution. The second degree is, if the pursuit is made by a strong advance guard composed of all arms, the greater part consisting naturally of cavalry. Such a pursuit generally drives the enemy as far as the nearest strong position for his rearguard, or the next position affording space for his army. Neither can usually be found at once, and therefore, the pursuit can be carried further. Generally, however, it does not extend beyond the distance of one or at most a couple of leagues, because otherwise the advance guard would not feel itself sufficiently supported. The third and most vigorous degree is when the victorious army itself continues to advance as far as its physical powers can endure. In this case, the beaten army will generally quit such ordinary positions as a country usually offers on the mere show of an attack or of an intention to turn its flank, and the rear guard will be still less likely to engage in an obstinate resistance. In all three cases, the knight, if it sets in before the conclusion of the whole act, usually puts an end to it, and the few instances in which this has not taken place, and the pursuit has been continued throughout the night, must be regarded as pursuits in an exceptionally vigorous form. If we reflect that in fighting by night everything must be, more or less, abandoned to chance, and that at the conclusion of a battle the regular cohesion and order of things in an army must inevitably be disturbed, we may easily conceive the reluctance of both generals to carrying on their business under such disadvantageous conditions. If a complete dissolution of the vanquished army, or a rare superiority of the victorious army in military virtue, does not ensure success, everything would in a manner be given up to fate, which can never be for the interest of anyone, even of the most foolhardy general. As a rule, therefore, night puts an end to pursuit, even when the battle has only been decided shortly before darkness sets in. This allows the conquered either time for rest and to rally immediately, or, if he retreats during the night, it gives him a march in advance. After this break, the conquered is decidedly in a better condition. Much of that which had been thrown into confusion has been brought again into order, ammunition has been renewed, the whole has been put into a fresh formation. Whatever further encounter now takes place with the enemy is a new battle, not a continuation of the old. And although it may be far from promising absolute success, still it is a fresh combat, and not merely a gathering up of the debris by the victor. When, therefore, the conqueror can continue the pursuit itself throughout the night, if only with a strong advance guard composed of all arms of the service, the effect of the victory is immensely increased. Of this, the battles of Leuthen and La Belle Alliance are examples. Waterloo. The whole action of this pursuit is mainly tactical, and we only dwell upon it here in order to make plain the difference which through it may be produced in the effect of a victory. This first pursuit, as far as the nearest stopping point, belongs as a right to every conqueror, and is hardly in any way connected with his further plans and combinations. These may considerably diminish the positive results of a victory gained with the main body of the army, but they cannot make this first use of it impossible. At least cases of that kind, if conceivable at all, must be so uncommon that they should have no appreciable influence on theory. And here certainly, we must say that the example afforded by modern wars opens up quite a new field for energy. In preceding wars, resting on a narrower basis, and altogether more circumscribed in their scope, there were many unnecessary conventional restrictions in various ways, but particularly in this point. The conception, honor of victory seemed to generals so much by far the chief thing that they thought the less of the complete destruction of the enemy's military force, as in point of fact that destruction of force appeared to them only as one of the many means in war, not by any means as the principal, much less as the only means, so that they the more readily put the sword in its sheath the moment the enemy had lowered his. Nothing seemed more natural to them than to stop the combat as soon as the decision was obtained, and to regard all further carnage as unnecessary cruelty. Even if this false philosophy did not determine their resolutions entirely, still it was a point of view by which representations of the exhaustion of all powers and physical impossibility of continuing the struggle obtained readier evidence and greater weight. Certainly, the sparing one's own instrument of victory is a vital question if we only possess this one, and foresee that soon the time may arrive when it will not be sufficient for all that remains to be done. For every continuation of the offensive must lead ultimately to complete exhaustion. But this calculation was still so far false, as the further loss of forces by a continuance of the pursuit could bear no proportion to that which the enemy must suffer. That view, therefore, again, could only exist because the military forces were not considered the vital factor. And so, we find that in former wars real heroes only, such as Charles Roman XII, Marlborough, Eugene, Frederick the Great, added a vigorous pursuit to their victories when they were decisive enough, and that other generals usually contented themselves with the possession of the field of battle. In modern times, the greater energy infused into the conduct of wars through the greater importance of the circumstances from which they have proceeded has thrown down these conventional barriers. The pursuit has become an all-important business for the conqueror. Trophies have on that account multiplied in extent, and if there are cases also in modern warfare in which this has not been the case, still they belong to the list of exceptions and are to be accounted for by peculiar circumstances. At Gorschen, Asterisk, and Botzen nothing but the superiority of the Allied cavalry prevented a complete rout. At Grossbeeren and Denowitz the ill will of Bernadotte, the crown prince of Sweden. At Laon the enfeebled personal condition of Blücher, who was then 70 years old, and at the moment confined to a dark room owing to an injury to his eyes. Gorschen or Lutzen, May 2, 1813, Grossbeeren and Denowitz, August 22, 1813, Botzen. May 22, 1913, Laon, March 10, 1813. But Borodino is also an illustration to the point here, and we cannot resist saying a few more words about it, partly because we do not consider the circumstances are explained simply by attaching blame to Buonaparte, partly because it might appear as if this, and with it a great number of similar cases, belong to that class which we have designated as so extremely rare, cases in which the general relations seize and fetter the general at the very beginning of the battle. French authors in particular, and great admirers of Buonaparte, Vaudincourt, Chambray, Segur, have blamed him decidedly because he did not drive the Russian army completely off the field and use his last reserves to scatter it, because then what was only a lost battle would have been a complete rout. We should be obliged to diverge too far to describe circumstantially the mutual situation of the two armies. But this much is evident, that when Buonaparte passed the Niemen with his army, the same corps which afterwards fought at Borodino numbered 300,000 men, of whom now only 120,000 remained, he might therefore well be apprehensive that he would not have enough left to march upon Moscow, the point on which everything seemed to depend. The victory which he had just gained gave him nearly a certainty of taking that capital, for that the Russians would be in a condition to fight a second battle within 8 days seemed in the highest degree improbable, and in Moscow he hoped to find peace. No doubt the complete dispersion of the Russian army would have made this peace much more certain. But still, the first consideration was to get to Moscow, that is, to get there with a force with which he should appear dictator over the capital, and through that over the empire and the government. The force which he brought with him to Moscow was no longer sufficient for that, as shown in the sequel, but it would have been still less so if in scattering the Russian army, he had scattered his own at the same time. Buonaparte was thoroughly alive to all this, and in our eyes he stands completely justified. But on that account, this case is still not to be reckoned amongst those in which, through the general relations, the general is interdicted from following up his victory, for there never was in his case any question of mere pursuit. The victory was decided at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the Russians still occupied the greater part of the field of battle. They were not yet disposed to give up the ground, and if the attack had been renewed, they would still have offered a most determined resistance, which would have undoubtedly ended in their complete defeat, but would have cost the conqueror much further bloodshed. We must therefore reckon the Battle of Borodino as amongst battles, like Botzen, left unfinished. At Botzen, the vanquished preferred to quit the field sooner. At Borodino, the conqueror preferred to content himself with a half-victory, not because the decision appeared doubtful, but because he was not rich enough to pay for the whole. Returning now to our subject, the deduction from our reflections in relation to the first stage of pursuit is that the energy thrown into it chiefly determines the value of the victory. That this pursuit is a second act of the victory, in many cases more important also than the first, and that strategy, whilst here approaching tactics to receive from it the harvest of success, exercises the first act of her authority by demanding this completion of the victory. But further, the effects of victory are very seldom found to stop with this first pursuit. Now first begins the real career to which victory lent velocity. This course is conditioned, as we have already said, by other relations of which it is not yet time to speak. But we must here mention what there is of a general character in the pursuit in order to avoid repetition when the subject occurs again. In the further stages of pursuit, again, we can distinguish 3 degrees: the simple pursuit, a hard pursuit, and a parallel march to intercept. The simple following or pursuing causes the enemy to continue his retreat until he thinks he can risk another battle. It will therefore in its effect suffice to exhaust the advantages gained, and besides that, all that the enemy cannot carry with him, sick, wounded, and disabled from fatigue, quantities of baggage, and carriages of all kinds, will fall into our hands. But this mere following does not tend to heighten the disorder in the enemy's army, an effect which is produced by the 2 following causes. If, for instance, instead of contenting ourselves with taking up every day the camp the enemy has just vacated, occupying just as much of the country as he chooses to abandon, we make our arrangements so as every day to encroach further, and accordingly with our advance guard organized for the purpose, attack his rear guard every time it attempts to halt, then such a course will hasten his retreat, and consequently tend to increase his disorganization. This it will principally affect by the character of continuous flight, which his retreat will thus assume. Nothing has such a depressing influence on the soldier as the sound of the enemy's cannon afresh at the moment when, after a forced march, he seeks some rest. If this excitement is continued from day to day for some time, it may lead to a complete rout. There lies in it a constant admission of being obliged to obey the law of the enemy, and of being unfit for any resistance, and the consciousness of this cannot do otherwise than weaken the moral of an army in a high degree. The effect of pressing the enemy in this way attains a maximum when it drives the enemy to make night marches. If the conqueror scares away the discomfited opponent at sunset from a camp which has just been taken up either for the main body of the army or for the rear guard, the conquered must either make a night march or alter his position in the night, retiring further away, which is much the same thing. The victorious party can, on the other hand, pass the night in quiet. The arrangement of marches and the choice of positions depend in this case also upon so many other things, especially on the supply of the army, on strong natural obstacles in the country, on large towns and sea, that it would be ridiculous pedantry to attempt to show by a geometrical analysis how the pursuer, being able to impose his laws on the retreating enemy, can compel him to march at night while he takes his rest. But nevertheless, it is true and practicable that marches in pursuit may be so planned as to have this tendency, and that the efficacy of the pursuit is very much enhanced thereby. If this is seldom attended to in the execution, it is because such a procedure is more difficult for the pursuing army than a regular adherence to ordinary marches in the daytime. To start in good time in the morning, to encamp at midday, to occupy the rest of the day in providing for the ordinary wants of the army, and to use the night for repose is a much more convenient method than to regulate one's movements exactly according to those of the enemy. Therefore, to determine nothing till the last moment, to start on the march, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening, to be always for several hours in the presence of the enemy, and exchanging cannon shots with him, and keeping up skirmishing fire to plan maneuvers to turn him, in short, to make the whole outlay of tactical means which such a course renders necessary. All that naturally bears with a heavy weight on the pursuing army, and in war, where there are so many burdens to be borne, men are always inclined to strip off those which do not seem absolutely necessary. These observations are true, whether applied to a whole army or, as in the more usual case, to a strong advance guard. For the reasons just mentioned, this second method of pursuit, this continued pressing of the enemy pursued, is rather a rare occurrence. Even Buonaparte in his Russian campaign, 1812, practiced it but little for the reasons here apparent, that the difficulties and hardships of this campaign already threatened his army with destruction before it could reach its object. On the other hand, the French in their other campaigns have distinguished themselves by their energy in this point also. Lastly, the third and most effectual form of pursuit is the parallel march to the immediate object of the retreat. Every defeated army will naturally have behind it, at a greater or less distance, some point the attainment of which is the first purpose in view, whether it be that failing in this its further retreat might be compromised, as in the case of a defile, or that it is important for the point itself to reach it before the enemy, as in the case of a great city, magazines, and sea, or, lastly, that the army at this point will gain new powers of defense, such as a strong position or junction with other corps. Now, if the conqueror directs his march on this point by a lateral road, it is evident how that may quicken the retreat of the beaten army in a destructive manner, convert it into hurry, perhaps into flight. The conquered has only 3 ways to counteract this. The first is to throw himself in front of the enemy, in order by an unexpected attack to gain that probability of success which is lost to him in general from his position. This plainly supposes an enterprising bold general and an excellent army, beaten but not utterly defeated. Therefore, it can only be employed by a beaten army in very few cases. This point is exceptionally well treated by von Bernhardi in his Cavalry in Future Wars. London, Murray, 1906. The second way is hastening the retreat. But this is just what the conqueror wants, and it easily leads to immoderate efforts on the part of the troops, by which enormous losses are sustained in stragglers, broken guns, and carriages of all kinds. The third way is to make a detour and get round the nearest point of interception, to march with more ease at a greater distance from the enemy, and thus to render the haste required less damaging. This last way is the worst of all. It generally turns out like a new debt contracted by an insolvent debtor and leads to greater embarrassment. There are cases in which this course is advisable, others where there is nothing else left, also instances in which it has been successful. But upon the whole, it is certainly true that its adoption is usually influenced less by a clear persuasion of its being the surest way of attaining the aim than by another inadmissible motive. This motive is the dread of encountering the enemy. Woe to the commander who gives in to this. However much the moral of his army may have deteriorated, and however well-founded may be his apprehensions of being at a disadvantage in any conflict with the enemy, the evil will only be made worse by anxiously avoiding every possible risk of collision. Buonaparte in 1813 would never have brought over the Rhine with him the 30,000 or 40,000 men who remained after the Battle of Hanau, if he had avoided that battle and tried to pass the Rhine at Mannheim or Koblenz. It is just by means of small combats carefully prepared and executed, and in which the defeated army being on the defensive has always the assistance of the ground. It is just by these that the moral strength of the army can first be resuscitated. At Hanau, October 30, 1813, the Bavarians some 50,000 strong threw themselves across the line of Napoleon's retreat from Leipzig. By a masterly use of its artillery, the French tore the Bavarians asunder and marched on over their bodies. Editor. The beneficial effect of the smallest successes is incredible, but with most generals, the adoption of this plan implies great self-command. The other way, that of evading all encounter, appears at first so much easier that there is a natural preference for its adoption. It is therefore usually just this system of evasion which best promotes the view of the pursuer and often ends with the complete downfall of the pursued. We must, however, recollect here that we are speaking of a whole army, not of a single division, which, having been cut off, is seeking to join the main army by making a detour. In such a case, circumstances are different, and success is not uncommon. But there is one condition requisite to the success of this race of 2 corps for an object, which is that a division of the pursuing army should follow by the same road which the pursued has taken, in order to pick up stragglers and keep up the impression which the presence of the enemy never fails to make. Blücher neglected this in his, in other respects unexceptionable, pursuit after La Belle Alliance. Such marches tell upon the pursuer as well as the pursued, and they are not advisable if the enemy's army rallies itself upon another considerable one, if it has a distinguished general at its head, and if its destruction is not already well prepared. But when this means can be adopted, it acts also like a great mechanical power. The losses of the beaten army from sickness and fatigue are on such a disproportionate scale. The spirit of the army is so weakened and lowered by the constant solicitude about impending ruin, that at last anything like a well-organized stand is out of the question. Every day thousands of prisoners fall into the enemy's hands without striking a blow. In such a season of complete good fortune, the conqueror need not hesitate about dividing his forces in order to draw into the vortex of destruction everything within reach of his army, to cut off detachments, to take fortresses unprepared for defense, to occupy large towns, and see he may do anything until a new state of things arises. And the more he ventures in this way, the longer will it be before that change will take place. There is no want of examples of brilliant results from grand decisive victories and of great and vigorous pursuits in the wars of Buonaparte. We need only quote Jena 1806, Ratisbon 1809, Leipzig 1813, and Belle Alliance 1815. Chapter 13. Retreat after a lost battle. In a lost battle, the power of an army is broken, the moral to a greater degree than the physical. A second battle, unless fresh, favorable circumstances come into play, would lead to a complete defeat, perhaps to destruction. This is a military axiom. According to the usual course, the retreat is continued up to that point where the equilibrium of forces is restored, either by reinforcements, or by the protection of strong fortresses, or by great defensive positions afforded by the country, or by a separation of the enemy's force. The magnitude of the losses sustained, the extent of the defeat, but still more the character of the enemy, will bring nearer or put off the instant of this equilibrium. How many instances may be found of a beaten army rallied again at a short distance, without its circumstances having altered in any way since the battle? The cause of this may be traced to the moral weakness of the adversary, or to the preponderance gained in the battle not having been sufficient to make lasting impression. To profit by this weakness or mistake of the enemy, not to yield 1 inch breadth more than the pressure of circumstances demands, but above all things, in order to keep up the moral forces to as advantageous a point as possible. A slow retreat, offering incessant resistance, and bold, courageous counterstrokes, whenever the enemy seeks to gain any excessive advantages, are absolutely necessary. Retreats of great generals and of armies inured to war have always resembled the retreat of a wounded lion. Such is, undoubtedly, also the best theory. It is true that at the moment of quitting a dangerous position, we have often seen trifling formalities observed which caused a waste of time, and were, therefore, attended with danger, whilst in such cases everything depends on getting out of the place speedily. Practiced generals reckon this maxim a very important one, but such cases must not be confounded with a general retreat after a lost battle. Whoever then thinks by a few rapid marches to gain a start, and more easily to recover a firm standing, commits a great error. The first movements should be as small as possible, and it is a maxim in general not to suffer ourselves to be dictated to by the enemy. This maxim cannot be followed without bloody fighting with the enemy at our heels, but the gain is worth the sacrifice. Without it, we get into an accelerated pace which soon turns into a headlong rush and costs merely in stragglers more men than rearguard combats, and besides that extinguishes the last remnants of the spirit of resistance. A strong rearguard composed of picked troops, commanded by the bravest general, and supported by the whole army at critical moments, A careful utilization of ground, strong ambuscades wherever the boldness of the enemy's advance guard, and the ground of forward opportunity. In short, the preparation and the system of regular small battles, these are the means of following this principle. The difficulties of a retreat are naturally greater or less according, as the battle has been fought under more or less favorable circumstances, and according as it has been more or less obstinately contested. The Battle of Jena and La Belle Alliance show how impossible anything like a regular retreat may become if the last man is used up against a powerful enemy. Now and again it has been suggested to divide for the purpose of retreating, therefore to retreat in separate divisions or even eccentrically. Such a separation as is made merely for convenience, and along with which concentrated action continues possible and is kept in view, is not what we now refer to. Any other kind is extremely dangerous, contrary to the nature of the thing, and therefore a great error. Every lost battle is a principle of weakness and disorganization, and the first and immediate desideratum is to concentrate, and in concentration to recover order, courage, and confidence. The idea of harassing the enemy by separate corps on both flanks at the moment when he is following up his victory is a perfect anomaly. A faint-hearted pedant might be overawed by his enemy in that manner, and for such a case it may answer. But where we are not sure of this failing in our opponent, it is better let alone. If the strategic relations after a battle require that we should cover ourselves right and left by detachments, so much must be done, as from circumstances is unavoidable. But this fractioning must always be regarded as an evil, and we are seldom in a state to commence it the day after the battle itself. Allusion is here made to the works of Lloyd Bülow and others. If Frederick the Great after the Battle of Kolin and the raising of the siege of Prague retreated in 3 columns, that was done not out of choice, but because the position of his forces and the necessity of covering Saxony left him no alternative, Buonaparte after the Battle of Brienne, sent Marmont back to the Aube, whilst he himself passed the Seine and turned towards Troyes. But that this did not end in disaster was solely owing to the circumstance that the Allies, instead of pursuing, divided their forces in like manner, turning with the one part, Blücher, towards the Marne, while with the other, Schwarzenberg, from fear of being too weak, they advanced with exaggerated caution. June 19, 1757. January 30, 1814. Chapter 14, Night Fighting. The manner of conducting a combat at night, and what concerns the details of its course, is a tactical subject. We only examine it here so far as in its totality it appears as a special strategic means. Fundamentally, every night attack is only a more vehement form of surprise. Now at the first look of the thing, such an attack appears quite preeminently advantageous, for we suppose the enemy to be taken by surprise, the assailant naturally to be prepared for everything which can happen. What an inequality! Imagination paints to itself a picture of the most complete confusion on the one side, and on the other side, the assailant only occupied in reaping the fruits of his advantage. Hence the constant creation of schemes for night attacks by those who have not to lead them, and have no responsibility, whilst these attacks seldom take place in reality. These ideal schemes are all based on the hypothesis that the assailant knows the arrangements of the defender because they have been made and announced beforehand, and could not escape notice in his reconnaissances and inquiries. That, on the other hand, the measures of the assailant, being only taken at the moment of execution, cannot be known to the enemy. But the last of these is not always quite the case, and still less is the first. If we are not so near the enemy as to have him completely under our eye, as the Austrians had Frederick the Great before the Battle of Hochkirch, 1758, then all that we know of his position must always be imperfect, as it is obtained by reconnaissances, patrols, information from prisoners and spies, sources on which no firm reliance can be placed because intelligence thus obtained is always more or less of an old date, and the position of the enemy may have been altered in the meantime. Moreover, with the tactics and mode of encampment of former times, it was much easier than it is now to examine the position of the enemy. A line of tents is much easier to distinguish than a line of huts or a bivouac, and an encampment on a line of front, fully and regularly drawn out, also easier than one of divisions formed in columns, the mode often used at present. We may have the ground on which a division bivouacs in that manner completely under our eye, and yet not be able to arrive at any accurate idea. But the position, again, is not all that we want to know. The measures which the defender may take in the course of the combat are just as important, and do not by any means consist in mere random shots. These measures also make night attacks more difficult in modern wars than formerly, because they have in these campaigns an advantage over those already taken. In our combats, the position of the defender is more temporary than definitive, and on that account, the defender is better able to surprise his adversary with unexpected blows than he could formerly. All these difficulties obviously become increased as the power of the weapons in use tends to keep the combatants further apart. Editor. Therefore, what the assailant knows of the defensive previous to a night attack is seldom or never sufficient to supply the want of direct observation. But the defender has on his side another small advantage as well, which is that he is more at home than the assailant, on the ground which forms his position, and therefore, like the inhabitant of a room, will find his way about it in the dark with more ease than a stranger. He knows better where to find each part of his force, and therefore can more readily get at it than is the case with his adversary. From this it follows that the assailant in a combat at night feels the want of his eyes just as much as the defender, and that therefore only particular reasons can make a night attack advisable. Now these reasons arise mostly in connection with subordinate parts of an army, rarely with the army itself. It follows that a night attack also as a rule can only take place with secondary combats, and seldom with great battles. We may attack a portion of the enemy's army with a very superior force, consequently enveloping it with a view either to take the whole, or to inflict very severe loss on it by an unequal combat, provided that other circumstances are in our favor. But such a scheme can never succeed except by a great surprise, because no fractional part of the enemy's army would engage in such an unequal combat, but would retire instead. But a surprise on an important scale, except in rare instances in a very close country, can only be effected at night. If therefore we wish to gain such an advantage as this from the faulty disposition of a portion of the enemy's army, then we must make use of the night, at all events, to finish the preliminary part, even if the combat itself should not open till towards daybreak. This is therefore what takes place in all the little enterprises by night against outposts and other small bodies, the main point being invariably through superior numbers and getting round his position, to entangle him unexpectedly in such a disadvantageous combat that he cannot disengage himself without great loss. The larger the body attacked, the more difficult the undertaking, because a strong force has greater resources within itself to maintain the fight long enough for help to arrive. On that account, the whole of the enemy's army can never in ordinary cases be the object of such an attack, for although it has no assistance to expect from any quarter outside itself, still, it contains within itself sufficient means of repelling attacks from several sides, particularly in our day, when every one from the commencement is prepared for this very usual form of attack. Whether the enemy can attack us on several sides with success depends generally on conditions quite different from that of its being done unexpectedly. Without entering here into the nature of these conditions, we confine ourselves to observing that with turning an enemy, great results, as well as great dangers are connected. That therefore, if we set aside special circumstances, nothing justifies it but a great superiority, just such as we should use against a fractional part of the enemy's army. But the turning and surrounding a small fraction of the enemy, and particularly in the darkness of night, is also more practicable for this reason, that whatever we stake upon it, and however superior the force used may be, still probably it constitutes only a limited portion of our army, and we can sooner stake that than the whole on the risk of a great venture. Besides, the greater part, or perhaps the whole, serves as a support and rallying point for the portion risked, which again very much diminishes the danger of the enterprise. Not only the risk, but the difficulty of execution as well confines night enterprises to small bodies. As surprise is the real essence of them, so also stealthy approach is the chief condition of execution. But this is more easily done with small bodies than with large, and for the columns of a whole army is seldom practicable. For this reason, such enterprises are in general only directed against single outposts, and can only be feasible against greater bodies if they are without sufficient outposts, like Frederick the Great at Hochkirch. This will happen seldomer in future to armies themselves than to minor divisions. October 14, 1758. In recent times, when war has been carried on with so much more rapidity and vigor, it has in consequence often happened that armies have encamped very close to each other, without having a very strong system of outposts, because those circumstances have generally occurred just at the crisis which precedes a great decision. But then at such times, the readiness for battle on both sides is also more perfect. On the other hand, in former wars it was a frequent practice for armies to take up camps in sight of each other, when they had no other object but that of mutually holding each other in check, consequently for a longer period. How often Frederick the Great stood for weeks so near to the Austrians that the two might have exchanged cannon shots with each other. But these practices, certainly more favorable to night attacks, have been discontinued in later days, and armies being now no longer in regard to subsistence and requirements for encampment, such independent bodies complete in themselves, find it necessary to keep usually a day's march between themselves and the enemy. If we now keep in view especially the night attack of an army, it follows that sufficient motives for it can seldom occur, and that they fall under one or other of the following classes. 1. An unusual degree of carelessness or audacity, which very rarely occurs, and when it does is compensated for by a great superiority in moral force. 2. A panic in the enemy's army, or generally such a degree of superiority in moral force on our side, that this is sufficient to supply the place of guidance in action. 3. Cutting through an enemy's army of superior force, which keeps us enveloped, because in this all depends on surprise, and the object of merely making a passage by force allows a much greater concentration of forces. 4. Finally, in desperate cases, when our forces have such a disproportion to the enemy, that we see no possibility of success, except through extraordinary daring. But in all these cases, there is still the condition that the enemy's army is under our eyes, and protected by no advance guard. As for the rest, most night combats are so conducted as to end with daylight, so that only the approach and the first attack are made under cover of darkness, because the assailant in that manner can better profit by the consequences of the state of confusion into which he throws his adversary. And combats of this description, which do not commence until daybreak, in which the night therefore is only made use of to approach, are not to be counted as night combats. Book 5, Military Forces. Chapter 1, General Scheme. We shall consider military forces. 1. As regards their numerical strength and organization. 2. In their state independent of fighting. 3. In respect of their maintenance, and lastly, 4. In their general relations to country and ground. Thus we shall devote this book to the consideration of things appertaining to an army, which only come under the head of necessary conditions of fighting, but do not constitute the fight itself. They stand in more or less close connection with and react upon the fighting, and therefore, in considering the application of the combat, they must often appear. But we must first consider each by itself, as a whole, in its essence and peculiarities. Chapter 2, Theater of War, Army, Campaign. The nature of the things does not allow of a completely satisfactory definition of these three factors, denoting respectively space, mass, and time in war. But that we may not sometimes be quite misunderstood, we must try to make somewhat plainer the usual meaning of these terms, to which we shall in most cases adhere. 1. Theater of war. This term denotes properly such a portion of the space over which war prevails as has its boundaries protected, and thus possesses a kind of independence. This protection may consist in fortresses or important natural obstacles presented by the country, or even in its being separated by a considerable distance from the rest of the space embraced in the war. Such a portion is not a mere piece of the whole, but a small whole complete in itself, and consequently it is more or less in such a condition that changes which take place at other points in the seat of war have only an indirect and no direct influence upon it. To give an adequate idea of this, we may suppose that on this portion an advance is made, whilst in another quarter a retreat is taking place, or that upon the one an army is acting defensively, whilst an offensive is being carried on upon the other. Such a clearly defined idea as this is not capable of universal application. It is here used merely to indicate the line of distinction. 2. Army. With the assistance of the conception of a theater of war, it is very easy to say what an army is. It is, in point of fact, the mass of troops in the same theater of war. But this plainly does not include all that is meant by the term in its common usage. Blucher and Wellington commanded each a separate army in 1815, although the two were in the same theater of war. The chief command is, therefore, another distinguishing sign for the conception of an army. At the same time, this sign is very nearly allied to the preceding, for where things are well organized, there should only exist one supreme command in a theater of war, and the commander-in-chief in a particular theater of war should always have a proportionate degree of independence. The mere absolute numerical strength of a body of troops is less decisive on the subject than might at first appear. For where several armies are acting under one command, and upon one and the same theater of war, they are called armies, not by reason of their strength, but from the relations antecedent to the war, 1813, the Silesian Army, the Army of the North, etc. And although we should divide a great mass of troops intended to remain in the same theater into corps, we should never divide them into armies, at least. Such a division would be contrary to what seems to be the meaning which is universally attached to the term. On the other hand, it would certainly be pedantry to apply the term army to each band of irregular troops acting independently in a remote province. Still, we must not leave unnoticed that it surprises no one when the army of the Vendians in the Revolutionary War is spoken of, and yet it was not much stronger. The conceptions of army and theater of war, therefore, as a rule, go together and mutually include each other. 3. Campaign. Although the sum of all military events which happen in all the theaters of war in one year is often called a campaign, still, however, it is more usual and more exact to understand by the term the events in one single theater of war. But it is worse still to connect the notion of a campaign with the period of 1 year, for wars no longer divide themselves naturally into campaigns of a year's duration by fixed and long periods in winter quarters. As, however, the events in a theater of war of themselves form certain great chapters. If, for instance, the direct effects of some more or less great catastrophe cease, and new combinations begin to develop themselves, therefore these natural subdivisions must be taken into consideration in order to allot to each year, campaign, its complete share of events. No one would make the campaign of 1812 terminate at Memel, where the armies were on the 1st January, and transfer the further retreat of the French until they recrossed the Elbe to the campaign of 1813, as that further retreat was plainly only a part of the whole retreat from Moscow. That we cannot give these conceptions any greater degree of distinctness is of no consequence, because they cannot be used as philosophical definitions for the basis of any kind of propositions. They only serve to give a little more clearness and precision to the language we use. Chapter 3, Relation of Power. In the 8th chapter of the 3rd book, we have spoken of the value of superior numbers in battles, from which follows as a consequence the superiority of numbers in general in strategy. So far the importance of the relations of power is established. We shall now add a few more detailed considerations on the subject. An unbiased examination of modern military history leads to the conviction that the superiority in numbers becomes every day more decisive. The principle of assembling the greatest possible numbers for a decisive battle may therefore be regarded as more important than ever. Courage and the spirit of an army have, in all ages, multiplied its physical powers, and will continue to do so equally in future. But we find also that at certain periods in history, a superiority in the organization and equipment of an army has given a great moral preponderance. We find that at other periods, a great superiority in mobility had a like effect. At one time, we see a new system of tactics brought to light. At another, we see the art of war developing itself in an effort to make a skillful use of ground on great general principles, and by such means here and there we find one general gaining great advantages over another. But even this tendency has disappeared, and wars now go on in a simpler and more natural manner. If, divesting ourselves of any preconceived notions, we look at the experiences of recent wars, we must admit that there are but little traces of any of the above influences, either throughout any whole campaign or in engagements of a decisive character. That is, the great battle, respecting which term we refer to the second chapter of the preceding book. Armies are in our days so much on a par in regard to arms, equipment, and drill that there is no very notable difference between the best and the worst in these things. A difference may still be observed, resulting from the superior instruction of the scientific corps, but in general it only amounts to this, that one is the inventor and introducer of improved appliances, which the other immediately imitates. Even the subordinate generals, leaders of corps and divisions, in all that comes within the scope of their sphere, have in general everywhere the same ideas and methods, so that, except the talent of the commander-in-chief, a thing entirely dependent on chance, and not bearing a constant relation to the standard of education amongst the people and the army, there is nothing now but habituation to war which can give one army a decided superiority over another. The nearer we approach to a state of equality in all these things, the more decisive becomes the relation in point of numbers. The character of modern battles is the result of this state of equality. Take, for instance, the Battle of Borodino, where the first army in the world, the French, measured its strength with the Russian, which, in many parts of its organization, and in the education of its special branches, might be considered the furthest behindhand. In the whole battle, there is not one single trace of superior art or intelligence. It is a mere trial of strength between the respective armies throughout. And as they were nearly equal in that respect, the result could not be otherwise than a gradual turn of the scale in favor of that side where there was the greatest energy on the part of the commander, and the most experience in war on the part of the troops. We have taken this battle as an illustration, because in it there was an equality in the numbers on each side such as is rarely to be found. We do not maintain that all battles exactly resemble this, but it shows the dominant tone of most of them. In a battle in which the forces try their strength on each other so leisurely and methodically, an excess of force on one side must make the result in its favor much more certain. And it is a fact that we may search modern military history in vain for a battle in which an army has beaten another double its own strength, an occurrence by no means uncommon in former times. Buonaparte, the greatest general of modern times, in all his great victorious battles, with one exception, that of Dresden 1813, had managed to assemble an army superior in numbers or at least very little inferior to that of his opponent, and when it was impossible for him to do so, as at Leipzig, Brienne, Laon, and Belle Alliance, he was beaten. The absolute strength is in strategy generally a given quantity, which the commander cannot alter. But from this, it by no means follows that it is impossible to carry on a war with a decidedly inferior force. War is not always a voluntary act of state policy, and least of all is it so when the forces are very unequal. Consequently, any relation of forces is imaginable in war, and it would be a strange theory of war which would wish to give up its office just where it is most wanted. However desirable theory may consider a proportionate force, still it cannot say that no use can be made of the most disproportionate. No limits can be prescribed in this respect. The weaker the force, the more moderate must be the object it proposes to itself, and the weaker the force, the shorter time it will last. In these two directions there is a field for weakness to give way, if we may use this expression. Of the changes which the measure of the force produces in the conduct of war, we can only speak by degrees, as these things present themselves. At present, it is sufficient to have indicated the general point of view, but to complete that we shall add one more observation. The more that an army involved in an unequal combat falls short of the number of its opponents, the greater must be the tension of its powers, the greater its energy when danger presses. If the reverse takes place, and instead of heroic desperation a spirit of despondency ensues, then certainly there is an end to every art of war. If with this energy of powers is combined a wise moderation in the object proposed, then there is that play of brilliant actions and prudent forbearance which we admire in the wars of Frederick the Great. But the less that this moderation and caution can effect, the more must the tension and energy of the forces become predominant. When the disproportion of forces is so great that no modification of our own object can ensure us safety from a catastrophe, or where the probable continuance of the danger is so great that the greatest economy of our powers can no longer suffice to bring us to our object, then the tension of our powers should be concentrated for one desperate blow. He who is pressed on all sides expecting little help from things which promise none, will place his last and only reliance in the moral ascendancy which despair gives to courage, and look upon the greatest daring as the greatest wisdom. At the same time employ the assistance of subtle stratagem. And if he does not succeed, will find in an honorable downfall the right to rise hereafter. Chapter 4. Relation of the three arms. We shall only speak of the three principal arms: infantry, cavalry, and artillery. We must be excused for making the following analysis, which belongs more to tactics, but is necessary to give distinctness to our ideas. The combat is of two kinds which are essentially different: the destructive principle of fire and the hand-to-hand or personal combat. This latter, again, is either attack or defense. As we here speak of elements, attack and defense are to be understood in a perfectly absolute sense. Artillery, obviously, acts only with the destructive principle of fire. Cavalry only with personal combat. Infantry with both. In close combat, the essence of defense consists in standing firm, as if rooted to the ground. The essence of the attack is movement. Cavalry is entirely deficient in the first quality. On the other hand, it possesses the latter in an especial manner. It is therefore only suited for attack. Infantry has especially the property of standing firm, but is not altogether without mobility. From this division of the elementary forces of war into different arms, we have as a result the superiority and general utility of infantry as compared with the other two arms, from its being the only arm which unites in itself all the three elementary forces. A further deduction to be drawn is that the combination of the three arms leads to a more perfect use of the forces, by affording the means of strengthening at pleasure either the one or the other of the principles, which are united in an unalterable manner in infantry. The destructive principle of fire is in the wars of the present time plainly beyond measure the most effective. Nevertheless, the close combat, man-to-man, is just as plainly to be regarded as the real basis of combat. For that reason, therefore, an army of artillery only would be an absurdity in war. But an army of cavalry is conceivable, only it would possess very little intensity of force. An army of infantry alone is not only conceivable, but also much the strongest of the three. The three arms, therefore, stand in this order in reference to independent value: infantry, cavalry, artillery. But this order does not hold good if applied to the relative importance of each arm when they are all three acting in conjunction. As the destructive principle is much more effective than the principle of motion, therefore the complete want of cavalry would weaken an army less than the total want of artillery. An army consisting of infantry and artillery alone would certainly find itself in a disagreeable position if opposed to an army composed of all three arms. But if what it lacked in cavalry was compensated for by a proportionate increase of infantry, it would still, by a somewhat different mode of acting, be able to do very well with its tactical economy. Its outpost service would cause some embarrassment. It would never be able to pursue a beaten enemy with great vivacity, and it must make a retreat with greater hardships and efforts. But these inconveniences would still never be sufficient in themselves to drive it completely out of the field. On the other hand, such an army opposed to one composed of infantry and cavalry only would be able to play a very good part, while it is hardly conceivable that the latter could keep the field at all against an army made up of all three arms. Of course, these reflections on the relative importance of each single arm result only from a consideration of the generality of events in war, where one case compensates another. And therefore, it is not our intention to apply the truth thus ascertained to each individual case of a particular combat. A battalion on outpost service or on a retreat may, perhaps, choose to have with it a squadron in preference to a couple of guns. A body of cavalry with horse artillery, sent in rapid pursuit of, or to cut off, a flying enemy wants no infantry, etc., etc. If we summarize the results of these considerations, they amount to this. 1. That infantry is the most independent of the three arms. 2. Artillery is quite wanting in independence. 3. Infantry is the most important in the combination of the three arms. 4. Cavalry can the most easily be dispensed with. 5. A combination of the three arms gives the greatest strength. Now, if the combination of the three gives the greatest strength, it is natural to inquire what is the best absolute proportion of each. But that is a question which it is almost impossible to answer. If we could form a comparative estimate of the cost of organizing in the first instance, and then provisioning and maintaining each of the three arms, and then again of the relative amount of service rendered by each in war, we should obtain a definite result which would give the best proportion in the abstract. But this is little more than a play of the imagination. The very first term in the comparison is difficult to determine. That is to say, one of the factors, the cost in money, is not difficult to find. But another, the value of men's lives, is a computation which no one would readily try to solve by figures. Also, the circumstance that each of the three arms chiefly depends on a different element of strength in the state. Infantry on the number of the male population, cavalry on the number of horses, artillery on available financial means, introduces into the calculation some heterogeneous conditions, the overruling influence of which may be plainly observed in the great outlines of the history of different people at various periods. As, however, for other reasons we cannot altogether dispense with some standard of comparison. Therefore, in place of the whole of the first term of the comparison, we must take only that one of its factors which can be ascertained, namely, the cost in money. Now, on this point, it is sufficient for our purpose to assume that, in general, a squadron of 150 horsemen, a battalion of infantry 800 strong, a battery of artillery consisting of 8 six-pounders, cost nearly the same, both as respects the expense of formation and of maintenance. With regard to the other member of the comparison, that is, how much service the one arm is capable of rendering as compared with the others, it is much less easy to find any distinct quantity. The thing might perhaps be possible if it depended merely on the destroying principle. But each arm is destined to its own particular use, therefore has its own particular sphere of action, which, again, is not so distinctly defined that it might not be greater or less through modifications only in the mode of conducting the war, without causing any decided disadvantage. We are often told of what experience teaches on this subject, and it is supposed that military history affords the information necessary for a settlement of the question. But everyone must look upon all that as nothing more than a way of talking, which, as it is not derived from anything of a primary and necessary nature, does not deserve attention in an analytical examination. Now, although a fixed ratio as representing the best proportion between the three arms is conceivable, but is an x which it is impossible to find, a mere imaginary quantity, still, it is possible to appreciate the effects of having a great superiority or a great inferiority in one particular arm as compared with the same arm in the enemy's army. Artillery increases the destructive principle of fire. It is the most redoubtable of arms, and its want, therefore, diminishes very considerably the intensive force of an army. On the other hand, it is the least movable, consequently, makes an army more unwieldy. Further, it always requires a force for its support, because it is incapable of close combat. If it is too numerous, so that the troops appointed for its protection are not able to resist the attacks of the enemy at every point, it is often lost, and from that follows a fresh disadvantage. Because of the three arms, it is the only one which in its principal parts, that is guns and carriages, the enemy can soon use against us. Cavalry increases the principle of mobility in an army. If too few in number, the brisk flame of the elements of war is thereby weakened, because everything must be done slower, on foot, everything must be organized with more care. The rich harvest of victory, instead of being cut with a scythe, can only be reaped with a sickle. An excess of cavalry can certainly never be looked upon as a direct diminution of the combatant force, as an organic disproportion, but it may certainly be so indirectly, on account of the difficulty of feeding that arm, and also if we reflect that instead of a surplus of 10,000 horsemen not required, we might have 50,000 infantry. These peculiarities arising from the preponderance of one arm are the more important to the art of war in its limited sense, as that art teaches the use of whatever forces are forthcoming. And when forces are placed under the command of a general, the proportion of the three arms is also commonly already settled without his having had much voice in the matter. If we would form an idea of the character of warfare, modified by the preponderance of one or other of the three arms, it is to be done in the following manner. An excess of artillery leads to a more defensive and passive character in our measures. Our interest will be to seek security in strong positions, great natural obstacles of ground, even in mountain positions, in order that the natural impediments we find in the ground may undertake the defense and protection of our numerous artillery, and that the enemy's forces may come themselves and seek their own destruction. The whole war will be carried on in a serious formal minuet step. On the other hand, a want of artillery will make us prefer the offensive, the active, the mobile principle. Marching, fatigue, exertion become our special weapons, thus the war will become more diversified, more lively, rougher. Small change is substituted for great events. With a very numerous cavalry, we seek wide plains and take to great movements. At a greater distance from the enemy, we enjoy more rest and greater conveniences without conferring the same advantages on our adversary. We may venture on bolder measures to outflank him, and on more daring movements generally, as we have command over space. In as far as diversions and invasions are true auxiliary means of war, we shall be able to make use of them with greater facility. A decided want of cavalry diminishes the force of mobility in an army without increasing its destructive power as an excess of artillery does. Prudence and method become then the leading characteristics of the war. Always to remain near the enemy in order to keep him constantly in view, no rapid, still less hurried movements, everywhere a slow pushing on of well-concentrated masses, a preference for the defensive and for broken country, and, when the offensive must be resorted to, the shortest road direct to the center of force in the enemy's army. These are the natural tendencies or principles in such cases. These different forms, which warfare takes according as one or other of the three arms preponderates, seldom have an influence so complete and decided as alone, or chiefly to determine the direction of a whole undertaking. Whether we shall act strategically on the offensive or defensive, the choice of a theater of war, the determination to fight a great battle, or adopt some other means of destruction, are points which must be determined by other and more essential considerations. At least, if this is not the case, it is much to be feared that we have mistaken minor details for the chief consideration. But although this is so, although the great questions must be decided before on other grounds, there still always remains a certain margin for the influence of the preponderating arm. For in the offensive we can always be prudent and methodical, in the defensive bold and enterprising, etc., etc., through all the different stages and gradations of the military life. On the other hand, the nature of a war may have a notable influence on the proportions of the three arms. First, a national war, kept up by militia and a general levy, landsturm, must naturally bring into the field a very numerous infantry. For in such wars there is a greater want of the means of equipment than of men, and as the equipment consequently is confined to what is indisputably necessary, we may easily imagine that for every battery of 8 pieces, not only one, but 2 or 3 battalions might be raised. Second, if a weak state opposed to a powerful one cannot take refuge in a general call of the male population to regular military service, or in a militia system resembling it, then the increase of its artillery is certainly the shortest way of bringing up its weak army nearer to an equality with that of the enemy. For it saves men, and intensifies the essential principle of military force, that is, the destructive principle. Anyway, such a state will mostly be confined to a limited theater, and therefore this arm will be better suited to it. Frederick the Great adopted this means in the later period of the 7 Years' War. Third, cavalry is the arm for movement and great decisions. Its increase beyond the ordinary proportions is therefore important if the war extends over a great space, if expeditions are to be made in various directions, and great and decisive blows are intended. Buonaparte is an example of this. That the offensive and defensive do not properly in themselves exercise an influence on the proportion of cavalry will only appear plainly when we come to speak of these two methods of acting in war. In the meantime, we shall only remark that both assailant and defender as a rule traverse the same spaces in war, and may have also, at least in many cases, the same decisive intentions. We remind our readers of the campaign of 1812. It is commonly believed that, in the Middle Ages, cavalry was much more numerous in proportion to infantry, and that the difference has been gradually on the decrease ever since. Yet this is a mistake, at least partly. The proportion of cavalry was, according to numbers, on the average perhaps, not much greater. Of this we may convince ourselves by tracing, through the history of the Middle Ages, the detailed statements of the armed forces then employed. Let us only think of the masses of men on foot who composed the armies of the Crusaders, or the masses who followed the emperors of Germany on their Roman expeditions. It was in reality the importance of the cavalry which was so much greater in those days. It was the stronger arm, composed of the flower of the people, so much so that, although always very much weaker actually in numbers, it was still always looked upon as the chief thing. Infantry was little valued, hardly spoken of. Hence has arisen the belief that its numbers were few. No doubt it happened oftener than it does now, that in incursions of small importance in France, Germany, and Italy, a small army was composed entirely of cavalry. As it was the chief arm, there is nothing inconsistent in that. But these cases decide nothing if we take a general view, as they are greatly outnumbered by cases of greater armies of the period constituted differently. It was only when the obligations to military service imposed by the feudal laws had ceased, and wars were carried on by soldiers enlisted, hired, and paid. When, therefore, wars depended on money and enlistment, that is, at the time of the 30 Years' War, and the wars of Louis Roman XIV. That this employment of great masses of almost useless infantry was checked, and perhaps in those days they might have fallen into the exclusive use of cavalry. If infantry had not just then risen in importance through the improvements in firearms, by which means it maintained its numerical superiority in proportion to cavalry. At this period, if infantry was weak, the proportion was as 1-to-1, if numerous as 3-to-1. Since then cavalry has always decreased in importance according as improvements in the use of firearms have advanced. This is intelligible enough in itself, but the improvement we speak of does not relate solely to the weapon itself and the skill in handling it. We advert also to greater ability in using troops armed with this weapon. At the Battle of Malwitz, the Prussian army had brought the fire of their infantry to such a state of perfection that there has been no improvement since then in that sense. On the other hand, the use of infantry in broken ground and as skirmishers has been introduced more recently, and is to be looked upon as a very great advance in the art of destruction. Our opinion is, therefore, that the relation of cavalry has not much changed as far as regards numbers, but as regards its importance, there has been a great alteration. This seems to be a contradiction, but is not so in reality. The infantry of the Middle Ages, although forming the greater proportion of an army, did not attain to that proportion by its value as compared to cavalry, but because all that could not be appointed to the very costly cavalry were handed over to the infantry. This infantry was, therefore, merely a last resource, and if the number of cavalry had depended merely on the value set on that arm, it could never have been too great. Thus we can understand how cavalry, in spite of its constantly decreasing importance, may still, perhaps, have importance enough to keep its numerical relation at that point, which it has hitherto so constantly maintained. It is a remarkable fact that, at least since the Wars of the Austrian Succession, the proportion of cavalry to infantry has changed very little, the variation being constantly between a fourth, a fifth, or a sixth. This seems to indicate that those proportions meet the natural requirements of an army, and that these numbers give the solution which it is impossible to find in a direct manner. We doubt, however, if this is the case, and we find the principal instances of the employment of a numerous cavalry sufficiently accounted for by other causes. Austria and Russia are states which have kept up a numerous cavalry because they retain in their political condition the fragments of a Tartar organization. Buonaparte, for his purposes, could never be strong enough in cavalry. When he had made use of the conscription as far as possible, he had no ways of strengthening his armies but by increasing the auxiliary arms, as they cost him more in money than in men. Besides this, it stands to reason that in military enterprises of such enormous extent as his, cavalry must have a greater value than in ordinary cases. Frederick the Great, it is well known, reckoned carefully every recruit that could be saved to his country. It was his great business to keep up the strength of his army, as far as possible at the expense of other countries. His reasons for this are easy to conceive, if we remember that his small dominions did not then include Prussia and the Westphalian provinces. Cavalry was kept complete by recruitment more easily than infantry, irrespective of fewer men being required. In addition to which, his system of war was completely founded on the mobility of his army, and thus it was that while his infantry diminished in number, his cavalry was always increasing itself till the end of the 7 Years' War. Still, at the end of that war, it was hardly more than a fourth of the number of infantry that he had in the field. At the period referred to there is no want of instances, also of armies entering the field unusually weak in cavalry, and yet carrying off the victory. The most remarkable is the Battle of Gross-Gorschen. If we only count the French divisions which took part in the battle, Buonaparte was 100,000 strong, of which 5,000 were cavalry, 90,000 infantry. The Allies had 70,000, of which 25,000 were cavalry and 40,000 infantry. Thus, in place of the 20,000 cavalry on the side of the Allies, in excess of the total of the French cavalry, Buonaparte had only 50,000 additional infantry when he ought to have had 100,000. As he gained the battle with that superiority in infantry, we may ask whether it was at all likely that he would have lost it if the proportions had been 140,000 to 40,000. Certainly, the great advantage of our superiority in cavalry was shown immediately after the battle, for Buonaparte gained hardly any trophies by his victory. The gain of a battle is therefore not everything, but is it not always the chief thing? If we put together these considerations, we can hardly believe that the numerical proportion between cavalry and infantry, which has existed for the last 80 years, is the natural one, founded solely on their absolute value. We are much rather inclined to think that after many fluctuations, the relative proportions of these arms will change further in the same direction as hitherto, and that the fixed number of cavalry at last will be considerably less. With respect to artillery, the number of guns has naturally increased since its first invention, and according as it has been made lighter and otherwise improved. Still, since the time of Frederick the Great, it has also kept very much to the same proportion of 2 or 3 guns per 1,000 men, we mean at the commencement of a campaign. For during its course artillery does not melt away as fast as infantry, therefore at the end of a campaign the proportion is generally notably greater, perhaps 3, 4, or 5 guns per 1,000 men. Whether this is the natural proportion, or that the increase of artillery may be carried still further, without prejudice to the whole conduct of war, must be left for experience to decide. The principal results we obtain from the whole of these considerations are: 1. That infantry is the chief arm, to which the other two are subordinate. 2. That by the exercise of great skill and energy in command, the want of the 2 subordinate arms may in some measure be compensated for, provided that we are much stronger in infantry. And the better the infantry, the easier this may be done. 3. that it is more difficult to dispense with artillery than with cavalry, because it is the chief principle of destruction, and its mode of fighting is more amalgamated with that of infantry. 4. That artillery being the strongest arm as regards destructive action, and cavalry the weakest in that respect, the question must in general arise: how much artillery can we have without inconvenience, and what is the least proportion of cavalry we require? Chapter 5. Order of Battle of an Army. The order of battle is that division and formation of the different arms into separate parts or sections of the whole army, and that form of general position or disposition of those parts, which is to be the norm throughout the whole campaign or war. It consists, therefore, in a certain measure, of an arithmetical and a geometrical element, the division and the form of disposition. The first proceeds from the permanent peace organization of the army, adopts as units certain parts, such as battalions, squadrons, and batteries, and with them forms units of a higher order up to the highest of all, the whole army, according to the requirements of predominating circumstances. In like manner, the form of disposition comes from the elementary tactics, in which the army is instructed and exercised in time of peace, which must be looked upon as a property in the troops that cannot be essentially modified at the moment war breaks out. The disposition connects these tactics with the conditions which the use of the troops in war and in large masses demands, and thus it settles in a general way the rule or norm in conformity with which the troops are to be drawn up for battle. This has been invariably the case when great armies have taken the field, and there have been times when this form was considered as the most essential part of the battle. In the 17th and 18th centuries, when the improvements in the firearms of infantry occasioned a great increase of that arm, and allowed of its being deployed in such long, thin lines, the order of battle was thereby simplified. But, at the same time, it became more difficult and more artificial in the carrying out. And as no other way of disposing of cavalry at the commencement of a battle was known, but that of posting them on the wings, where they were out of the fire and had room to move. Therefore, in the order of battle, the army always became a closed, inseparable whole. If such an army was divided in the middle, it was like an earthworm cut in two. The wings had still life and the power of motion, but they had lost their natural functions. The army lay, therefore, in a manner under a spell of unity, and whenever any parts of it had to be placed in a separate position, a small organization and disorganization became necessary. The marches which the whole army had to make were a condition in which, to a certain extent, it found itself out of rule. If the enemy was at hand, the march had to be arranged in the most artificial manner, and in order that one line or one wing might be always at the prescribed distance from the other, the troops had to scramble over everything. Marches had also constantly to be stolen from the enemy, and this perpetual theft only escaped severe punishment through one circumstance, which was that the enemy lay under the same ban. Hence, when, in the latter half of the 18th century, it was discovered that cavalry would serve just as well to protect a wing if it stood in rear of the army as if it were placed on the prolongation of the line, and that, besides this, it might be applied to other purposes than merely fighting a duel with the enemy's cavalry, a great step in advance was made. because now the army in its principal extension or front, which is always the breadth of its order of battle, position, consisted entirely of homogeneous members, so that it could be formed of any number of parts at pleasure, each part like another and like the whole. In this way, it ceased to be one single piece and became an articulated whole, consequently pliable and manageable. The parts might be separated from the whole and then joined on again without difficulty. The order of battle always remained the same. Thus arose the corps consisting of all arms, that is, thus such an organization became possible, for the want of it had been felt long before. That all this relates to the combat is very natural. The battle was formerly the whole war, and will always continue to be the principal part of it. But the order of battle belongs generally more to tactics than strategy, and it is only introduced here to show how tactics in organizing the whole into smaller wholes made preparations for strategy. The greater armies become, the more they are distributed over wide spaces, and the more diversified the action and reaction of the different parts amongst themselves, the wider becomes the field of strategy. And, therefore, then the order of battle, in the sense of our definition, must also come into a kind of reciprocal action with strategy, which manifests itself chiefly at the extreme points where tactics and strategy meet, that is, at those moments when the general distribution of the combatant forces passes into the special dispositions for the combat. We now turn to those 3 points, the division, combination of arms, and order of battle disposition, in a strategic point of view. 1. Division. In strategy, we must never ask what is to be the strength of a division or a corps, but how many corps or division an army should have. There is nothing more unmanageable than an army divided into 3 parts, except it be one divided into only 2, in which case the chief command must be almost neutralized. To fix the strength of great and small corps, either on the grounds of elementary tactics or on higher grounds, leaves an incredibly wide field for arbitrary judgment, and heaven knows what strange modes of reasoning have sported in this wide field. On the other hand, the necessity of forming an independent whole army into a certain number of parts is a thing as obvious as it is positive, and this idea furnishes real strategic motives for determining the number of the greater divisions of an army, consequently their strength, whilst the strength of the smaller divisions, such as companies, battalions, etc., is left to be determined by tactics. We can hardly imagine the smallest independent body in which there are not at least 3 parts to be distinguished, that one part may be thrown out in advance, and another part be left in rear. That 4 is still more convenient follows of itself, if we keep in view that the middle part, being the principal division, ought to be stronger than either of the others. In this way, we may proceed to make out 8, which appears to us to be the most suitable number for an army if we take one part for an advanced guard as a constant necessity, 3 for the main body, that is a right wing, center and left wing, 2 divisions for reserve, and 1 to detach to the right, 1 to the left. Without pedantically ascribing a great importance to these numbers and figures, we certainly believe that they represent the most usual and frequently recurring strategic disposition, and on that account, one that is convenient. Certainly, it seems that the supreme direction of an army, and the direction of every whole, must be greatly facilitated if there are only 3 or 4 subordinates to command. But the commander-in-chief must pay dearly for this convenience in a twofold manner. In the first place, an order loses in rapidity, force, and exactness if the gradation ladder down which it has to descend is long, and this must be the case if there are corps commanders between the division leaders and the chief. Secondly, the chief loses generally in his own proper power and efficiency the wider the spheres of action of his immediate subordinates become. A general commanding 100,000 men in 8 divisions exercises a power which is greater in intensity than if the 100,000 men were divided into only 3 corps. There are many reasons for this, but the most important is that each commander looks upon himself as having a kind of proprietary right in his own corps, and always opposes the withdrawal from him of any portion of it for a longer or shorter time. A little experience of war will make this evident to anyone. But on the other hand, the number of divisions must not be too great, otherwise disorder will ensue. It is difficult enough to manage 8 divisions from one headquarter, and the number should never be allowed to exceed 10. But in a division in which the means of circulating orders are much less, the smaller normal number 4, or at most 5, may be regarded as the more suitable. If these factors, 5 and 10, will not answer, that is, if the brigades are too strong, then corps d'armée must be introduced. But we must remember that by so doing, a new power is created, which at once very much lowers all other factors. But now, what is too strong a brigade? The custom is to make them from 2,000 to 5,000 men strong, and there appear to be two reasons for making the latter number the limit. The first is that a brigade is supposed to be a subdivision which can be commanded by one man directly, that is, through the compass of his voice. The second is that any larger body of infantry should not be left without artillery, and through this first combination of arms, a special division of itself is formed. We do not wish to involve ourselves in these tactical subtleties, neither shall we enter upon the disputed point. Where and in what proportions the combination of all three arms should take place, whether with divisions of 8,000 to 12,000 men, or with corps which are 20,000 to 30,000 men strong. The most decided opponent of these combinations will scarcely take exception at the mere assertion that nothing but this combination of the three arms can make a division independent, and that therefore, for such as are intended to be frequently detached separately, it is at least very desirable. An army of 200,000 men in 10 divisions, the divisions composed of 5 brigades each, would give brigades 4,000 strong. We see here no disproportion. Certainly this army might also be divided into 5 corps, the corps into 4 divisions, and the division into 4 brigades, which makes the brigade 2,500 men strong. But the first distribution, looked at in the abstract, appears to us preferable, for besides that in the other, there is one more gradation of rank. 5 parts are too few to make an army manageable. 4 divisions, in like manner, are too few for a corps, and 2,500 men is a weak brigade, of which, in this manner, there are 80, whereas the first formation has only 50 and is therefore simpler. All these advantages are given up merely for the sake of having only to send orders to half as many generals. Of course, the distribution into corps is still more unsuitable for smaller armies. This is the abstract view of the case. The particular case may present good reasons for deciding otherwise. Likewise, we must admit that, although 8 or 10 divisions may be directed when united in a level country, in widely extended mountain positions, the thing might perhaps be impossible. A great river which divides an army into halves makes a commander for each half indispensable. In short, there are 100 local and particular objects of the most decisive character, before which all rules must give way. But still, experience teaches us that these abstract grounds come most frequently into use and are seldomer overruled by others than we should perhaps suppose. We wish further to explain clearly the scope of the foregoing considerations by a simple outline, for which purpose we now place the different points of most importance next to each other. As we mean by the term numbers, or parts of a whole, only those which are made by the primary, therefore the immediate division, we say. 1. If a whole has too few members, it is unwieldy. 2. If the parts of a whole body are too large, the power of the superior will is thereby weakened. 3. With every additional step through which an order has to pass, it is weakened in 2 ways. In one way by the loss of force, which it suffers in its passage through an additional step, in another way by the longer time in its transmission. The tendency of all this is to show that the number of coordinate divisions should be as great, and the gradational steps as few as possible. And the only limitation to this conclusion is that in armies no more than from 8 to 10, and in subordinate corps no more than from 4 or at most 6, subdivisions can be conveniently directed. 2. Combination of arms. For strategy, the combination of the 3 arms in the order of battle is only important in regard to those parts of the army, which, according to the usual order of things, are likely to be frequently employed in a detached position, where they may be obliged to engage in an independent combat. Now it is in the nature of things that the members of the first class, and for the most part only these, are destined for detached positions, because, as we shall see elsewhere, detached positions are most generally adopted upon the supposition and the necessity of a body independent in itself. In a strict sense, strategy would therefore only require a permanent combination of arms in army corps, or where these do not exist, in divisions, leaving it to circumstances to determine when a provisional combination of the three arms shall be made in subdivisions of an inferior order. But it is easy to see that, when corps are of considerable size, such as 30,000 or 40,000 men, they can seldom find themselves in a situation to take up a completely connected position in mass. With corps of such strength, a combination of the arms and the divisions is therefore necessary. No one who has had any experience in war will treat lightly the delay which occurs when pressing messages have to be sent to some other perhaps distant point before cavalry can be brought to the support of infantry, to say nothing of the confusion which takes place. The details of the combination of the three arms, how far it should extend, how low down it should be carried, what proportions should be observed, the strength of the reserves of each to be set apart. These are all purely tactical considerations. 3. The disposition. The determination as to the relations in space, according to which the parts of an army amongst themselves are to be drawn up in order of battle, is likewise completely a tactical subject, referring solely to the battle. No doubt there is also a strategic disposition of the parts, but it depends almost entirely on determinations and requirements of the moment, and what there is in it of the rational does not come within the meaning of the term order of battle. We shall therefore treat of it in the following chapter under the head of disposition of an army. The order of battle of an army is therefore the organization and disposition of it in mass ready prepared for battle. Its parts are united in such a manner that both the tactical and strategical requirements of the moment can be easily satisfied by the employment of single parts drawn from the general mass. When such momentary exigency has passed over, these parts resume their original place, and thus the order of battle becomes the first step to, and principal foundation of, that wholesome methodicism which, like the beat of a pendulum, regulates the work in war, and of which we have already spoken in the 4th chapter of the 2nd book. Chapter 6. General disposition of an army. Between the moment of the first assembling of military forces and that of the solution arrived at maturity when strategy has brought the army to the decisive point, and each particular part has had its position and role pointed out by tactics, there is in most cases a long interval. It is the same between one decisive catastrophe and another. Formerly, these intervals in a certain measure did not belong to war at all. Take, for example, the manner in which Luxembourg encamped and marched. We single out this general because he is celebrated for his camps and marches, and therefore may be considered a representative general of his period. And from the Histoire de la Flandre Militaire, we know more about him than about other generals of the time. The camp was regularly pitched with its rear close to a river, or morass, or a deep valley, which in the present day would be considered madness. The direction in which the enemy lay had so little to do with determining the front of the army, that cases are very common in which the rear was towards the enemy and the front towards their own country. This now unheard of mode of proceeding is perfectly unintelligible, unless we suppose that in the choice of camps, the convenience of the troops was the chief, indeed almost the only consideration, and therefore look upon the state of being in camp as a state outside of the action of war, a kind of withdrawal behind the scenes where one is quite at ease. The practice of always resting the rear upon some obstacle may be reckoned the only measure of security which was then taken, of course, in the sense of the mode of conducting war in that day. For such a measure was quite inconsistent with the possibility of being compelled to fight in that position. But there was little reason for apprehension on that score, because the battles generally depended on a kind of mutual understanding, like a duel, in which the parties repair to a convenient rendezvous. As armies, partly on account of their numerous cavalry, which in the decline of its splendor was still regarded, particularly by the French, as the principal arm, partly on account of the unwieldy organization of their order of battle, could not fight in every description of country. An army in a close broken country was as it were under the protection of a neutral territory, and as it could itself make but little use of broken ground, therefore, it was deemed preferable to go to meet an enemy seeking battle. We know, indeed, that Luxembourg's battles at Fleurus, Steenkirk, and Neerwinden were conceived in a different spirit. But this spirit had only just then under this great general freed itself from the old method, and it had not yet reacted on the method of encampment. Alterations in the art of war originate always in matters of a decisive nature, and then lead by degrees to modifications in other things. The expression il va et la guerre, used in reference to a partisan setting out to watch the enemy, shows how little the state of an army in camp was considered to be a state of real warfare. It was not much otherwise with the marches, for the artillery then separated itself completely from the rest of the army, in order to take advantage of better and more secure roads, and the cavalry on the wings generally took the right alternately, that each might have in turn its share of the honor of marching on the right. At present, that is, chiefly since the Silesian Wars, the situation out of battle is so thoroughly influenced by its connection with battle that the two states are in intimate correlation, and the one can no longer be completely imagined without the other. Formerly in a campaign the battle was the real weapon, the situation at other times only the handle, the former the steel blade, the other the wooden haft glued to it, the whole therefore composed of heterogeneous parts. Now the battle is the edge, the situation out of the battle the back of the blade, the whole to be looked upon as metal completely welded together, in which it is impossible any longer to distinguish where the steel ends and the iron begins. This state in war outside of the battle is now partly regulated by the organization and regulations with which the army comes prepared from a state of peace, partly by the tactical and strategic arrangements of the moment. The three situations in which an army may be placed are in quarters, on a march, or in camp. All three belong as much to tactics as to strategy, and these two branches, bordering on each other here in many ways, often seem to, or actually do, incorporate themselves with each other, so that many dispositions may be looked upon at the same time as both tactical and strategic. We shall treat of these three situations of an army outside of the combat in a general way, before any special objects come into connection with them. But we must, first of all, consider the general disposition of the forces, because that is a superior and more comprehensive measure, determining as respects camps, cantonments, and marches. If we look at the disposition of the forces in a general way, that is, leaving out of sight any special object, we can only imagine it as a unit, that is, as a whole, intended to fight all together, for any deviation from this simplest form would imply a special object. Thus arises, therefore, the conception of an army, let it be small or large. Further, when there is an absence of any special end, there only remains as the sole object the preservation of the army itself, which of course includes its security. That the army shall be able to exist without inconvenience, and that it shall be able to concentrate without difficulty for the purpose of fighting, are therefore the two requisite conditions. From these result, as desirable, the following points more immediately applying to subjects concerning the existence and security of the army. 1. Facility of subsistence. 2. Facility of providing shelter for the troops. 3. Security of the rear. 4. An open country in front. 5. The position itself in a broken country. 6. Strategic points d'appui. 7. A suitable distribution of the troops. Our elucidation of these several points is as follows. The first two lead us to seek out cultivated districts and great towns and roads. They determine measures in general rather than in particular. In the chapter on lines of communication will be found what we mean by security of the rear. The first and most important point in this respect is that the center of the position should be at a right angle with the principal line of retreat adjoining the position. Respecting the fourth point, an army certainly cannot look over an expanse of country in its front as it overlooks the space directly before it when in a tactical position for battle. But the strategic eyes are the advanced guard, scouts and patrols sent forward, spies, etc., etc., and the service will naturally be easier for these in an open than in an intersected country. The fifth point is merely the reverse of the fourth. Strategical points d'appui differ from tactical in these two respects, that the army need not be in immediate contact with them, and that, on the other hand, they must be of greater extent. The cause of this is that, according to the nature of the thing, the relations to time and space in which strategy moves are generally on a greater scale than those of tactics. If, therefore, an army posts itself at a distance of a mile from the sea coast or the banks of a great river, it leans strategically on these obstacles, for the enemy cannot make use of such a space as this to effect a strategic turning movement. Within its narrow limits, he cannot adventure on marches miles in length, occupying days and weeks. On the other hand, in strategy, a lake of several miles in circumference is hardly to be looked upon as an obstacle. In its proceedings, a few miles to the right or left are not of much consequence. Fortresses will become strategic points d'appui, according as they are large and afford a wide sphere of action for offensive combinations. The disposition of the army in separate masses may be done with a view either to special objects and requirements or to those of a general nature. Here we can only speak of the latter. The first general necessity is to push forward the advanced guard and the other troops required to watch the enemy. The second is that, with very large armies, the reserves are usually placed several miles in rear, and consequently occupy a separate position. Lastly, the covering of both wings of an army usually requires a separate disposition of particular corps. By this covering it is not at all meant that a portion of the army is to be detached to defend the space round its wings, in order to prevent the enemy from approaching these weak points, as they are called, who would then defend the wings of these flanking corps. This kind of idea, which is so common, is complete nonsense. The wings of an army are in themselves not weak points of an army for this reason, that the enemy also has wings and cannot menace ours without placing his own in jeopardy. It is only if circumstances are unequal, if the enemy's army is larger than ours, if his lines of communication are more secure, see lines of communication. It is only then that the wings become weak parts. But of these special cases, we are not now speaking, therefore, neither of a case in which a flanking corps is appointed in connection with other combinations to defend effectually the space on our wings, for that no longer belongs to the category of general dispositions. But although the wings are not particularly weak parts still, they are particularly important, because here, on account of flanking movements, the defense is not so simple as in front. Measures are more complicated and require more time and preparation. For this reason, it is necessary in the majority of cases to protect the wings specially against unforeseen enterprises on the part of the enemy. And this is done by placing stronger masses on the wings than would be required for mere purposes of observation. To press heavily these masses, even if they oppose no very serious resistance, more time is required, and the stronger they are, the more the enemy must develop his forces and his intentions, and by that means the object of the measure is attained. What is to be done further depends on the particular plans of the moment. We may therefore regard corps placed on the wings as lateral advanced guards, intended to retard the advance of the enemy through the space beyond our wings and give us time to make dispositions to counteract his movement. If these corps are to fall back on the main body, and the latter is not to make a backward movement at the same time, then it follows of itself that they must not be in the same line with the front of the main body, but thrown out somewhat forwards, because when a retreat is to be made, even without being preceded by a serious engagement, they should not retreat directly on the side of the position. From these reasons of a subjective nature, as they relate to the inner organization of an army, there arises a natural system of disposition, composed of 4 or 5 parts according as the reserve remains with the main body or not. As the subsistence and shelter of the troops partly decide the choice of a position in general, so also they contribute to a disposition in separate divisions. The attention which they demand comes into consideration along with the other considerations above mentioned, and we seek to satisfy the one without prejudice to the other. In most cases, by the division of an army into 5 separate corps, the difficulties of subsistence and quartering will be overcome, and no great alteration will afterwards be required on their account. We have still to cast a glance at the distances at which these separated corps may be allowed to be placed, if we are to retain in view the advantage of mutual support, and, therefore, of concentrating for battle. On this subject, we remind our readers of what is said in the chapters on the duration and decision of the combat, according to which no absolute distance, but only the most general, as it were, average rules can be given, because absolute and relative strength of arms and country have a great influence. The distance of the advanced guard is the easiest to fix, as in retreating it falls back on the main body of the army, and therefore may be at all events at a distance of a long day's march, without incurring the risk of being obliged to fight an independent battle. But it should not be sent further in advance than the security of the army requires, because the further it has to fall back, the more it suffers. Respecting corps on the flanks, as we have already said, the combat of an ordinary division of 8,000 to 10,000 men usually lasts for several hours, even for half a day before it is decided. On that account, therefore, there need be no hesitation in placing such a division at a distance of some leagues or 1 or 2 miles, and for the same reason, corps of 3 or 4 divisions may be detached a day's march or a distance of 3 or 4 miles. From this natural and general disposition of the main body, in 4 or 5 divisions at particular distances, a certain method has arisen of dividing an army in a mechanical manner, whenever there are no strong special reasons against this ordinary method. But although we assume that each of these distinct parts of an army shall be competent to undertake an independent combat, and it may be obliged to engage in one, it does not therefore by any means follow that the real object of fractioning an army is that the parts should fight separately. The necessity for this distribution of the army is mostly only a condition of existence imposed by time. If the enemy approaches our position to try the fate of a general action, the strategic period is over. Everything concentrates itself into the one moment of the battle, and therewith terminates and vanishes the object of the distribution of the army. As soon as the battle commences, considerations about quarters and subsistence are suspended. The observation of the enemy before our front and on our flanks has fulfilled the purpose of checking his advance by a partial resistance, and now all resolves itself into the one great unit, the great battle. The best criterion of skill in the disposition of an army lies in the proof that the distribution has been considered merely as a condition, as a necessary evil, but that united action in battle has been considered the object of the disposition. Chapter 7, Advanced Guard and Outposts. These two bodies belong to that class of subjects, into which both the tactical and strategic threads run simultaneously. On the one hand, we must reckon them amongst those provisions which give form to the battle and ensure the execution of tactical plans. On the other hand, they frequently lead to independent combats, and on account of their position, more or less distant from the main body, they are to be regarded as links in the strategic chain. And it is this very feature which obliges us to supplement the preceding chapter by devoting a few moments to their consideration. Every body of troops, when not completely in readiness for battle, requires an advanced guard to learn the approach of the enemy, and to gain further particulars respecting his force before he comes in sight, for the range of vision, as a rule, does not go much beyond the range of firearms. But what sort of man would he be who could not see farther than his arms can reach? The foreposts are the eyes of the army, as we have already said. The want of them, however, is not always equally great. It has its degrees. The strength of armies and the extent of ground they cover, time, place, contingencies, the method of making war, even chance, are all points which have an influence in the matter and, therefore, we cannot wonder that military history, instead of furnishing any definite and simple outlines of the method of using advanced guards and outposts, only presents the subject in a kind of chaos of examples of the most diversified nature. Sometimes we see the security of an army entrusted to a corps regularly appointed to the duty of advanced guard. At another time, a long line of separate outposts. Sometimes both these arrangements coexist, sometimes neither one nor the other. At one time, there is only one advanced guard in common for the whole of the advancing columns. At another time, each column has its own advanced guard. We shall endeavor to get a clear idea of what the subject really is, and then see whether we can arrive at some principles capable of application. If the troops are on the march, a detachment of more or less strength forms its van or advanced guard, and in case of the movement of the army being reversed, this same detachment will form the rearguard. If the troops are in cantonments or camp, an extended line of weak posts forms the vanguard, the outposts. It is essentially in the nature of things that, when the army is halted, a greater extent of space can and must be watched than when the army is in motion, and therefore in the one case the conception of a chain of posts, in the other that of a concentrated corps arises of itself. The actual strength of an advanced guard, as well as of outposts, ranges from a considerable corps, composed of an organization of all three arms, to a regiment of hussars, and from a strongly entrenched defensive line, occupied by portions of troops from each arm of the service, to mere outlying pickets, and their supports detached from the camp. The services assigned to such vanguards range also from those of mere observation to an offer of opposition or resistance to the enemy. And this opposition may not only be to give the main body of the army the time which it requires to prepare for battle, but also to make the enemy develop his plans and intentions, which consequently makes the observation far more important. According as more or less time is required to be gained, according as the opposition to be offered is calculated upon and intended to meet the special measures of the enemy, so accordingly must the strength of the advanced guard and outposts be proportioned. Frederick the Great, a general above all others ever ready for battle, and who almost directed his army in battle by word of command, never required strong outposts. We see him therefore constantly encamping close under the eyes of the enemy, without any great apparatus of outposts, relying for his security, at one place on a hussar regiment, at another on a light battalion, or perhaps on the pickets, and supports furnished from the camp. On the march, a few thousand horse, generally furnished by the cavalry on the flanks of the first line, formed his advanced guard, and at the end of the march rejoined the main body. He very seldom had any corps permanently employed as advanced guard. When it is the intention of a small army, by using the whole weight of its mass with great vigor and activity, to make the enemy feel the effect of its superior discipline and the greater resolution of its commander, then almost everything must be done sous la barbe de l'ennemi, in the same way as Frederick the Great did when opposed to Daun. A system of holding back from the enemy, and a very formal and extensive system of outposts would neutralize all the advantages of the above kind of superiority. The circumstance that an error of another kind, and the carrying out Frederick's system too far may lead to a battle of Hochkirch, is no argument against this method of acting. We should rather say that as there was only one battle of Hochkirch in all the Silesian War, we ought to recognize in this system a proof of the king's consummate ability. Napoleon, however, who commanded an army not deficient in discipline and firmness, and who did not want for resolution himself, never moved without a strong advanced guard. There are two reasons for this. The first is to be found in the alteration in tactics. A whole army is no longer led into battle as one body by mere word of command, to settle the affair like a great duel by more or less skill and bravery. The combatants on each side now range their forces more to suit the peculiarities of the ground and circumstances, so that the order of battle, and consequently the battle itself, is a whole made up of many parts, from which there follows that the simple determination to fight becomes a regularly formed plan, and the word of command a more or less long preparatory arrangement. For this time and data are required. The second cause lies in the great size of modern armies. Frederick brought 30 or 40,000 men into battle, Napoleon from 1 to 200,000. We have selected these examples because everyone will admit that two such generals would never have adopted any systematic mode of proceeding without some good reason. Upon the whole, there has been a general improvement in the use of advanced guards and outposts in modern wars. Not that everyone acted as Frederick, even in the Silesian Wars, for at that time the Austrians had a system of strong outposts and frequently sent forward a corps as advanced guard, for which they had sufficient reason from the situation in which they were placed. Just in the same way, we find differences enough in the mode of carrying on war in more modern times. Even the French marshals Macdonald in Silesia, Oudenot, and Ney in the Mark, Brandenburg, advanced with armies of 60 or 70,000 men, without our reading of their having had any advanced guard. We have hitherto been discussing advanced guards and outposts in relation to their numerical strength, but there is another difference which we must settle. It is that, when an army advances or retires on a certain breadth of ground, it may have a van and rear guard in common for all the columns which are marching side by side, or each column may have one for itself. In order to form a clear idea on this subject, we must look at it in this way. The fundamental conception of an advanced guard, when a corps is so specially designated, is that its mission is the security of the main body or center of the army. If this main body is marching upon several contiguous roads so close together that they can also easily serve for the advanced guard, and therefore be covered by it, then the flank columns naturally require no special covering. But those corps which are moving at great distances, in reality as detached corps, must provide their own vanguards. The same applies also to any of those corps which belong to the central mass, and owing to the direction that the roads may happen to take, are too far from the center column. Therefore, there will be as many advanced guards, as there are columns virtually separated from each other. If each of these advanced guards is much weaker than one general one would be, then they fall more into the class of other tactical dispositions, and there is no advanced guard in the strategic tableau. But if the main body or center has a much larger corps for its advanced guard, then that corps will appear as the advanced guard of the whole, and will be so in many respects. But what can be the reason for giving the center a vanguard so much stronger than the wings? The following three reasons. 1. Because the mass of troops composing the center is usually much more considerable. 2. Because plainly, the central point of a strip of country along which the front of an army is extended must always be the most important point, as all the combinations of the campaign relate mostly to it, and therefore the field of battle is also usually nearer to it than to the wings. 3. Because, although a corps thrown forward in front of the center does not directly protect the wings as a real vanguard, it still contributes greatly to their security indirectly. For instance, the enemy cannot in ordinary cases pass by such a corps within a certain distance in order to effect any enterprise of importance against one of the wings, because he has to fear an attack in flank and rear. Even if this check which a corps thrown forward in the center imposes on the enemy is not sufficient to constitute complete security for the wings, it is at all events sufficient to relieve the flanks from all apprehension in a great many cases. The vanguard of the center, if much stronger than that of a wing, that is to say, if it consists of a special corps as advanced guard, has then not merely the mission of a vanguard, intended to protect the troops in its rear from sudden surprise. It also operates in more general strategic relations as an army corps thrown forward in advance. The following are the purposes for which such a corps may be used, and therefore those which determine its duties in practice. 1. To ensure a stouter resistance, and make the enemy advance with more caution. Consequently, to do the duties of a vanguard on a greater scale, whenever our arrangements are such as to require time before they can be carried into effect. 2. If the central mass of the army is very large, to be able to keep this unwieldy body at some distance from the enemy, while we still remain close to him with a more movable body of troops. 3. That we may have a corps of observation close to the enemy, if there are any other reasons which require us to keep the principal mass of the army at a considerable distance. The idea that weaker lookout posts, mere partisan corps, might answer just as well for this observation is set aside at once if we reflect how easily a weak corps might be dispersed, and how very limited also are its means of observation as compared with those of a considerable corps. 4. In the pursuit of the enemy. A single corps as advanced guard, with the greater part of the cavalry attached to it, can move quicker, arriving later at its bivouac and moving earlier in the morning than the whole mass. 5. Lastly, on a retreat, as rearguard, to be used in defending the principal natural obstacles of ground. In this respect, also the center is exceedingly important. At first sight, it certainly appears as if such a rearguard would be constantly in danger of having its flanks turned. But we must remember that, even if the enemy succeeds in overlapping the flanks to some extent, he has still to march the whole way from there to the center before he can seriously threaten the central mass, which gives time to the rear guard of the center to prolong its resistance and remain in rear somewhat longer. On the other hand, the situation becomes at once critical if the center falls back quicker than the wings. There is immediately an appearance as if the line had been broken through, and even the very idea or appearance of that is to be dreaded. At no time is there a greater necessity for concentration and holding together, and at no time is this more sensibly felt by everyone than on a retreat. The intention always is that the wings in case of extremity should close upon the center. And if, on account of subsistence and roads, the retreat has to be made on a considerable width of country, still the movement generally ends by a concentration on the center. If we add to these considerations also this one, that the enemy usually advances with his principal force in the center, and with the greatest energy against the center, we must perceive that the rear guard of the center is of special importance. Accordingly, therefore, a special corps should always be thrown forward as an advanced guard in every case where one of the above relations occurs. These relations almost fall to the ground if the center is not stronger than the wings, as, for example, MacDonald when he advanced against Blücher in Silesia in 1813, and the latter when he made his movement towards the Elbe. Both of them had 3 corps, which usually moved in 3 columns by different roads, the heads of the columns in line. On this account, no mention is made of their having had advanced guards. But this disposition in 3 columns of equal strength is one which is by no means to be recommended, partly on that account, and also because the division of a whole army into 3 parts makes it very unmanageable, as stated in the 5th chapter of the 3rd book. When the whole is formed into a center with 2 wings separate from it, which we have represented in the preceding chapter as the most natural formation as long as there is no particular object for any other, the corps forming the advanced guard, according to the simplest notion of the case, will have its place in front of the center, and therefore before the line which forms the front of the wings. But as the first object of corps thrown out on the flanks is to perform the same office for the sides as the advanced guard for the front, it will very often happen that these corps will be in line with the advanced guard, or even still further thrown forward, according to circumstances. With respect to the strength of an advanced guard, we have little to say, as now very properly it is the general custom to detail for that duty 1 or more component parts of the army of the first class, reinforced by part of the cavalry, so that it consists of a corps if the army is formed in corps, of a division if the organization is in divisions. It is easy to perceive that in this respect, also the great number of higher members or divisions is an advantage. How far the advanced guard should be pushed to the front must entirely depend on circumstances. There are cases in which it may be more than a day's march in advance, and others in which it should be immediately before the front of the army. If we find that in most cases between 1 and 3 miles is the distance chosen, that shows certainly that circumstances have usually pointed out this distance as the best. But we cannot make of it a rule by which we are to be always guided. In the foregoing observations, we have lost sight altogether of outposts, and therefore we must now return to them again. In saying, at the commencement, that the relations between outposts and stationary troops is similar to that between advanced guards and troops in motion, our object was to refer the conceptions back to their origin and keep them distinct in future. But it is clear that if we confine ourselves strictly to the words, we should get little more than a pedantic distinction. If an army on the march halts at night to resume the march next morning, the advanced guard must naturally do the same, and always organize the outpost duty, required both for its own security and that of the main body, without on that account being changed from an advanced guard into a line of outposts. To satisfy the notion of that transformation, the advanced guard would have to be completely broken up into a chain of small posts, having either only a very small force or none at all in a form approaching to a mass. In other words, the idea of a line of outposts must predominate over that of a concentrated corps. The shorter the time of rest of the army, the less complete does the covering of the army require to be, for the enemy has hardly time to learn from day to day what is covered and what is not. The longer the halt is to be, the more complete must be the observation and covering of all points of approach. As a rule, therefore, when the halt is long, the vanguard becomes always more and more extended into a line of posts. Whether the change becomes complete, or whether the idea of a concentrated corps shall continue uppermost, depends chiefly on two circumstances. The first is the proximity of the contending armies, the second is the nature of the country. If the armies are very close in comparison to the width of their front, then it will often be impossible to post a vanguard between them, and the armies are obliged to place their dependence on a chain of outposts. A concentrated corps, as it covers the approaches to the army less directly, generally requires more time and space to act efficiently, and therefore, if the army covers a great extent of front, as in cantonments, and a corps standing in mass is to cover all the avenues of approach, it is necessary that we should be at a considerable distance from the enemy. On this account, winter quarters, for instance, are generally covered by a cordon of posts. The second circumstance is the nature of the country, where, for example, any formidable obstacle of ground affords the means of forming a strong line of posts with but few troops, we should not neglect to take advantage of it. Lastly, in winter quarters, the rigor of the season may also be a reason for breaking up the advanced guard into a line of posts, because it is easier to find shelter for it in that way. The use of a reinforced line of outposts was brought to great perfection by the Anglo-Dutch army during the campaign of 1794 and 1795 in the Netherlands, when the line of defense was formed by brigades composed of all arms, in single posts, and supported by a reserve. Scharnhorst, who was with that army, introduced this system into the Prussian army on the Passarge in 1807. Elsewhere in modern times, it has been little adopted, chiefly because the wars have been too rich in movement. But even when there has been occasion for its use, it has been neglected, as for instance, by Murat at Tarutino. A wider extension of his defensive line would have spared him the loss of 30 pieces of artillery in a combat of outposts. It cannot be disputed that in certain circumstances, great advantages may be derived from this system. We propose to return to the subject on another occasion. Chapter 8, Mode of Action of Advanced Corps. We have just seen how the security of the army is expected, from the effect which an advanced guard and flank corps produce on an advancing enemy. Such corps are always to be considered as very weak whenever we imagine them in conflict with the main body of the enemy, and therefore a peculiar mode of using them is required, that they may fulfill the purpose for which they are intended, without incurring the risk of the serious loss which is to be feared from this disproportion in strength. The object of a corps of this description is to observe the enemy and to delay his progress. For the first of these purposes, a smaller body would never be sufficient, partly because it would be more easily driven back, partly because its means of observation, that is, its eyes, could not reach as far. But the observation must be carried to a high point. The enemy must be made to develop his whole strength before such a corps, and thereby reveal to a certain extent not only his force, but also his plans. For this, its mere presence would be sufficient, and it would only be necessary to wait and see the measures by which the enemy seeks to drive it back, and then commence its retreat at once. But further, it must also delay the advance of the enemy, and that implies actual resistance. Now, how can we conceive this waiting until the last moment, as well as this resistance, without such a corps being in constant danger of serious loss? Chiefly in this way, that the enemy himself is preceded by an advanced guard, and therefore does not advance at once with all the outflanking and overpowering weight of his whole force. Now, if this advance guard is also from the commencement superior to our advanced corps, as we may naturally suppose it is intended it should be, and if the enemy's main body is also nearer to his advanced guard than we are to ours, and if that main body, being already on the march, will soon be on the spot to support the attack of his advanced guard with all his strength, still this first act, in which our advanced corps has to contend with the enemy's advanced guard, that is with a force not much exceeding its own, ensures at once a certain gain of time, and thus allows of our watching the adversary's movements for some time without endangering our own retreat. But even a certain amount of resistance, which such a corps can offer in a suitable position, is not attended with such disadvantage, as we might anticipate in other cases, through the disproportion in the strength of the forces engaged. The chief danger in a contest with a superior enemy consists always in the possibility of being turned and placed in a critical situation by the enemy enveloping our position. But in the case to which our attention is now directed, a risk of this description is very much less, owing to the advancing enemy never knowing exactly how near there may be support from the main body of his opponent's army itself, which may place his advanced column between two fires. The consequence is that the enemy in advancing keeps the heads of his single columns as nearly as possible in line, and only begins very cautiously to attempt to turn one or other wing after he has sufficiently reconnoitered our position. While the enemy is thus feeling about and moving guardedly, the corps we have thrown forward has time to fall back before it is in any serious danger. As for the length of the resistance which such a corps should offer against the attack in front, or against the commencement of any turning movement, that depends chiefly on the nature of the ground and the proximity of the enemy's supports. If this resistance is continued beyond its natural measure, either from want of judgment or from a sacrifice being necessary in order to give the main body the time it requires, the consequence must always be a very considerable loss. It is only in rare instances, and more especially when some local obstacle is favorable, that the resistance actually made in such a combat can be of importance, and the duration of the little battle of such a corps would in itself be hardly sufficient to gain the time required. That time is really gained in a threefold manner, which lies in the nature of the thing, viz. 1. By the more cautious, and consequently slower advance of the enemy. 2. By the duration of the actual resistance offered. 3. By the retreat itself. This retreat must be made as slowly as is consistent with safety. If the country affords good positions, they should be made use of, as that obliges the enemy to organize fresh attacks and plans for turning movements, and by that means more time is gained. Perhaps in a new position, a real combat even may again be fought. We see that the opposition to the enemy's progress by actual fighting and the retreat are completely combined with one another, and that the shortness of the duration of the fights must be made up for by their frequent repetition. This is the kind of resistance which an advanced corps should offer. The degree of effect depends chiefly on the strength of the corps and the configuration of the country, next on the length of the road which the corps has to march over and the support which it receives. A small body, even when the forces on both sides are equal, can never make as long a stand as a considerable corps. For the larger the masses, the more time they require to complete their action, of whatever kind it may be. In a mountainous country, the mere marching is of itself slower, the resistance in the different positions longer, and attended with less danger, and at every step favorable positions may be found. As the distance to which a corps is pushed forward increases, so will the length of its retreat, and therefore also the absolute gain of time by its resistance. But as such a corps by its position has less power of resistance in itself, and is less easily reinforced, its retreat must be made more rapidly in proportion than if it stood nearer the main body and had a shorter distance to traverse. The support and means of rallying afforded to an advanced corps must naturally have an influence on the duration of the resistance, as all the time that prudence requires for the security of the retreat is so much taken from the resistance, and therefore diminishes its amount. There is a marked difference in the time gained by the resistance of an advanced corps when the enemy makes his first appearance after midday. In such a case, the length of the night is so much additional time gained, as the advance is seldom continued throughout the night. Thus it was that, in 1815, on the short distance from Charleroi to Ligny, not more than 2 miles, the 1st Prussian Corps under General Ziethen, about 30,000 strong, against Buonaparte at the head of 120,000 men, was enabled to gain 24 hours for the Prussian army then engaged in concentrating. The first attack was made on General Ziethen about 9 o'clock on the morning of 15th June, and the Battle of Ligny did not commence until about 2 on the afternoon of 16th. General Ziethen suffered, it is true, very considerable loss, amounting to 5,000 or 6,000 men killed, wounded, or prisoners. Here, as well as elsewhere, by the word mile, the German mile is meant, tr. If we refer to experience, the following are the results, which may serve as a basis in any calculations of this kind. A division of 10 or 12,000 men, with a proportion of cavalry, a day's march of 3 or 4 miles in advance in an ordinary country, not particularly strong, will be able to detain the enemy, including time occupied in the retreat, about half as long again as he would otherwise require to march over the same ground. But if the division is only a mile in advance, then the enemy ought to be detained about 2 or 3 times as long as he otherwise would be on the march. Therefore, supposing the distance to be a march of 4 miles, for which usually 10 hours are required, then from the moment that the enemy appears in force in front of the advanced corps, we may reckon upon 15 hours before he is in a condition to attack our main body. On the other hand, if the advanced guard is posted only a mile in advance, then the time which will elapse before our army can be attacked will be more than 3 or 4 hours, and may very easily come up to double that. For the enemy still requires just as much time to mature his first measures against our advanced guard, and the resistance offered by that guard in its original position will be greater than it would be in a position further forward. The consequence is that in the first of these supposed cases, the enemy cannot easily make an attack on our main body on the same day that he presses back the advanced corps, and this exactly coincides with the results of experience. Even in the second case, the enemy must succeed in driving our advanced guard from its ground in the first half of the day to have the requisite time for a general action. As the night comes to our help in the first of these supposed cases, we see how much time may be gained by an advanced guard thrown further forward. With reference to corps placed on the sides or flanks, the object of which we have before explained, the mode of action is in most cases more or less connected with circumstances which belong to the province of immediate application. The simplest way is to look upon them as advanced guards placed on the sides, which being at the same time thrown out somewhat in advance, retreat in an oblique direction upon the army. As these corps are not immediately in the front of the army, and cannot be so easily supported as a regular advanced guard, they would, therefore, be exposed to greater danger, if it was not that the enemy's offensive power in most cases is somewhat less at the outer extremities of his line, and in the worst cases, such corps have sufficient room to give way without exposing the army so directly to danger as a flying advanced guard would in its rapid retreat. The most usual and best means of supporting an advanced corps is by a considerable body of cavalry, for which reason, when necessary from the distance at which the corps is advanced, the reserve cavalry is posted between the main body and the advanced corps. The conclusion to be drawn from the preceding reflections is that an advanced corps affects more by its presence than by its efforts, less by the combats in which it engages than by the possibility of those in which it might engage. That it should never attempt to stop the enemy's movements, but only serve like a pendulum to moderate and regulate them, so that they may be made matter of calculation. Chapter 9, Camps. We are now considering the three situations of an army outside of the combat only strategically, that is, so far as they are conditioned by place, time, and the number of the effective force. All those subjects which relate to the internal arrangement of the combat and the transition into the state of combat belong to tactics. The disposition in camps, under which we mean every disposition of an army except in quarters, whether it be in tents, huts, or bivouac, is strategically completely identical with the combat which is contingent upon such disposition. Tactically, it is not so always, for we can, for many reasons, choose a site for encamping which is not precisely identical with the proposed field of battle. Having already said all that is necessary on the disposition of an army, that is, on the position of the different parts, we have only to make some observations on camps in connection with their history. In former times, that is, before armies grew once more to considerable dimensions, before wars became of greater duration, and their partial acts brought into connection with a whole or general plan, and up to the time of the War of the French Revolution, armies always used tents. This was their normal state. With the commencement of the mild season of the year, they left their quarters, and did not again take them up until winter set in. Winter quarters at that time must to a certain extent be looked upon as a state of no war, for in them the forces were neutralized, the whole clockwork stopped. Quarters to refresh an army which preceded the real winter quarters, and other temporary cantonments, for a short time within contracted limits, were transitional and exceptional conditions. This is not the place to inquire how such a periodical voluntary neutralization of power consisted with, or is now consistent with the object and being of war. We shall come to that subject hereafter, enough that it was so. Since the wars of the French Revolution, armies have completely done away with the tents on account of the encumbrance they cause. Partly it is found better for an army of 100,000 men to have, in place of 6,000 tent horses, 5,000 additional cavalry, or a couple of hundred extra guns. Partly it has been found that in great and rapid operations a load of tents is a hindrance, and of little use. But this change is attended with two drawbacks, viz., an increase of casualties in the force and greater wasting of the country. However slight the protection afforded by a roof of common tent cloth, it cannot be denied that on a long continuance it is great relief to the troops. For a single day the difference is small, because a tent is little protection against wind and cold, and does not completely exclude wet. But this small difference, if repeated 200 or 300 times in a year, becomes important. A greater loss through sickness is just a natural result. How the devastation of the country is increased through the want of tents for the troops requires no explanation. One would suppose that on account of these two reactionary influences, the doing away with tents must have diminished again the energy of war in another way. That troops must remain longer in quarters, and from want of the requisites for encampment, must forego many positions which would have been possible had tents been forthcoming. This would indeed have been the case had there not been, in the same epoch of time, an enormous revolution in war generally, which swallowed up in itself all these smaller subordinate influences. The elementary fire of war has become so overpowering, its energy so extraordinary, that these regular periods of rest also have disappeared, and every power presses forward with persistent force towards the great decision, which will be treated of more fully in the 9th book. Under these circumstances, therefore, any question about effects on an army from the discontinuance of the use of tents in the field is quite thrown into the shade. Troops now occupy huts or bivouac under the canopy of heaven, without regard to season of the year, weather, or locality, just according as the general plan and object of the campaign require. Whether war will in the future continue to maintain, under all circumstances and at all times, this energy, is a question we shall consider hereafter. Where this energy is wanting, the want of tents is calculated to exercise some influence on the conduct of war. But that this reaction will ever be strong enough to bring back the use of tents is very doubtful, because now that much wider limits have been opened for the elements of war, it will never return within its old narrow bounds, except occasionally for a certain time and under certain circumstances, only to break out again with the all-powerful force of its nature. Permanent arrangements for an army must, therefore, be based only upon that nature. Chapter 10, Marches. Marches are a mere passage from one position to another under two primary conditions. The first is the due care of the troops, so that no forces shall be squandered uselessly when they might be usefully employed. The second is precision in the movements, so that they may fit exactly. If we marched 100,000 men in one single column, that is, upon one road without intervals of time, the rear of the column would never arrive at the proposed destination on the same day with the head of the column. We must either advance at an unusually slow pace, or the mass would, like a thread of water, disperse itself in drops. And this dispersion, together with the excessive exertion laid upon those in rear owing to the length of the column, would soon throw everything into confusion. If from this extreme we take the opposite direction, we find that the smaller the mass of troops in one column, the greater the ease and precision with which the march can be performed. The result of this is the need of a division quite irrespective of that division of an army in separate parts which belongs to its position. Therefore, although the division into columns of march originates in the strategic disposition in general, it does not do so in every particular case. A great mass which is to be concentrated at any one point must necessarily be divided for the march. But even if a disposition of the army in separate parts causes a march in separate divisions, sometimes the conditions of the primitive disposition, sometimes those of the march, are paramount. For instance, if the disposition of the troops is one made merely for rest, one in which a battle is not expected, then the conditions of the march predominate, and these conditions are chiefly the choice of good, well-frequented roads. Keeping in view this difference, we choose a road in the one case on account of the quarters and camping ground. In the other, we take the quarters and camps such as they are on account of the road. When a battle is expected, and everything depends on our reaching a particular point with a mass of troops, then we should think nothing of getting to that point by even the worst by roads, if necessary. If, on the other hand, we are still on the journey to the theater of war, then the nearest great roads are selected for the columns, and we look out for the best quarters and camps that can be got near them. Whether the march is of the one kind or the other, if there is a possibility of a combat that is within the whole region of actual war, it is an invariable rule in the modern art of war to organize the columns so that the mass of troops composing each column is fit of itself to engage in an independent combat. This condition is satisfied by the combination of the three arms, by an organized subdivision of the whole, and by the appointment of a competent commander. Marches, therefore, have been the chief cause of the new order of battle, and they profit most by it. When in the middle of the last century, especially in the theater of war in which Frederick Roman II was engaged, generals began to look upon movement as a principle belonging to fighting, and to think of gaining the victory by the effect of unexpected movements. The want of an organized order of battle caused the most complicated and laborious evolutions on a march. In carrying out a movement near the enemy, an army ought to be always ready to fight. But at that time, they were never ready to fight unless the whole army was collectively present, because nothing less than the army constituted a complete whole. In a march to flank, the second line, in order to be always at the regulated distance, that is about a quarter of a mile from the first, had to march up hill and down dale, which demanded immense exertion, as well as a great stock of local knowledge. For where can one find two good roads running parallel at a distance of a quarter of a mile from each other? The cavalry on the wings had to encounter the same difficulties when the march was direct to the front. There was other difficulty with the artillery, which required a road for itself, protected by infantry. For the lines of infantry required to be continuous lines, and the artillery increased the length of their already long trailing columns still more, and threw all their regulated distances into disorder. It is only necessary to read the dispositions for marches in Tempelhof's History of the 7 Years' War, to be satisfied of all these incidents and of the restraints thus imposed on the action of war. But since then, the modern art of war has subdivided armies on a regular principle, so that each of the principal parts forms in itself a complete whole, of small proportions, but capable of acting in battle precisely like the great whole, except in one respect, which is that the duration of its action must be shorter. The consequence of this change is that even when it is intended that the whole force should take part in a battle, it is no longer necessary to have the columns so close to each other that they may unite before the commencement of the combat. It is sufficient now if the concentration takes place in the course of the action. The smaller a body of troops, the more easily it can be moved, and therefore the less it requires that subdivision which is not a result of the separate disposition, but of the unwieldiness of the mass. A small body, therefore, can march upon one road, and if it is to advance on several lines, it easily finds roads near each other which are as good as it requires. The greater the mass, the greater becomes the necessity for subdividing, the greater becomes the number of columns, and the want of made roads, or even great high roads, consequently also the distance of the columns from each other. Now the danger of this subdivision is arithmetically expressed in an inverse ratio to the necessity for it. The smaller the parts are, the more readily must they be able to render assistance to each other. The larger they are, the longer they can be left to depend on themselves. If we only call to mind what has been said in the preceding book on this subject, and also consider that in cultivated countries at a few miles' distance from the main road, there are always other tolerably good roads running in a parallel direction, it is easy to see that, in regulating a march, there are no great difficulties which make rapidity and precision in the advance incompatible with the proper concentration of force. In a mountainous country, parallel roads are both scarce, and the difficulties of communication between them great, but the defensive powers of a single column are very much greater. In order to make this idea clearer, let us look at it for a moment in a concrete form. A division of 8,000 men, with its artillery and other carriages, takes up, as we know by experience in ordinary cases, a space of 1 league if, therefore, 2 divisions march one after the other on the same road. The second arrives 1 hour after the first. But now, as said in the 6th chapter of the 4th book, a division of this strength is quite capable of maintaining a combat for several hours, even against a superior force, and therefore, supposing the worst, that is, supposing the first had to commence a fight instantaneously, still the second division would not arrive too late. Further, within a league right and left of the road on which we march, in the cultivated countries of Central Europe, there are, generally, lateral roads which can be used for a march, so that there is no necessity to go across country, as was so often done in the 7 Years' War. Again, it is known by experience that the head of a column composed of 4 divisions and a reserve of cavalry, even on indifferent roads, generally gets over a march of 3 miles in 8 hours. Now, if we reckon for each division 1 league in depth, and the same for the reserve cavalry and artillery, then the whole march will last 13 hours. This is no great length of time, and yet in this case 40,000 men would have marched over the same road. But with such a mass as this we can make use of lateral roads, which are to be found at a greater distance, and therefore easily shorten the march. If the mass of troops marching on the same road is still greater than above supposed, then it is a case in which the arrival of the whole on the same day is no longer indispensable. For such masses never give battle now the moment they meet, usually not until the next day. We have introduced these concrete cases, not as exhausting considerations of this kind, but to make ourselves more intelligible, and by means of this glance at the results of experience to show that, in the present mode of conducting war, the organization of marches no longer offers such great difficulties. That the most rapid marches, executed with the greatest precision, no longer require either that peculiar skill or that exact knowledge of the country which was needed for Frederick's rapid and exact marches in the 7 Years' War. Through the existing organization of armies, they rather go on now almost of themselves, at least without any great preparatory plans. In times past, battles were conducted by mere word of command, but marches required a regular plan. Now the order of battle requires the latter, and for a march the word of command almost suffices. As is well known, all marches are either perpendicular or parallel. The latter, also called flank marches, alter the geometrical position of the divisions. Those parts which, in position, were in line, will follow one another, and vice versa. Now, although the line of march may be at any angle with the front, still the order of the march must decidedly be of one or other of these classes. This geometrical alteration could only be completely carried out by tactics, and by it only through the file march as it is called, which, with great masses, is impossible. Far less is it possible for strategy to do it. The parts which changed their geometrical relation in the old order of battle were only the center and wings. In the new, they are the divisions of the first-rank corps, divisions, or even brigades, according to the organization of the army. Now, the consequences above deduced from the new order of battle have an influence here also, for as it is no longer so necessary, as formerly, that the whole army should be assembled before action commences, therefore the greater care is taken that those troops which march together form one whole, a unit. If 2 divisions were so placed that one formed the reserve to the other, and that they were to advance against the enemy upon 2 roads, no one would think of sending a portion of each division by each of the roads, but a road would at once be assigned to each division. They would therefore march side by side, and each general of division would be left to provide a reserve for himself in case of a combat. Unity of command is much more important than the original geometrical relation. If the divisions reach their new position without a combat, they can resume their previous relations. Much less if 2 divisions, standing together, are to make a parallel flank. March upon 2 roads, should we think of placing the second line or reserve of each division on the rear road. Instead of that, we should allot to each of the divisions one of the roads, and therefore during the march consider one division as forming the reserve to the other. If an army in 4 divisions, of which 3 form the front line and the 4th the reserve, is to march against the enemy in that order, then it is natural to assign a road to each of the divisions in front and cause the reserve to follow the center. If there are not 3 roads at a suitable distance apart, then we need not hesitate at once to march upon 2 roads, as no serious inconvenience can arise from so doing. It is the same in the opposite case, the flank march. Another point is the march off of columns from the right flank or left. In parallel marches to a flank, the thing is plain in itself. No one would march off from the right to make a movement to the left flank. In a march to the front or rear, the order of march should properly be chosen according to the direction of the lines of roads in respect to the future line of deployment. This may also be done frequently in tactics, as its spaces are smaller, and therefore a survey of the geometrical relations can be more easily taken. In strategy, it is quite impossible, and therefore, although we have seen here and there a certain analogy brought over into strategy from tactics, it was mere pedantry. Formerly, the whole order of march was a purely tactical affair, because the army on a march remained always an indivisible whole, and looked to nothing but a combat of the whole. Yet nevertheless Schwerin, for example, when he marched off from his position near Brandes, on the 5th of May, could not tell whether his future field of battle would be on his right or left, and on this account he was obliged to make his famous countermarch. If an army in the old order of battle advanced against the enemy in 4 columns, the cavalry in the first and second lines on each wing formed the 2 exterior columns, the 2 lines of infantry composing the wings formed the 2 central columns. Now these columns could march off all from the right or all from the left, or the right wing from the right, the left wing from the left, or the left from the right, and the right from the left. In the latter case, it would have been called double column from the center. But all these forms, although they ought to have had a relation directly to the future deployment, were really all quite indifferent in that respect. When Frederick the Great entered on the Battle of Leuthen, his army had been marched off by wings from the right in 4 columns. Therefore, the wonderful transition to a march off in order of battle, as described by all writers of history, was done with the greatest ease, because it happened that the king chose to attack the left wing of the Austrians. Had he wanted to turn their right, he must have countermarched his army, as he did at Prague. If these forms did not meet that object in those days, they would be mere trifling as regards it now. We know now just as little as formerly the situation of the future battlefield, in reference to the road we take. And the little loss of time occasioned by marching off in inverted order is now infinitely less important than formerly. The new order of battle has further a beneficial influence in this respect, that it is now immaterial which division arrives first or which brigade is brought under fire first. Under these circumstances, the march off from the right or left is of no consequence now, otherwise than that when it is done alternately, it tends to equalize the fatigue which the troops undergo. This, which is the only object, is certainly an important one for retaining both modes of marching off with large bodies. The advance from the center as a definite evolution naturally comes to an end on account of what has just been stated, and can only take place accidentally. An advance from the center by one and the same column in strategy is, in point of fact, nonsense, for it supposes a double road. The order of march belongs, moreover, more to the province of tactics than to that of strategy, for it is the division of a whole into parts, which, after the march, are once more to resume the state of a whole. As, however, in modern warfare the formal connection of the parts is not required to be constantly kept up during a march, but on the contrary, the parts during the march may become further separated, and therefore be left more to their own resources. Therefore, it is much easier now for independent combats to happen in which the parts have to sustain themselves, and which, therefore, must be reckoned as complete combats in themselves. And on that account, we have thought it necessary to say so much on the subject. Further, an order of battle in 3 parts in juxtaposition being, as we have seen in the second chapter of this book, the most natural where no special object predominates. From that results also that the order of march in 3 columns is the most natural. It only remains to observe that the notion of a column in strategy does not found itself mainly on the line of march of one body of troops. The term is used in strategy to designate masses of troops marching on the same road on different days as well. For the division into columns is made chiefly to short and facilitate the march, as a small number marches quicker and more conveniently than large bodies. But this end may be attained by marching troops on different days, as well as by marching them on different roads. Chapter 11, Marches Continued. Respecting the length of a march and the time it requires, it is natural for us to depend on the general results of experience. For our modern armies, it has long been settled that a march of 3 miles should be the usual day's work, which, on long distances, may be set down as an average distance of 2 miles per day, allowing for the necessary rest days to make such repairs of all kinds as may be required. Such a march in a level country and on tolerable roads will occupy a division of 8,000 men from 8 to 10 hours, in a hilly country from 10 to 12 hours. If several divisions are united in one column, the march will occupy a couple of hours longer, without taking into account the intervals which must elapse between the departure of the first and succeeding divisions. We see, therefore, that the day is pretty well occupied with such a march, that the fatigue endured by a soldier loaded with his pack for 10 or 12 hours is not to be judged of by that of an ordinary journey of 3 miles on foot which a person, on tolerable roads, might easily get over in 5 hours. The longest marches to be found in exceptional instances are of 5, or at most 6 miles a day, for a continuance 4. A march of 5 miles requires a halt for several hours, and a division of 8,000 men will not do it, even on a good road, in less than 16 hours. If the march is one of 6 miles, and that there are several divisions in the column, we may reckon upon at least 20 hours. We here mean the march of a number of whole divisions at once, from one camp to another, for that is the usual form of marches made on a theater of war. When several divisions are to march in one column, the first division to move is assembled and marched off earlier than the rest, and therefore arrives at its camping ground so much the sooner. At the same time, this difference can still never amount to the whole time, which corresponds to the depth of a division on the line of march, and which is so well expressed in French as the time it requires for its découlement, running down. The soldier is, therefore, saved very little fatigue in this way, and every march is very much lengthened in duration in proportion as the number of troops to be moved increases. To assemble and march off the different brigades of a division, in like manner at different times, is seldom practicable, and for that reason we have taken the division itself as the unit. In long distances, when troops march from one cantonment into another, and go over the road in small bodies and without points of assembly, the distance they go over daily may certainly be increased, and in point of fact it is so, from the necessary detours in getting to quarters. But those marches, on which troops have to assemble daily in divisions, or perhaps in corps, and have an additional move to get into quarters, take up the most time, and are only advisable in rich countries, and where the masses of troops are not too large, as in such cases the greater facility of subsistence and the advantage of the shelter, which, the troops obtained compensate sufficiently for the fatigue of a longer march. The Prussian army undoubtedly pursued a wrong system in their retreat in 1806 in taking up quarters for the troops every night on account of subsistence. They could have procured subsistence in bivouacs, and the army would not have been obliged to spend 14 days in getting over 50 miles of ground, which, after all, they only accomplished by extreme efforts. If a bad road or a hilly country has to be marched over, all these calculations as to time and distance undergo such modifications that it is difficult to estimate, with any certainty, in any particular case, the time required for a march. Much less, then, can any general theory be established. All that theory can do is to direct attention to the liability to error with which we are here beset. To avoid it, the most careful calculation is necessary, and a large margin for unforeseen delays. The influence of weather and condition of the troops also come into consideration. Since the doing away with tents and the introduction of the system of subsisting troops by compulsory demands for provisions on the spot, the baggage of an army has been very sensibly diminished. And as a natural and most important consequence, we look first for an acceleration in the movements of an army, and therefore, of course, an increase in the length of the day's march. This, however, is only realized under certain circumstances. Marches within the theater of war have been very little accelerated by this means, for it is well known that for many years, whenever the object required marches of unusual length, it has always been the practice to leave the baggage behind or send it on beforehand, and generally to keep it separate from the troops during the continuance of such movements, and it had in general no influence on the movement, because as soon as it was out of the way and ceased to be a direct impediment, no further trouble was taken about it, whatever damage it might suffer in that way. Marches, therefore, took place in the 7 Years' War, which even now cannot be surpassed. As an instance, we cite Lassy's march in 1760, when he had to support the diversion of the Russians on Berlin. On that occasion, he got over the road from Schweidnitz to Berlin through Lusatia, a distance of 225 miles, in 10 days, averaging, therefore, 22 miles a day, which, for a corps of 15,000, would be an extraordinary march even in these days. On the other hand, through the new method of supplying troops, the movements of armies have acquired a new retarding principle. If troops have partly to procure supplies for themselves, which often happens, then they require more time for the service of supply than would be necessary merely to receive rations from provision wagons. Besides this, on marches of considerable duration, troops cannot be encamped in such large numbers at any one point. The divisions must be separated from one another, in order the more easily to manage for them. Lastly, it almost always happens that it is necessary to place part of the army, particularly the cavalry, in quarters. All this occasions, on the whole, a sensible delay. We find, therefore, that Buonaparte, in pursuit of the Prussians in 1806, with a view to cut off their retreat, and Blücher in 1815, in pursuit of the French, with a like object, only accomplished 30 miles in 10 days, a rate which Frederick the Great was able to attain in his marches from Saxony to Silesia and back, notwithstanding all the train that he had to carry with him. At the same time, the mobility and handiness, if we may use such an expression, of the parts of an army, both great and small, on the theater of war have very perceptibly gained by the diminution of baggage. Partly, inasmuch as while the number of cavalry and guns is the same, there are fewer horses, and therefore there is less forage required. Partly, inasmuch as we are no longer so much tied to any one position, because we have not to be forever looking after a long train of baggage dragging after us. Marches such as that, which, after raising the siege of Olmütz, 1758, Frederick the Great made with 4,000 carriages, the escort of which employed half his army broken up into single battalions and companies, could not be effected now in presence of even the most timid adversary. On long marches, as from the Tagus to the Niemen, that lightening of the army is more sensibly felt. For although the usual measure of the day's march remains the same on account of the carriages still remaining, yet, in cases of great urgency, we can exceed that usual measure at a less sacrifice. Generally, the diminution of baggage tends more to a saving of power than to the acceleration of movement. Chapter 12, Marches Continued. We have now to consider the destructive influence which marches have upon an army. It is so great that it may be regarded as an active principle of destruction, just as much as the combat. One single moderate march does not wear down the instrument, but a succession of even moderate marches is certain to tell upon it, and a succession of severe ones will, of course, do so much sooner. At the actual scene of war, want of food and shelter, bad broken-up roads, and the necessity of being in a perpetual state of readiness for battle are causes of an excessive strain upon our means, by which men, cattle, carriages of every description as well as clothing are ruined. It is commonly said that a long rest does not suit the physical health of an army, that at such a time there is more sickness than during moderate activity. No doubt sickness will and does occur if soldiers are packed too close in confined quarters, but the same thing would occur if these were quarters taken up on the march, and the want of air and exercise can never be the cause of such sicknesses, as it is so easy to give the soldier both by means of his exercises. Only think for a moment, when the organism of a human being is in a disordered and fainting state, what a difference it must make to him whether he falls sick in a house or is seized in the middle of a high road, up to his knees in mud, under torrents of rain, and loaded with a knapsack on his back. Even if he is in a camp, he can soon be sent to the next village, and will not be entirely without medical assistance, whilst on a march he must be for hours without any assistance, and then be made to drag himself along for miles as a straggler. How many trifling illnesses by that means become serious, how many serious ones become mortal. Let us consider how an ordinary march in the dust, and under the burning rays of a summer sun may produce the most excessive heat, in which state, suffering from intolerable thirst, the soldier then rushes to the fresh spring of water, to bring back for himself sickness and death. It is not our object by these reflections to recommend less activity in war. The instrument is there for use, and if the use wears away the instrument, that is only in the natural order of things. We only wish to see everything put in its right place, and to oppose that theoretical bombast according to which the most astonishing surprises the most rapid movements, the most incessant activity cost nothing, and are painted as rich mines which the indolence of the general leaves unworked. It is very much the same with these mines as with those from which gold and silver are obtained. Nothing is seen but the produce, and no one asks about the value of the work which has brought this produce to light. On long marches outside a theater of war, the conditions under which the march is made are no doubt usually easier, and the daily losses smaller. But on that account, men with the slightest sickness are generally lost to the army for some time, as it is difficult for convalescents to overtake an army constantly advancing. Amongst the cavalry, the number of lame horses and horses with sore backs rises in an increasing ratio, and amongst the carriages many break down or require repair. It never fails, therefore, that at the end of a march of 100 miles or more, an army arrives much weakened, particularly as regards its cavalry and train. If such marches are necessary on the theater of war, that is under the eyes of the enemy, then that disadvantage is added to the other, and from the two combine the losses with large masses of troops, and under conditions otherwise unfavorable may amount to something incredible. Only a couple of examples in order to illustrate our ideas. When Buonaparte crossed the Niemen on 24 June, 1812, the enormous center of his army with which he subsequently marched against Moscow numbered 301,000 men. At Smolensk on the 15th August, he detached 13,500, leaving, it is to be supposed, 287,500. The actual state of his army, however, at that date was only 182,000. He had therefore lost 105,000. Bearing in mind that up to that time only 2 engagements to speak of had taken place, one between Davoust and Bragathion, the other between Murat and Talst-Osterman, we may put down the losses of the French army in action at 10,000 men at most, and therefore the losses in sick and stragglers within 52 days on a march of about 70 miles direct to his front amounted to 95,000. That is a third part of the whole army. All these figures are taken from Chambray, Virgil, BD, Roman 7, 2T Offlage, Section 80, FF. 3 weeks later, at the time of the Battle of Borodino, the loss amounted to 144,000, including the casualties in the battle, and 8 days after that again, at Moscow, the number was 198,000. The losses of this army in general were at the commencement of the campaign at the rate of 150 daily. Subsequently, they rose to 120, and in the last period, they increased to 119 of the original strength. The movement of Napoleon from the passage of the Niemen up to Moscow certainly may be called a persistent one. Still, we must not forget that it lasted 82 days, in which time he only accomplished 120 miles, and that the French army upon 2 occasions made regular halts, once at Wilna for about 14 days, and the other time at Wipsk for about 11 days, during which periods many stragglers had time to rejoin. This 14 weeks' advance was not made at the worst season of the year, nor over the worst of roads, for it was summer, and the roads along which they marched were mostly sand. It was the immense mass of troops collected on one road, the want of sufficient subsistence, and an enemy who was on the retreat, but by no means in flight, which were the adverse conditions. Of the retreat of the French army from Moscow to the Niemen, we shall say nothing, but this we may mention, that the Russian army following them left Kaluga 120,000 strong, and reached Wilna with 30,000. Everyone knows how few men were lost in actual combats during that period. One more example from Blücher's campaign of 1813 in Silesia and Saxony, a campaign very remarkable not for any long march, but for the amount of marching to and fro. York's corps of Blücher's army began this campaign 16th August about 40,000 strong, and was reduced to 12,000 at the Battle of Leipzig 19th October. The principal combats which this corps fought at Goldberg, Lowenberg, on the Katzbach, at Wartenberg and Mockern, Leipzig, cost it, on the authority of the best writers, 12,000 men. According to that, their losses from other causes in 8 weeks amounted to 16,000, or 2/5 of the whole. We must, therefore, make up our minds to great wear and tear of our own forces. If we are to carry on a war rich in movements, we must arrange the rest of our plan accordingly, and above all things, the reinforcements which are to follow. Chapter 13, Cantonments. In the modern system of war, cantonments have become again indispensable, because neither tents nor a complete military train make an army independent of them. Huts and open-air camps, bivouacs as they are called, however far such arrangements may be carried, can still never become the usual way of locating troops without sickness gaining the upper hand and prematurely exhausting their strength, sooner or later, according to the state of the weather or climate. The campaign in Russia in 1812 is one of the few in which, in a very severe climate, the troops, during the 6 months that it lasted, hardly ever lay in cantonments. But what was the consequence of this extreme effort, which should be called an extravagance, if that term was not much more applicable to the political conception of the enterprise? 2 things interfere with the occupation of cantonments: the proximity of the enemy and the rapidity of movement. For these reasons, they are quitted as soon as the decision approaches, and cannot be again taken up until the decision is over. In modern wars, that's, in all campaigns during the last 25 years which occur to us at this moment, the military element has acted with full energy. Nearly all that was possible has generally been done in them, as far as regards activity and the utmost effort of force. But all these campaigns have been of short duration, they have seldom exceeded half a year. In most of them, a few months sufficed to bring matters to a crisis. That is, to a point where the vanquished enemy saw himself compelled to sue for an armistice or at once for peace, or to a point where, on the conqueror's part, the impetus of victory had exhausted itself. During this period of extreme effort, there could be little question of cantonments. For even in the victorious march of the pursuer, if there was no longer any danger, the rapidity of movement made that kind of relief impossible. But when from any cause the course of events is less impetuous, when a more even oscillation and balancing of forces takes place, then the housing of troops must again become a foremost subject for attention. This want has some influence even on the conduct of war itself, partly in this way, that we seek to gain more time and security by a stronger system of outposts, by a more considerable advanced guard thrown further forward, and partly in this way, that our measures are governed more by the richness and fertility of the country than by the tactical advantages which the ground affords in the geometrical relations of lines and points. A commercial town of 20 or 30,000 inhabitants, a road thickly studded with large villages or flourishing towns give such facilities for the assembling in one position large bodies of troops. And this concentration gives such a freedom and such a latitude for movement as fully compensate for the advantages which the better situation of some point may otherwise present. On the form to be followed in arranging cantonments, we have only a few observations to make, as this subject belongs for the most part to tactics. The housing of troops comes under two heads, inasmuch as it can either be the main point or only a secondary consideration. If the disposition of the troops in the course of a campaign is regulated by grounds purely tactical and strategical, and if, as is done more especially with cavalry, they are directed for their comfort to occupy the quarters available in the vicinity of the point of concentration of the army, then the quarters are subordinate considerations and substitutes for camps. They must, therefore, be chosen within such a radius that the troops can reach the point of assembly in good time. But if an army takes up quarters to rest and refresh, then the housing of the troops is the main point, and other measures, consequently also the selection of the particular point of assembly, will be influenced by that object. The first question for examination here is as to the general form of the cantonments as a whole. The usual form is that of a very long oval, a mere widening, as it were, of the tactical order of battle. The point of assembly for the army is in front, the headquarters in rear. Now these three arrangements are, in point of fact, adverse, indeed almost opposed, to the safe assembly of the army on the approach of the enemy. The more the cantonments form a square, or rather a circle, the quicker the troops can concentrate at one point, that is the center. The further the place of assembly is placed in rear, the longer the enemy will be in reaching it, and therefore, the more time is left us to assemble. A point of assembly in rear of the cantonments can never be in danger. And on the other hand, the farther the headquarters are in advance, so much the sooner reports arrive, therefore so much the better is the commander informed of everything. At the same time, the first named arrangements are not devoid of points which deserve some attention. By the extension of cantonments in width, we have in view the protection of the country, which would otherwise be laid under contributions by the enemy. But this motive is neither thoroughly sound, nor is it very important. It is only sound as far as regards the country on the extremity of the wings, but does not apply at all to intermediate spaces existing between separate divisions of the army, if the quarters of those divisions are drawn closer round their point of assembly. For no enemy will then venture into those intervals of space. And it is not very important, because there are simpler means of shielding the districts in our vicinity from the enemy's requisitions than scattering the army itself. The placing of the point of assembly in front is with a view to covering the quarters, for the following reasons. In the first place, a body of troops, suddenly called to arms, always leaves behind it in cantonments a tail of stragglers, sick, baggage, provisions, etc., which may easily fall into the enemy's hands if the point of assembly is placed in rear. In the second place, we have to apprehend that if the enemy with some bodies of cavalry passes by the advanced guard, or if it is defeated in any way, he may fall upon scattered regiments or battalions. If he encounters a force drawn up in good order, although it is weak, and in the end must be overpowered, still he is brought to a stop, and in that way time is gained. As respects the position of the headquarters, it is generally supposed that it cannot be made too secure. According to these different considerations, we may conclude that the best arrangement for districts of cantonments is where they take an oblong form, approaching the square or circle, have the point of assembly in the center, and the headquarters placed on the front line, well protected by considerable masses of troops. What we have said as to covering of the wings in treating of the disposition of the army in general applies here also. Therefore, corps detached from the main body, right and left, although intended to fight in conjunction with the rest, will have particular points of assembly of their own in the same line with the main body. Now, if we reflect that the nature of a country, on the one hand, by favorable features in the ground, determines the most natural point of assembly, and on the other hand, by the positions of towns and villages determines the most suitable situation for cantonments, then we must perceive how very rarely any geometrical form can be decisive in our present subject. But yet it was necessary to direct attention to it, because, like all general laws, it affects the generality of cases in a greater or less degree. What now remains to be said as to an advantageous position for cantonments is that they should be taken up behind some natural obstacle of ground affording cover, whilst the sides next the enemy can be watched by small but numerous detached parties. Or they may be taken up behind fortresses, which, when circumstances prevent any estimate being formed of the strength of their garrisons, impose upon the enemy a greater feeling of respect and in caution. We reserve the subject of winter quarters, covered by defensive works, for a separate article. The quarters taken up by troops on a march differ from those called standing cantonments in this way, that, in order to save the troops from unnecessary marching, cantonments on a march are taken up as much as possible along the lines of march, and are not at any considerable distance on either side of these roads. If their extension in this sense does not exceed a short day's march, the arrangement is not one at all unfavorable to the quick concentration of the army. In all cases in presence of the enemy, according to the technical phrase in use, that is, in all cases where there is no considerable interval between the advance guards of the two armies respectively, the extent of the cantonments and the time required to assemble the army determine the strength and position of the advanced guard and outposts. But when these must be suited to the enemy and circumstances, then, on the contrary, the extent of the cantonments must depend on the time which we can count upon by the resistance of the advance guard. In the third chapter of this book, we have stated how this resistance, in the case of an advanced corps, may be estimated. From the time of that resistance, we must deduct the time required for transmission of reports and getting the men under arms, and the remainder only is the time available for assembling at the point of concentration. 8th chapter, tr. We shall conclude here also by establishing our ideas in the form of a result, such as is usual under ordinary circumstances. If the distance at which the advanced guard is detached is the same as the radius of the cantonments, and the point of assembly is fixed in the center of the cantonments, the time which is gained by checking the enemy's advance would be available for the transmission of intelligence and getting under arms, and would in most cases be sufficient, even although the communication is not made by means of signals, cannon shots, etc., but simply by relays of orderlies, the only really sure method. With an advanced guard pushed forward 3 miles in front, our cantonments might therefore cover a space of 30 square miles. In a moderately peopled country, there would be 10,000 houses in this space, which for an army of 50,000, after deducting the advanced guard, would be 4 men to a billet, therefore very comfortable quarters. And for an army of twice, the strength 9 men to a billet, therefore still not very close quarters. On the other hand, if the advanced guard is only 1 mile in front, we could only occupy a space of 4 square miles. For although the time gained does not diminish exactly in proportion as the distance of the advanced guard diminishes, and even with a distance of 1 mile, we may still calculate on a gain of 6 hours, yet the necessity for caution increases when the enemy is so close. But in such a space, an army of 50,000 men could only find partial accommodation even in a very thickly populated country. From all this, we see what an important part is played here by great, or at least considerable towns, which afford convenience for sheltering 10,000, or even 20,000 men almost at one point. From this result, it follows that, if we are not very close to the enemy and have a suitable advanced guard, we might remain in cantonments, even if the enemy is concentrated, as Frederick the Great did at Breslau in the beginning of the year 1762 and Buonaparte at Weipsk in 1812. But although by preserving a right distance and by suitable arrangements, we have no reason to fear not being able to assemble in time, even opposite an enemy who is concentrated, yet we must not forget that an army engaged in assembling itself in all haste can do nothing else in that time. That it is therefore, for a time at least, not in a condition to avail itself in an instant of fortuitous opportunities, which deprives it of the greater part of its really efficient power. The consequence of this is that an army should only break itself up completely in cantonments under some one or other of the three following cases. 1. If the enemy does the same. 2. If the condition of the troops makes it unavoidable. 3. If the more immediate object with the army is completely limited to the maintenance of a strong position, and therefore the only point of importance is concentrating the troops at that point in good time. The campaign of 1815 gives a very remarkable example of the assembly of an army from cantonments. General Ziethen, with Blücher's advanced guard, 30,000 men, was posted at Charleroi, only 2 miles from Sombref, the place appointed for the assembly of the army. The farthest cantonments of the army were about 8 miles from Sombref, that is, on the one side beyond Ciney and on the other near Liege. Notwithstanding this, the troops cantoned about Ciney were assembled at Ligny several hours before the battle began, and those near Liege, Bülow's corps, would have been also, had it not been for accident and faulty arrangements in the communication of orders and intelligence. Unquestionably, proper care for the security of the Prussian army was not taken. But in explanation, we must say that the arrangements were made at a time when the French army was still dispersed over widely extended cantonments, and that the real fault consisted in not altering them the moment the first news was received that the enemy's troops were in movement, and that Buonaparte had joined the army. Still, it remains noteworthy that the Prussian army was able in any way to concentrate at Sombref before the attack of the enemy. Certainly, on the night of the 14th, that is, 12 hours before Ziethen was actually attacked, Blücher received information of the advance of the enemy and began to assemble his army. But on the 15th at 9 in the morning, Ziethen was already hotly engaged, and it was not until the same moment that General Thielmann at Ciney first received orders to march to Namur. He had therefore then to assemble his divisions and to march 6.5 miles to Sombref, which he did in 24 hours. General Bülow would also have been able to arrive about the same time if the order had reached him as it should have done. But Buonaparte did not resolve to make his attack on Ligny until 2 in the afternoon of the 16th. The apprehension of having Wellington on the one side of him and Blücher on the other, in other words, the disproportion in the relative forces, contributed to this slowness. Still, we see how the most resolute commander may be detained by the cautious feeling of the way, which is always unavoidable in cases which are to a certain degree complicated. Some of the considerations here raised are plainly more tactical than strategic in their nature, but we have preferred rather to encroach a little than to run the risk of not being sufficiently explicit. Chapter 14, Subsistence. This subject has acquired much greater importance in modern warfare from two causes in particular. First, because the armies in general are now much greater than those of the Middle Ages, and even those of the Old World. For, although formerly armies did appear here, and their which equaled or even surpassed modern ones in size, still these were only rare and transient occurrences, whilst in modern military history, since the time of Louis Roman XIV, armies have always been very strong in number. But the second cause is still more important and belongs entirely to modern times. It is the very much closer interconnection which our wars have in themselves, the constant state of readiness for battle of the belligerents engaged in carrying them on. Almost all old wars consist of single, unconnected enterprises, which are separated from each other by intervals during which the war in reality either completely rested and only still existed in a political sense, or when the armies at least had removed so far from each other that each, without any care about the army opposite, only occupied itself with its own wants. Modern wars, that is, the wars which have taken place since the Peace of Westphalia, have, through the efforts of respective governments, taken a more systematic, connected form. The military object, in general, predominates everywhere, and demands also that arrangements for subsistence shall be on an adequate scale. Certainly, there were long periods of inaction in the wars of the 17th and 18th centuries, almost amounting to a cessation of war. These are the regular periods passed in cantonments. Still, even those periods were subordinate to the military object. They were caused by the inclemency of the season, not by any necessity arising out of the subsistence of the troops. And as they regularly terminated with the return of summer, therefore, we may say at all events uninterrupted action was the rule of war during the fine season of the year. As the transition from one situation or method of action to another always takes place gradually, so it was in the case before us. In the wars against Louis Roman XIV, the Allies used still to send their troops into winter cantonments in distant provinces in order to subsist them the more easily. In the Silesian War, that was no longer done. This systematic and connected form of carrying on war only became possible when states took regular troops into their service in place of the feudal armies. The obligation of the feudal law was then commuted into a fine or contribution. Personal service either came to an end, enlistment being substituted, or it was only continued amongst the lowest classes, as the nobility regarded the furnishing a quota of men, as is still done in Russia and Hungary, as a kind of tribute, a tax in men. In every case, as we have elsewhere observed, armies became henceforward an instrument of the cabinet, their principal basis being the treasury or the revenue of the government. Just the same kind of thing which took place in the mode of raising and keeping up an establishment of troops could not but follow in the mode of subsisting them. The privileged classes having been released from the first of these services on payment of a contribution in money, the expense of the latter could not be again imposed on them quite so easily. The cabinet and the treasury had therefore to provide for the subsistence of the army, and could not allow it to be maintained in its own country at the expense of the people. Administrations were therefore obliged to look upon the subsistence of the army as an affair for which they were specially responsible. The subsistence thus became more difficult in two ways. First, because it was an affair belonging to government, and next, because the forces required to be permanently embodied to confront those kept up in other states. Thus arose a separate military class in the population, with an independent organization provided for its subsistence, and carried out to the utmost possible perfection. Not only were stores of provisions collected, either by purchase or by deliveries in kind from the landed estates, dominialiferingen, consequently from distant points, and lodged in magazines, but they were also forwarded from these by means of special wagons, baked near the quarters of the troops in ovens temporarily established, and from thence again carried away at last by the troops, by means of another system of transport attached to the army itself. We take a glance at this system, not merely from its being characteristic of the military arrangements of the period, but also because it is a system which can never be entirely done away. Some parts of it must continually reappear. Thus, military organization strove perpetually towards becoming more independent of people and country. The consequence was that in this manner war became certainly a more systematic and more regular affair, and more subordinated to the military, that is the political object. But it was at the same time also much straitened and impeded in its movement, and infinitely weakened in energy. For now, an army was tied to its magazines, limited to the working powers of its transport service, and it naturally followed that the tendency of everything was to economize the subsistence of the troops. The soldier fed on a wretched pittance of bread, moved about like a shadow, and no prospect of a change for the better comforted him under his privations. Whoever treats this miserable way of feeding soldiers as a matter of no moment, and points to what Frederick the Great did with soldiers subsisted in this manner, only takes a partial view of the matter. The power of enduring privations is one of the finest virtues in a soldier, and without it no army is animated with the true military spirit. But such privation must be of a temporary kind, commanded by the force of circumstances, and not the consequence of a wretchedly bad system, or of a parsimonious abstract calculation of the smallest ration that a man can exist upon. When such is the case, the powers of the men individually will always deteriorate physically and morally. What Frederick the Great managed to do with his soldiers cannot be taken as a standard for us, partly because he was opposed to those who pursued a similar system, partly because we do not know how much more he might have effected if he had been able to let his troops live as Buonaparte allowed his whenever circumstances permitted. The feeding of horses by an artificial system of supply is, however, an experiment which has not been tried, because forage is much more difficult to provide on account of its bulk. A ration for a horse weighs about 10 times as much as one for a man, and the number of horses with an army is more than 1/10 the number of men. At present, it is 1/4 to 1/3, and formerly it was 1/3 to 1/2. Therefore, the weight of the forage required is 3, 4, or 5 times as much as that of the soldiers' rations required for the same period of time. On this account, the shortest and most direct means were taken to meet the wants of an army in this respect, that is, by foraging expeditions. Now these expeditions occasioned great inconvenience in the conduct of war in other ways. First, by making it a principal object to keep the war in the enemy's country, and next because they made it impossible to remain very long in one part of the country. However, at the time of the Silesian War, foraging expeditions were much less frequent. They were found to occasion a much greater drain upon the country, and much greater waste than if the requirements were satisfied by means of requisitions and imposts. When the French Revolution suddenly brought again upon the war stage a national army, the means which governments could command were found insufficient, and the whole system of war, which had its origin in the limited extent of these means, and found again its security in this limitation, fell to pieces, and of course in the downfall of the whole was included that of the branch of which we are now speaking, the system of subsistence. Without troubling themselves about magazines, and still less about such an organization as the artificial clockwork of which we have spoken, by which the different divisions of the transport service went round like a wheel, the leading spirits of the revolution sent their soldiers into the field, forced their generals to fight, subsisted, reinforced their armies, and kept alive the war by a system of exaction, and of helping themselves to all they required by robbery and plunder. Between these two extremes the war under Buonaparte, and against him, preserved a sort of medium, that is to say, it just made use of such means as suited it best amongst all that were available. And so it will be also in future. The modern method of subsisting troops, that is, seizing everything which is to be found in the country without regard to meum et tuum, may be carried out in 4 different ways. That is, subsisting on the inhabitant, contributions which the troops themselves look after, general contributions and magazines. All 4 are generally applied together, one generally prevailing more than the others. Still, it sometimes happens that only one is applied entirely by itself. 1. Living on the inhabitants or on the community, which is the same thing. If we bear in mind that in a community consisting, even as it does in great towns, of consumers only, there must always be provisions enough to last for several days, we may easily see that the most densely populated place can furnish food and quarters for a day for about as many troops as there are inhabitants, and for a less number of troops for several days without the necessity of any particular previous preparation. In towns of considerable size, This gives a very satisfactory result, because it enables us to subsist a large force at one point. But in smaller towns, or even in villages, the supply would be far from sufficient. For a population of 3,000 or 4,000 in a square mile, which would be large in such a space, would only suffice to feed 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers. And if the whole mass of troops is great, they would have to be spread over such an extent of country at this rate as would hardly be consistent with other essential points. But in level countries, and even in small towns, the quantity of those kinds of provisions which are essential in war is generally much greater. The supply of bread which a peasant has is generally adequate to the consumption of his family for several, perhaps from 8 to 14 days. Meat can be obtained daily. Vegetable productions are generally forthcoming in sufficient quantity to last till the following crop. Therefore, in quarters which have never been occupied, there is no difficulty in subsisting troops 3 or 4 times the number of the inhabitants for several days, which again is a very satisfactory result. According to this, where the population is about 2,000 or 3,000 per square mile, and if no large town is included, a column of 30,000 would require about 4 square miles, which would be a length of side of 2 miles. Therefore, for an army of 90,000, which we may reckon at about 75,000 combatants, if marching in 3 columns contiguous to each other, we should require to take up a front 6 miles in breadth in case 3 roads could be found within that breadth. If several columns follow one another into these cantonments, then special measures must be adopted by the civil authorities, and in that way there can be no great difficulty in obtaining all that is required for a day or 2 more. Therefore, if the above 90,000 are followed the day after by a like number, even these last would suffer no want. This makes up the large number of 150,000 combatants. Forage for the horses occasions still less difficulty, as it neither requires grinding nor baking, and as there must be forage forthcoming in sufficient quantity to last the horses in the country until next harvest. Therefore, even where there is little stall feeding, still there should be no want. Only the deliveries of forage should certainly be demanded from the community at large, not from the inhabitants individually. Besides, it is supposed that some attention is, of course, paid to the nature of the country in making arrangements for a march, so as not to send cavalry mostly into places of commerce and manufactures, and into districts where there is no forage. The conclusion to be drawn from this hasty glance is, therefore, that in a moderately populated country, that is, a country of from 2,000 to 3,000 souls per square mile, an army of 150,000 combatants may be subsisted by the inhabitants and community for 1 or 2 days within such a narrow space, as will not interfere with its concentration for battle. That is, therefore, that such an army can be subsisted on a continuous march, without magazines or other preparation. On this result were based the enterprises of the French army in the Revolutionary War and under Buonaparte. They marched from the Adige to the lower Danube, and from the Rhine to the Vistula, with little means of subsistence except upon the inhabitants, and without ever suffering want. As their undertakings depended on moral and physical superiority, as they were attended with certain results, and were never delayed by indecision or caution, therefore their progress in the career of victory was generally that of an uninterrupted march. If circumstances are less favorable, if the population is not so great, or if it consists more of artisans than agriculturists, if the soil is bad, the country already several times overrun, then of course the results will fall short of what we have supposed. Still, we must remember that if the breadth of the front of a column is extended from 2 miles to 3, we get a superficial extent of country more than double in size. That is, instead of 4 we command 9 square miles, and that this is still an extent which in ordinary cases will always admit of concentration for action. We see, therefore, that even under unfavorable circumstances, this method of subsistence will still be always compatible with a continuous march. But if a halt of several days takes place, then great distress must ensue if preparations have not been made beforehand for such an event in other ways. Now these preparatory measures are of 2 kinds, and without them a considerable army even now cannot exist. The first is equipping the troops with a wagon train, by means of which bread or flour, as the most essential part of their subsistence, can be carried with them for a few, that is, for 3 or 4 days. If to this we add 3 or 4 days rations which the soldier himself can carry, then we have provided what is most indispensable in the way of subsistence for 8 days. The second arrangement is that of a regular commissariat, which whenever there is a moment's halt gathers provisions from distant localities, so that at any moment we can pass over from the system of quartering on the inhabitants to a different system. Subsisting in cantonments has the immense advantage that hardly any transport is required, and that it is done in the shortest time. But certainly, it supposes as a prior condition that cantonments can be provided for all the troops. 2. Subsistence through exactions enforced by the troops themselves. If a single battalion occupies a camp, this camp may be placed in the vicinity of some villages, and these may receive notice to furnish subsistence. Then the method of subsistence would not differ essentially from the preceding mode. But as is most usual, if the mass of troops to be encamped at some one point is much larger, there is no alternative but to make a collection in common within the circle of districts marked out for the purpose, collecting sufficient for the supply of one of the parts of the army, a brigade or division, and afterwards to make a distribution from the common stock thus collected. The first glance shows that by such a mode of proceeding the subsistence of a large army would be a matter of impossibility. The collection made from the stores in any given district in the country will be much less than if the troops had taken up their quarters in the same district. For when 30 or 40 men take possession of a farmer's house, they can if necessary collect the last mouthful. But one officer sent with a few men to collect provisions has neither time nor means to hunt out all the provisions that may be stored in a house. Often also he has not the means of transport. He will therefore only be able to collect a small proportion of what is actually forthcoming. Besides, in camps the troops are crowded together in such a manner at one point that the range of country from which provisions can be collected in a hurry is not of sufficient extent to furnish the whole of what is required. What could be done in the way of supplying 30,000 men within a circle of a mile in diameter, or from an area of 3 or 4 square miles? Moreover, it would seldom be possible to collect even what there is, for the most of the nearest adjacent villages would be occupied by small bodies of troops, who would not allow anything to be removed. Lastly, by such a measure there would be the greatest waste, because some men would get more than they required, whilst a great deal would be lost, and of no benefit to anyone. The result is, therefore, that the subsistence of troops by forced contributions in this manner can only be adopted with success when the bodies of troops are not too large, not exceeding a division of 8,000 or 10,000 men, and even then it is only to be resorted to as an unavoidable evil. It cannot in general be avoided in the case of troops directly in front of the enemy, such as advanced guards and outposts, when the army is advancing, because these bodies must arrive at points where no preparations could have been made, and they are usually too far from the stores collected for the rest of the army. Further, in the case of movable columns acting independently. And lastly, in all cases where by chance there is neither time nor means to procure subsistence in any other way. The more troops are accustomed to live by regular requisitions, the more time and circumstances permit the adoption of that way of subsisting, then the more satisfactory will be the result. But time is generally wanting, for what the troops get for themselves directly is got much quicker. 3. By regular requisitions. This is unquestionably the simplest and most efficacious means of subsisting troops, and it has been the basis of all modern wars. It differs from the preceding way chiefly by its having the cooperation of the local authorities. The supply in this case must not be carried off forcibly just from the spot where it is found, but be regularly delivered according to an equitable division of the burden. This division can only be made by the recognized official authorities of the country. In this all depends on time. The more time there is, the more general can the division be made, the less will it press on individuals, and the more regular will be the result. Even purchases may be made with ready money to assist, in which way it will approach the mode which follows next in order magazines. In all assemblages of troops in their own country, there is no difficulty in subsisting by regular requisitions. Neither, as a rule, is there any in retrograde movements. On the other hand, In all movements into a country of which we are not in possession, there is very little time for such arrangements, seldom more than the one day which the advanced guard is in the habit of preceding the army. With the advanced guard, the requisitions are sent to the local officials, specifying how many rations they are to have ready at such and such places. As these can only be furnished from the immediate neighborhood, that is, within a circuit of a couple of miles round each point, the collections so made in haste will never be nearly sufficient for an army of considerable strength. And consequently, if the troops do not carry with them enough for several days, they will run short. It is therefore the duty of the commissariat to economize what is received, and only to issue to those troops who have nothing. With each succeeding day, however, the embarrassment diminishes. That is to say, if the distances from which provisions can be procured increase in proportion to the number of days, then the superficial area over which the contributions can be levied increases as the squares of the distances gained. If on the first day only 4 square miles have been drawn upon, on the next day we shall have 16, on the third, 36. Therefore on the second day 12 more than on the first, and on the third day 20 more than on the second. Of course, this is a mere rough estimate of what may take place, subject to many modifying circumstances which may intervene, of which the principal is that one district may not be capable of contributing like another. But on the other hand, we must also remember that the radius within which we can levy may increase more than 2 miles a day in width, perhaps 3 or 4, or in many places still more. The due execution of these requisitions is enforced by detachments placed under the orders of the official functionaries, but still more by the fear of responsibility, punishment, and ill-treatment, which, in such cases, like a general weight, presses on the whole population. However, it is not our intention to enter into details, into the whole machinery of commissariat and army subsistence. We have only results in view. The result to be derived from a common-sense view of all the circumstances in general, and the view which the experience of the wars since the French Revolution tends to confirm is that even the largest army, if it carries with it provisions for a few days, may undoubtedly be subsisted by contributions which, commencing at the moment of entering a country, affect at first only the districts in the immediate vicinity of the army, but afterwards, in the course of time, are levied on a greater scale, over a range of country always increasing, and with an ever-increasing weight of authority. This resource has no limits except those of the exhaustion, impoverishment, and devastation of the country. When the stay of an invading army is of some duration, the administration of this system at last is handed over to those in the highest official capacity, and they naturally do all they can to equalize its pressure as much as possible, and to alleviate the weight of the tax by purchases. At the same time, even an invader, when his stay is prolonged in his enemy's country, is not usually so barbarous and reckless as to lay upon that country the entire burden of his support. Thus, the system of contributions of itself gradually approaches to that of magazines, at the same time without ever ceasing altogether, or sensibly losing any of that influence which it exercises on the operations of the war. For there is a wide difference between a case in which some of the resources which have been drawn from a country are replaced by supplies brought from more distant parts, the country, however, still remaining substantially the source on which the army depends for its supplies, and the case of an army which, as in the 18th century, provides for all its wants from its own resources, the country in which it is operating contributing, as a rule, nothing towards its support. The great difference consists in 2 things, namely, the employment of the transport of the country and its ovens. In this way, that enormous burden of any army, that incubus which is always destroying its own work, a military transport train, is almost got rid of. It is true that even now no army can do entirely without some subsistence wagons, but the number is immensely diminished, and little more is required than sufficient to carry the surplus of one day on till the next. Peculiar circumstances, as in Russia in 1812, may even again compel an army to carry an enormous train and also field ovens. But in the first place, these are exceptional cases. For how seldom will it happen that 300,000 men make a hostile advance of 130 miles upon almost a single road, and that through countries such as Poland and Russia, and shortly before the season of harvest. And in the next place, any means of supply attached to an army in such cases may be looked upon as only an assistance in case of need, the contributions of the country being always regarded as the groundwork of the whole system of supply. Since the first campaigns of the French Revolutionary War, the requisition system has formed constantly the mainstay of their armies. The armies opposed to them were also obliged to adopt the same system, and it is not at all likely that it will ever be abandoned. There is no other which can be substituted for it with the same results, both as regards its simplicity and freedom from restraint, and also as respects energy in the prosecution of the war. As an army is seldom distressed for provisions during the first 3 or 4 weeks of a campaign, whatever direction it takes, and afterwards can be assisted by magazines, we may very well say that by this method war has acquired the most perfect freedom of action. Certainly difficulties may be greater in one direction than in another, and that may carry weight in preliminary deliberation. But we can never encounter an absolute impossibility, and the attention which is due to the subject of subsistence can never decide a question imperatively. To this, there is only one exception, which is a retreat through an enemy's country. In such a case, many of the inconveniences connected with subsistence meet together. The operation is one of a continuous nature, generally carried on without a halt worth speaking of. There is, therefore, no time to procure provisions. The circumstances under which the operation commences are generally unfavorable. It is therefore necessary to keep the troops in masses, and a dispersion in cantonments, or even any considerable extension in the width of the column, cannot be allowed. The hostile feeling of the country precludes the chance of any collection of contributions by mere orders issued without the support of a force capable of executing the order. And lastly, the moment is most auspicious for the inhabitants to give vent to their feelings by acts of hostility. On account of all this, an army so situated is generally obliged to confine itself strictly to its previously prepared lines of communication and retreat. When Buonaparte had to retreat in 1812, it was impossible for him to do so by any other line but the one upon which he had advanced, on account of the subsistence of his army. And if he had attempted any other, he would only have plunged into more speedy and certain destruction. All the censure therefore passed on him by even French writers as well as by others with regard to this point is sheer nonsense. 4. Subsistence from magazines. If we are to make a generic distinction between this method of subsisting troops and the preceding, it must be by an organization such as existed for about 30 years at the close of the 17th and during the 18th century. Can this organization ever reappear? Certainly we cannot conceive how it can be dispensed with if great armies are to be bound down for 7, 10, or 12 years long to one spot, as they have been formerly in the Netherlands, on the Rhine, in Upper Italy, Silesia, and Saxony. For what country can continue for such a length of time to endure the burden of 2 great armies, making it the entire source of their supplies, without being utterly ruined in the end, and therefore gradually becoming unable to meet the demands? But here naturally arises the question, shall the war prescribe the system of subsistence, or shall the latter dictate the nature of the war? To this we answer, the system of subsistence will control the war, in the first place, as far as the other conditions on which it depends permit, but when the latter are encroached upon, the war will react on the subsistence system, and in such case determine the same. A war carried on by means of the system of requisitions and local supplies furnished on the spot has such an advantage over one carried on in dependence on issues from magazines, that the latter does not look at all like the same instrument. No state will therefore venture to encounter the former with the latter. And if any war minister should be so narrow-minded and blind to circumstances as to ignore the real relation which the two systems bear to each other, by sending an army into the field to live upon the old system, the force of circumstances would carry the commander of that army along with it in its course, and the requisition system would burst forth of itself. If we consider, besides, that the great expense attending such an organization must necessarily reduce the extent of the armament in other respects, including, of course, the actual number of combatant soldiers, as no state has a superabundance of wealth, then there seems no probability of any such organization being again resorted to unless it should be adopted by the belligerents by mutual agreement. an idea which is a mere play of the imagination. Wars therefore may be expected henceforward always to commence with the requisition system. How much one or other government will do to supplement the same by an artificial organization to spare their own country, etc., remains to be seen. That it will not be overmuch we may be certain, for at such moments the tendency is to look to the most urgent wants, and an artificial system of subsisting troops does not come under that category. But now, if a war is not so decisive in its results, if its operations are not so comprehensive as is consistent with its real nature, then the requisition system will begin to exhaust the country in which it is carried on to that degree that either peace must be made, or means must be found to lighten the burden on the country, and to become independent of it for the supplies of the army. The latter was the case of the French army under Buonaparte in Spain, but the first happens much more frequently. In most wars, the exhaustion of the state increases to that degree that, instead of thinking of prosecuting the war at a still greater expense, the necessity for peace becomes so urgent as to be imperative. Thus, from this point of view, the modern method of carrying on war has a tendency to shorten the duration of wars. At the same time, we shall not positively deny the possibility of the old system of subsistence reappearing in future wars. It will perhaps be resorted to by belligerents hereafter, where the nature of their mutual relations urge them to it, and circumstances are favorable to its adoption. But we can never perceive in that system a natural organization. It is much rather an abnormal growth permitted by circumstances, but which can never spring from war in its true sense. Still less can we consider that form or system as any improvement in war on the ground of its being more humane, for war itself is not a humane proceeding. Whatever method of providing subsistence may be chosen, it is but natural that it should be more easily carried out in rich and well-peopled countries than in the midst of a poor and scanty population. That the population should be taken into consideration lies in the double relation which that element bears to the quantity of provisions to be found in a country. First, because, where the consumption is large, the provision to meet that consumption is also large. And in the next place, because as a rule a large population produces also largely. From this we must certainly accept districts peopled chiefly by manufacturers, particularly when, as is often the case, such districts lie in mountain valleys surrounded by unproductive land. But in the generality of cases, it is always very much easier to feed troops in a well-populated than in a thinly inhabited country. An army of 100,000 men cannot be supported on 400 square miles inhabited by 400,000 people, as well as it would be on 400 square miles with a population of 2 million inhabitants, even supposing the soil equally good in the two cases. Besides, the roads and means of water carriage are much better in rich countries and afford a greater choice. Being more numerous, the means of transport are more abundant, the commercial relations easier and more certain. In a word, there is infinitely less difficulty in supporting an army in Flanders than in Poland. The consequence is that war with its manifold succors fixes itself by preference along high roads, near populous towns, in the fertile valleys of large rivers, or along such sea coasts as are well frequented. This shows clearly how the subsistence of troops may have a general influence upon the direction and form of military undertakings, and upon the choice of a theater of war and lines of communication. The extent of this influence, what weight shall attach to the facility or difficulty of provisioning the troops, all that in the calculation depends very much on the way in which the war is to be conducted. If it is to be carried on in its real spirit, that is, with the unbridled force which belongs to its element, with a constant pressing forward to, or seeking for the combat and decisive solution, then the sustenance of the troops, although an important, is but a subordinate affair. But if there is to be a state of equilibrium, during which the armies move about here and there in the same province for several years, then the subsistence must often become the principal thing, the intendant the commander-in-chief, and the conduct of the war and administration of wagons. There are numberless campaigns of this kind in which nothing took place. The plans miscarried, the forces were used to no purpose, the only excuse being the plea of a want of subsistence. On the other hand, Buonaparte used to say, "Quan ni mi parle pas des vivres." Certainly, that general in the Russian campaign proved that such recklessness may be carried too far, for not to say that perhaps his whole campaign was ruined through that cause alone, which at best would be only a supposition. Still, it is beyond doubt that to his want of regard to the subsistence of his troops, he was indebted for the extraordinary melting away of his army on his advance, and for its utter ruin on the retreat. But while fully recognizing in Buonaparte the eager gambler who ventures on many a mad extreme, we may justly say that he and the revolutionary generals who preceded him dispelled a powerful prejudice in respect to the subsistence of troops, and showed that it should never be looked upon in any other light than as a condition of war, never as an object. Besides, it is with privation in war just as with physical exertion and danger. The demands which the general can make on his army are without any defined bounds. An iron character demands more than a feeble, sensitive man. Also, the endurance of an army differs in degree, according as habit, military spirit, confidence in and affection towards the commander, or enthusiasm for the cause of fatherland, sustain the will and energy of the soldier. But this we may look upon as an established principle, that privation and want, however far they may be carried, should never be otherwise regarded than as transition states which should be succeeded by a state of abundance, indeed even by superfluity. Can there be anything more touching than the thought of so many thousand soldiers, badly clothed, with packs on their backs weighing 30 or 40 pounds, toiling over every kind of road, in every description of weather, for days and days continually on the march, health and life forever in peril, and for all that unable to get a sufficiency of dry bread? Anyone who knows how often this happens in war is at a loss to know how it does not oftener lead to a refusal of the will and powers to submit any longer to such exactions, and how the mere bent constantly given to the imagination of human beings in one direction is capable of first calling forth, and then supporting such incredible efforts. Let anyone, then, who imposes great privations on his men because great objects demand such a trial of endurance, always bear in mind as a matter of prudence, if not prompted to it by his own feelings, that there is a recompense for such sacrifices which he is bound to pay at some other time. We have now to consider the difference which takes place in respect to the question of subsistence in war, according as the action is offensive or defensive. The defensive is in a position to make uninterrupted use of the subsistence which he has been able to lay in beforehand, as long as his defensive act continues. The defensive side, therefore, can hardly be in want of the necessaries of life, particularly if he is in his own country, but even in the enemy's this holds good. The offensive, on the other hand, is moving away from his resources, and as long as he is advancing, and even during the first weeks after he stops, must procure from day to day what he requires, and this can very rarely be done without want and inconvenience being felt. This difficulty is felt in its fullest force at two particular periods, first in the advance, before the decision takes place. Then the supplies of the defensive side are all at hand, whilst the assailant has been obliged to leave his behind. He is obliged to keep his masses concentrated, and therefore cannot spread his army over any considerable space. Even his transport cannot keep close to him when he commences his movements preliminary to a battle. If his preparations have not been very well made, it may easily happen at this moment that his army may be in want of supplies for several days before the decisive battle, which certainly is not a means of bringing them into the fight in the highest state of efficiency. The second time a state of want arises is at the end of a victorious career, if the lines of communication begin to be too long, especially if the war is carried on in a poor, sparsely populated country, and perhaps also in the midst of a people whose feelings are hostile. What an enormous difference between a line of communication from Wilna to Moscow, on which every carriage must be forcibly seized, and a line from Cologne by Liege, Louvain, Brussels, Mons, and Valenciennes to Paris, where a mercantile contract or a bill of exchange would suffice to procure millions of rations. Frequently has the difficulty we are now speaking of resulted in obscuring the splendor of the most brilliant victories, reduced the powers of the victorious army, rendered retreat necessary, and then by degrees ended in producing all the symptoms of a real defeat. Forage, of which, as we have before said, there is usually at first the least deficiency, will run short soonest if a country begins to become exhausted, for it is the most difficult supply to procure from a distance, on account of its bulk, and the horse feels the effect of low feeding much sooner than the man. For this reason, an overnumerous cavalry and artillery may become a real burden and an element of weakness to an army. Chapter 15, Base of Operations. If an army sets out on any expedition, whether it be to attack the enemy and his theater of war, or to take post on its own frontier, it continues in a state of necessary dependence on the sources from which it draws its subsistence and reinforcements, and must maintain its communication with them, as they are the conditions of its existence and preservation. This dependence increases in intensity and extent in proportion to the size of the army. But now it is neither always possible nor requisite that the army should continue in direct communication with the whole of its own country. It is sufficient if it does so with that portion immediately in its rear, and which is consequently covered by its position. In this portion of the country, then, as far as necessary, special depots of provisions are formed, and arrangements are made for regularly forwarding reinforcements and supplies. This strip of territory is therefore the foundation of the army and of all its undertakings, and the two must be regarded as forming in connection only one whole. If the supplies for their greater security are lodged in fortified places, the idea of a base becomes more distinct. But the idea does not originate in any arrangement of that kind, and in a number of cases no such arrangement is made. But a portion of the enemy's territory may also become a base for our army, or, at least, form part of it. For when an army penetrates into an enemy's land, a number of its wants are supplied from that part of the country which is taken possession of, but it is then a necessary condition that we are completely masters of this portion of territory, that is, certain of our orders being obeyed within its limits. This certainty, however, seldom extends beyond the reach of our ability to keep the inhabitants in awe by small garrisons and detachments moving about from place to place, and that is not very far in general. The consequence is that in the enemy's country, the part of territory from which we can draw supplies is seldom of sufficient extent to furnish all the supplies we require, and we must therefore still depend on our own land for much. And this brings us back again to the importance of that part of our territory immediately in rear of our army as an indispensable portion of our base. The wants of an army may be divided into two classes, first those which every cultivated country can furnish, and next those which can only be obtained from those localities where they are produced. The first are chiefly provisions, the second the means of keeping an army complete in every way. The first can therefore be obtained in the enemy's country, the second, as a rule, can only be furnished by our own country, for example men, arms, and almost all munitions of war. Although there are exceptions to this classification in certain cases, still they are few and trifling, and the distinction we have drawn is of standing importance, and proves again that the communication with our own country is indispensable. Depots of provisions and forage are generally formed in open towns, both in the enemy's and in our own country. Because there are not as many fortresses as would be required for these bulky stores continually being consumed, and wanted sometimes here, sometimes there, and also because their loss is much easier to replace. On the other hand, stores to keep the army complete, such as arms, munition of war, and articles of equipment, are never lodged in open places in the vicinity of the theater of war if it can be avoided, but are rather brought from a distance, and in the enemy's country never stored anywhere but in fortresses. From this point, again, it may be inferred that the base is of more importance in relation to supplies intended to refit an army than in relation to provisions for food. Now, the more means of each kind are collected together in great magazines before being brought into use. The more, therefore, all separate streams unite in great reservoirs, so much the more may these be regarded as taking the place of the whole country, and so much the more will the conception of a base fix itself upon these great depots of supply. But this must never go so far that any such place becomes looked upon as constituting a base in itself alone. If these sources of supply and refitment are abundant, that is, if the tracts of territory are wide and rich, if the stores are collected in great depots to be more speedily brought into use, if these depots are covered in a military sense in one way or another, if they are in close proximity to the army and accessible by good roads, if they extend along a considerable width in the rear of the army or surround it in part as well, then follows a greater vitality for the army, as well as a greater freedom in its movements. Attempts have been made to sum up all the advantages which an army derives from being so situated in one single conception, that is, the extent of the base of operations. By the relation which this base bears to the object of the undertakings, by the angle which its extremities make with this object, supposed as a point, it has been attempted to express the whole sum of the advantages and disadvantages which accrue to an army from the position and nature of its sources of supply and equipment. But it is plain this elegant piece of geometrical refinement is merely a play of fancy, as it is founded on a series of substitutions which must all be made at the expense of truth. As we have seen, the base of an army is a triple formation in connection with the situation in which an army is placed. The resources of the country, adjacent to the position of the army, the depots of stores which have been made at particular points, and the province from which these stores are derived or collected. These three things are separated in space and cannot be collected into one whole, and least of all can we substitute for them a line which is to represent the width of the base, a line which is generally imagined in a manner perfectly arbitrary, either from one fortress to another, or from one capital of a province to another, or along a political boundary of a country. Neither can we determine precisely the mutual relation of these three steps in the formation of a base, for in reality, they blend themselves with each other always more or less. In one case, the surrounding country affords largely the means of refitting an army with things which otherwise could only be obtained from a long distance. In another case, we are obliged to get even food from a long distance. Sometimes the nearest fortresses are great arsenals, ports, or commercial cities, which contain all the military resources of a whole state. Sometimes they are nothing but old, feeble ramparts, hardly sufficient for their own defense. The consequence is that all deductions from the length of the base of operations and its angles, and the whole theory of war founded on these data, as far as its geometrical phase, have never met with any attention in real war, and in theory they have only caused wrong tendencies. But as the basis of this chain of reasoning is a truth, and only the conclusions drawn are false, this same view will easily and frequently thrust itself forward again. We think, therefore, that we cannot go beyond acknowledging generally the influence of a base on military enterprises, that at the same time there are no means of framing out of this maxim any serviceable rules by a few abstract ideas, but that in each separate case, the whole of the things which we have specified must be kept in view together. When once arrangements are made within a certain radius to provide the means of subsisting an army and keeping it complete in every respect, and with a view to operations in a certain direction, then, even in our own country, this district only is to be regarded as the base of the army. And as any alteration of a base requires time and labor, therefore an army cannot change its base every day, even in its own country, and this again limits it always more or less in the direction of its operations. If, then, in operating against an enemy's country, we take the whole line of our own frontier, where it forms a boundary between the two countries as our base, we may do so in a general sense, in so far that we might make those preparations which constitute a base anywhere on that frontier. But it will not be a base at any moment if preparations have not been already made everywhere. When the Russian army retreated before the French in 1812, at the beginning of the campaign, the whole of Russia might have been considered as its base. The more so because the vast extent of the country offered the army abundance of space in any direction it might select. This is no illusory notion, as it was actually realized at a subsequent time, when other Russian armies from different quarters entered the field. But still, at every period throughout the campaign, the base of the Russian army was not so extensive. It was principally confined to the road on which the whole train of transport to and from their army was organized. This limitation prevented the Russian army, for instance, from making the further retreat which became necessary after the 3 days, fighting at Smolensk in any direction but that of Moscow, and so hindered their turning suddenly in the direction of Kaluga, as was proposed in order to draw the enemy away from Moscow. Such a change of direction could only have been possible by having been prepared for long beforehand. We have said that the dependence on the base increases in intensity and extent with the size of the army, which is easy to understand. An army is like a tree. From the ground out of which it grows, it draws its nourishment. If it is small, it can easily be transplanted, but this becomes more difficult as it increases in size. A small body of troops has also its channels, from which it draws the sustenance of life, but it strikes root easily where it happens to be, not so a large army. When, therefore, we talk of the influence of the base on the operations of an army, the dimensions of the army must always serve as the scale by which to measure the magnitude of that influence. Further, it is consistent with the nature of things that for the immediate wants of the present hour the subsistence is the main point, but for the general efficiency of the army through a long period of time, the refitment and recruitment are the more important, because the latter can only be done from particular sources, while the former may be obtained in many ways. This again defines still more distinctly the influence of the base on the operations of the army. However great that influence may be, we must never forget that it belongs to those things which can only show a decisive effect after some considerable time, and that therefore the question always remains what may happen in that time. The value of a base of operations will seldom determine the choice of an undertaking in the first instance. Mere difficulties which may present themselves in this respect must be put side by side and compared with other means actually at our command. Obstacles of this nature often vanish before the force of decisive victories. Chapter 16. Lines of Communication. The roads which lead from the position of an army to those points in its rear, where its depots of supply and means of recruiting and refitting its forces are principally united, and which it also in all ordinary cases chooses for its retreat, have a double signification. In the first place, they are its lines of communication for the constant nourishment of the combatant force, and next they are roads of retreat. We have said in the preceding chapter that, although according to the present system of subsistence, an army is chiefly fed from the district in which it is operating, it must still be looked upon as forming a whole with its base. The lines of communication belong to this whole, they form the connection between the army and its base, and are to be considered as so many great vital arteries. Supplies of every kind, convoys of munitions, detachments moving backwards and forwards, posts, orderlies, hospitals, depots, reserves of stores, agents of administration, all these objects are constantly making use of these roads, and the total value of these services is of the utmost importance to the army. These great channels of life must therefore neither be permanently severed, nor must they be of too great length or beset with difficulties, because there is always a loss of strength on a long road, which tends to weaken the condition of an army. By their second purpose, that is as lines of retreat, they constitute in a real sense the strategic rear of the army. For both purposes, the value of these roads depends on their length, their number, their situation, that is their general direction, and their direction specially as regards the army, their nature as roads, difficulties of ground, the political relations and feeling of local population, and lastly, on the protection they derive from fortresses or natural obstacles in the country. But all the roads which lead from the point occupied by an army to its sources of existence and power are not on that account necessarily lines of communication for that army. They may no doubt be used for that purpose, and may be considered as supplementary of the system of communication, but that system is confined to the lines regularly prepared for the purpose. Only those roads on which magazines, hospitals, stations, posts for dispatches and letters are organized under commandants with police and garrisons can be looked upon as real lines of communication. But here a very important difference between our own and the enemy's army makes its appearance, one which is often overlooked. An army, even in its own country, has its prepared lines of communication, but it is not completely limited to them, and can in case of need change its line, taking some other which presents itself, for it is everywhere at home, has officials in authority, and the friendly feeling of the people. Therefore, although other roads may not be as good as those at first selected, there is nothing to prevent their being used, and the use of them is not to be regarded as impossible in case the army is turned and obliged to change its front. An army in an enemy's country, on the contrary, can as a rule only look upon those roads as lines of communication upon which it has advanced, and hence arises through small and almost invisible causes a great difference in operating. The army in the enemy's country takes under its protection the organization which, as it advances, it necessarily introduces to form its lines of communication, and in general, inasmuch as terror, and the presence of an enemy's army in the country invests these measures in the eyes of the inhabitants with all the weight of unalterable necessity, the inhabitants may even be brought to regard them as an alleviation of the evils inseparable from war. Small garrisons left behind in different places support and maintain this system. But if these commissaries, commandants of stations, police, field posts, and the rest of the apparatus of administration were sent to some distant road upon which the army had not been seen, the inhabitants then would look upon such measures as a burden which they would gladly get rid of. And if the most complete defeats and catastrophes had not previously spread terror throughout the land, the probability is that these functionaries would be treated as enemies and driven away with very rough usage. Therefore, in the first place, it would be necessary to establish garrisons to subjugate the new line, and these garrisons would require to be of more than ordinary strength, and still, there would always be a danger of the inhabitants rising and attempting to overpower them. In short, an army marching into an enemy's country is destitute of the mechanism through which obedience is rendered. It has to institute its officials into their places, which can only be done by a strong hand, and this cannot be effected thoroughly without sacrifices and difficulties, nor is it the work of a moment. From this, it follows that a change of the system of communication is much less easy of accomplishment in an enemy's country than in our own, where it is at least possible. And it also follows that the army is more restricted in its movements, and must be much more sensitive about any demonstrations against its communications. But the choice and organization of lines of communication is from the very commencement subject also to a number of conditions by which it is restricted. Not only must they be in a general sense good high roads, but they will be the more serviceable the wider they are, the more populous and wealthy towns they pass through, the more strong places there are which afford them protection. Rivers, also, as means of water communication, and bridges as points of passage, have a decisive weight in the choice. It follows from this that the situation of a line of communication, and consequently the road by which an army proceeds to commence the offensive, is only a matter of free choice up to a certain point, its situation being dependent on certain geographical relations. All the foregoing circumstances taken together determine the strength or weakness of the communication of an army with its base. And this result, compared with one similarly obtained with regard to the enemy's communications, decides which of the two opponents is in a position to operate against the other's lines of communication, or to cut off his retreat, that is, in technical language, to turn him. Setting aside all considerations of moral or physical superiority, that party can only effectually accomplish this whose communications are the strongest of the two. For otherwise the enemy saves himself in the shortest mode, by a counterstroke. Now this turning can, by reason of the double signification of these lines, have also two purposes. Either the communications may be interfered with and interrupted, that the enemy may melt away by degrees from want, and thus be compelled to retreat, or the object may be directly to cut off the retreat. With regard to the first, we have to observe that a mere momentary interruption will seldom have any effect while armies are subsisted as they now are. A certain time is requisite to produce an effect in this way, in order that the losses of the enemy by frequent repetition may compensate in number for the small amount he suffers in each case. One single enterprise against the enemy's flank, which might have been a decisive stroke in those days when thousands of bread wagons traversed the lines of communication, carrying out the systematized method then in force for subsisting troops, would hardly produce any effect now, if ever so successful. One convoy at most might be seized, which would cause the enemy some partial damage, but never compel him to retreat. The consequence is that enterprises of this description on a flank, which have always been more in fashion in books than in real warfare, now appear less of a practical nature than ever, and we may safely say that there is no danger in this respect to any lines of communication, but such as are very long, and otherwise unfavorably circumstanced, more especially by being exposed everywhere, and at any moment to attacks from an insurgent population. With respect to the cutting off an enemy's retreat, we must not be overconfident in this respect either of the consequences of threatening or closing the enemy's lines of retreat, as recent experience has shown that, when troops are good and their leader resolute, it is more difficult to make them prisoners than it is for them to cut their way through the force opposed to them. The means of shortening and protecting long lines of communication are very limited. The seizure of some fortresses adjacent to the position taken up by the army, and on the roads leading to the rear, or in the event of there being no fortresses in the country, the construction of temporary defenses at suitable points. The kind treatment of the people of the country, strict discipline on the military roads, good police, and active measures to improve the roads are the only means by which the evil may be diminished, but it is one which can never be entirely removed. Furthermore, what we said when treating of the question of subsistence, with respect to the roads which the army should choose by preference, applies also particularly to lines of communication. The best lines of communication are roads leading through the most flourishing towns and the most important provinces. They ought to be preferred, even if considerably longer, and in most cases they exercise an important influence on the definitive disposition of the army. Chapter 17, on country and ground. Quite irrespective of their influence as regards the means of subsistence of an army, country and ground bear another most intimate and never-failing relation to the business of war, which is their decisive influence on the battle, both upon what concerns its course as well as upon the preparation for it, and the use to be made of it. We now proceed to consider country and ground in this phase, that is, in the full meaning of the French expression, terrain. The way to make use of them is a subject which lies mostly within the province of tactics, but the effects resulting from them appear in strategy. A battle in the mountains is, in its consequences as well as in itself, quite a different thing from a battle on a level plain. But until we have studied the distinction between offensive and defensive, and examined the nature of each separately and fully, we cannot enter upon the consideration of the principal features of the ground in their effects. We must therefore, for the present, confine ourselves to an investigation of its general properties. There are three properties through which the ground has an influence on action in war. That is, as presenting an obstacle to approach, as an obstacle to an extensive view, and as protection against the effect of firearms. All other effects may be traced back to these three. Unquestionably, this threefold influence of ground has a tendency to make warfare more diversified, more complicated, and more scientific, for they are plainly three more quantities which enter into military combinations. A completely level plain, quite open at the same time, that is, a tract of country which cannot influence war at all, has no existence except in relation to small bodies of troops, and with respect to them only for the duration of some given moment of time. When larger bodies are concerned, and a longer duration of time, accidents of ground mix themselves up with the action of such bodies, and it is hardly possible in the case of a whole army to imagine any particular moment, such as a battle, when the ground would not make its influence felt. This influence is therefore never in abeyance, but it is certainly stronger or weaker according to the nature of the country. If we keep in view the great mass of topographical phenomena, we find that countries deviate from the idea of perfectly open level plains principally in three ways. First, by the form of the ground, that is, hills and valleys, then by woods, marshes, and lakes as natural features, and lastly, by such changes as have been introduced by the hand of man. Through each of these three circumstances, there is an increase in the influence of ground on the operations of war. If we trace them up to a certain distance, we have mountainous country, a country little cultivated and covered with woods and marshes, and the well cultivated. The tendency in each case is to render war more complicated and connected with art. The degree of influence which cultivation exercises is greater or less according to the nature of the cultivation. The system pursued in Flanders, Holstein, and some other countries, where the land is intersected in every direction with ditches, dikes, hedges, and walls, interspersed with many single dwellings and small woods, has the greatest effect on war. The conduct of war is therefore of the easiest kind in a level moderately cultivated country. This, however, only holds good in quite a general sense, leaving entirely out of consideration the use which the defensive can make of obstacles of ground. Each of these three kinds of ground has an effect in its own way on movement, on the range of sight, and in the cover it affords. In a thickly wooded country, the obstacle to sight preponderates. In a mountainous country, the difficulty of movement presents the greatest obstacle to an enemy. In countries very much cultivated, both these obstacles exist in a medium degree. As thick woods render great portions of ground in a certain manner impracticable for military movements, and as, besides the difficulty which they oppose to movement, they also obstruct the view, thereby preventing the use of means to clear a passage, the result is that they simplify the measures to be adopted on one side in proportion as they increase the difficulties with which the other side has to contend. Although it is difficult practically to concentrate forces for action in a wooded country, still a partition of forces does not take place to the same extent as it usually does in a mountainous country, or in a country very much intersected with canals, rivers, and sea. In other words, the partition of forces in such a country is more unavoidable but not so great. In mountains, the obstacles to movement preponderate and take effect in two ways, because in some parts the country is quite impassable, and where it is practicable, we must move slower and with greater difficulty. On this account, the rapidity of all movements is much diminished in mountains, and all operations are mixed up with a larger quantity of the element of time. But the ground in mountains has also the special property peculiar to itself, that one point commands another. We shall devote the following chapter to the discussion of the subject of commanding heights generally, and shall only here remark that it is this peculiarity which causes the great partition of forces in operations carried on amongst mountains. For particular points thus acquire importance from the influence they have upon other points, in addition to any intrinsic value which they have in themselves. As we have elsewhere observed, each of these three kinds of ground in proportion as its own special peculiarity has a tendency to an extreme, has in the same degree a tendency to lower the influence of the supreme command, increasing in like manner the independent action of subordinates down to the private soldier. The greater the partition of any force, the less an undivided control is possible, so much the more are subordinates left to themselves. That is self-evident. Certainly, when the partition of a force is greater, then through the diversity of action and greater scope, in the use of means, the influence of intelligence must increase, and even the commander-in-chief may show his talents to advantage under such circumstances. But we must here repeat what has been said before, that in war the sum total of single results decides more than the form or method in which they are connected. And therefore, if we push our present considerations to an extreme case, and suppose a whole army extended in a line of skirmishers, so that each private soldier fights his own little battle, more will depend on the sum of single victories gained than on the form in which they are connected. For the benefit of good combinations can only follow from positive results, not from negative. Therefore, in such a case, the courage, the dexterity, and the spirit of individuals will prove decisive. It is only when two opposing armies are on a par as regards military qualities, or that their peculiar properties hold the balance even, that the talent and judgment of the commander become again decisive. The consequence is that national armies and insurgent levies, etc., in which, at least in the individual, the warlike spirit is highly excited, although they are not superior in skill and bravery, are still able to maintain a superiority by a great dispersion of their forces favored by a difficult country, and that they can only maintain themselves for a continuance upon that kind of system. Because troops of this description are generally destitute of all the qualities and virtues which are indispensable when tolerably large numbers are required to act as a united body. Also, in the nature of forces, there are many gradations between one of these extremes and the other. For the very circumstance of being engaged in the defense of its own country gives to even a regular standing army something of the character of a national army, and makes it more suited for a war waged by an army broken up into detachments. Now the more these qualifications and influences are wanting in an army, the greater they are on the side of its opponent, so much the more will it dread being split into fractions, the more it will avoid a broken country. But to avoid fighting in such a description of country is seldom a matter of choice. We cannot choose a theater of war like a piece of merchandise from amongst several patterns. And thus we find generally that armies which from their nature fight with advantage in concentrated masses exhaust all their ingenuity in trying to carry out their system as far as possible in direct opposition to the nature of the country. They must in consequence submit to other disadvantages, such as scanty and difficult subsistence for the troops, bad quarters, and in the combat numerous attacks from all sides. But the disadvantage of giving up their own special advantage would be greater. These two tendencies in opposite directions, the one to concentration, the other to dispersion of forces, prevail more or less according as the nature of the troops engaged incline them more to one side or the other. But however decided the tendency, the one side cannot always remain with his forces concentrated. Neither can the other expect success by following his system of warfare in scattered bodies on all occasions. The French were obliged to resort to partitioning their forces in Spain, and the Spaniards, whilst defending their country by means of an insurgent population, were obliged to try the fate of great battles in the open field with part of their forces. Next to the connection which country and ground have with the general, and especially with the political, composition of the forces engaged, the most important point is the relative proportion of the three arms. In all countries which are difficult to traverse, whether the obstacles are mountains, forests, or a peculiar cultivation, a numerous cavalry is useless. That is plain in itself. It is just the same with artillery in wooded countries. There will probably be a want of room to use it with effect, of roads to transport it, and of forage for the horses. For this arm, highly cultivated countries are less disadvantageous, and least of all a mountainous country. Both, no doubt, afford cover against its fire, and in that respect they are unfavorable to an arm which depends entirely on its fire. Both also often furnish means for the enemy's infantry to place the heavy artillery in jeopardy, as infantry can pass anywhere. But still in neither is there in general any want of space for the use of a numerous artillery, and in mountainous countries it has this great advantage, that its effects are prolonged and increased in consequence of the movements of the enemy being slower. But it is undeniable that infantry has a decided advantage over every other arm in difficult country, and that, therefore, in such a country, its number may considerably exceed the usual proportion. Chapter 18, Command of Ground. The word command has a charm in the art of war peculiar to itself, and in fact to this element belongs a great part, perhaps half the influence which ground exercises on the use of troops. Here many of the sacred relics of military erudition have their root, as for instance commanding positions, key positions, strategic maneuvers, etc. We shall take as clear a view of the subject as we can without prolixity, and pass in review the true and the false, reality and exaggeration. Every exertion of physical force, if made upwards, is more difficult than if it is made in the contrary direction, downwards. Consequently, it must be so in fighting, and there are three evident reasons why it is so. First, every height may be regarded as an obstacle to approach. Secondly, although the range is not perceptibly greater in shooting down from a height, yet, all geometrical relations being taken into consideration, we have a better chance of hitting than in the opposite case. Thirdly, an elevation gives a better command of view. How all these advantages unite themselves together in battle, we are not concerned with here. We collect the sum total of the advantages, which tactics derives from elevation of position, and combine them in one whole which we regard as the first strategic advantage. But the first and last of these advantages that have been enumerated must appear once more as advantages of strategy itself, for we march and reconnoiter in strategy as well as in tactics. If, therefore, an elevated position is an obstacle to the approach of those on lower ground, that is the second. And the better command of view which this elevated position affords is the third advantage, which strategy may derive in this way. Of these elements is composed the power of dominating, overlooking, commanding. From these sources springs the sense of superiority and security, which is felt in standing on the brow of a hill and looking at the enemy below, and the feeling of weakness and apprehension which pervades the minds of those below. Perhaps the total impression made is at the same time stronger than it ought to be, because the advantage of the higher ground strikes the senses more than the circumstances which modify that advantage. perhaps the impression made surpasses that which the truth warrants, in which case the effect of imagination must be regarded as a new element, which exaggerates the effect produced by an elevation of ground. At the same time, the advantage of greater facility of movement is not absolute, and not always in favor of the side occupying the higher position. It is only so when his opponent wishes to attack him. It is not if the combatants are separated by a great valley, and it is actually in favor of the army on the lower ground if both wish to fight in the plain battle of Hohenfriedberg. Also, the power of overlooking, or command of view, has likewise great limitations. A wooded country in the valley below, and often the very masses of the mountains themselves, on which we stand, obstruct the vision. Countless are the cases in which we might seek in vain on the spot for those advantages of an elevated position which a map would lead us to expect, and we might often be led to think we had only involved ourselves in all kinds of disadvantages, the very opposite of the advantages we counted upon. But these limitations and conditions do not abrogate or destroy the superiority which the more elevated position confers, both on the defensive and offensive. We shall point out, in a few words, how this is the case with each. Out of the three strategic advantages of the more elevated ground, the greater tactical strength, the more difficult approach, and the better view, the first two are of such a nature that they belong really to the defensive only. For it is only in holding firmly to a position that we can make use of them, whilst the other side, offensive, in moving cannot remove them and take them with him. But the third advantage can be made use of by the offensive just as well as by the defensive. From this it follows that the more elevated ground is highly important to the defensive, and as it can only be maintained in a decisive way in mountainous countries, therefore it would seem to follow, as a consequence, that the defensive has an important advantage in mountain positions. How it is that, through other circumstances, this is not so in reality, we shall show in the chapter on the defense of mountains. We must first of all make a distinction if the question relates merely to commanding ground at one single point, as, for example, a position for an army. In such case, the strategic advantages rather merge in the tactical one of a battle fought under advantageous circumstances. But if now we imagine a considerable tract of country, suppose a whole province, as a regular slope, like the declivity at a general watershed, so that we can make several marches and always hold the upper ground, then the strategic advantages become greater, because we can now use the advantages of the more elevated ground not only in the combination of our forces with each other for one particular combat, but also in the combination of several combats with one another. Thus it is with the defensive. As regards the offensive, it enjoys to a certain extent the same advantages as the defensive from the more elevated ground. For this reason that the strategic attack is not confined to one act like the tactical. The strategic advance is not the continuous movement of a piece of wheelwork. It is made in single marches with a longer or shorter interval between them, and at each halting point, the assailant is just as much acting on the defensive as his adversary. Through the advantage of a better view of the surrounding country, an elevated position confers, in a certain measure, on the offensive as well as the defensive, a power of action which we must not omit to notice. It is the facility of operating with separate masses. For each portion of a force separately derives the same advantages which the whole derives from this more elevated position. By this, a separate corps, let it be strong or weak in numbers, is stronger than it would otherwise be, and we can venture to take up a position with less danger than we could if it had not that particular property of being on an elevation. The advantages which are to be derived from such separate bodies of troops is a subject for another place. If the possession of more elevated ground is combined with other geographical advantages which are in our favor, if the enemy finds himself cramped in his movements from other causes, as, for instance, by the proximity of a large river, such disadvantages of his position may prove quite decisive, and he may feel that he cannot too soon relieve himself from such a position. No army can maintain itself in the valley of a great river if it is not in possession of the heights on each side by which the valley is formed. The possession of elevated ground may therefore become virtually command, and we can by no means deny that this idea represents a reality. But nevertheless, the expressions commanding ground, sheltering position, key of the country, insofar as they are founded on the nature of heights and descents, are hollow shells without any sound kernel. These imposing elements of theory have been chiefly resorted to in order to give a flavor to the seeming commonplace of military combinations. They have become the darling themes of learned soldiers, the magical wands of adepts in strategy, and neither the emptiness of these fanciful conceits, nor the frequent contradictions which have been given to them by the results of experience have sufficed to convince authors, and those who read their books, that with such phraseology they are drawing water in the leaky vessel of the Danaids. The conditions have been mistaken for the thing itself, the instrument for the hand. The occupation of such and such a position or space of ground has been looked upon as an exercise of power like a thrust or a cut, the ground or position itself as a substantive quantity. Whereas the one is like the lifting of the arm, the other is nothing but the lifeless instrument, a mere property which can only realize itself upon an object, a mere sign of plus or minus which wants the figures or quantities. This cut and thrust, this object, this quantity, is a victorious battle. It alone really counts. With it only can we reckon, and we must always have it in view, as well in giving a critical judgment in literature as in real action in the field. Consequently, if nothing but the number and value of victorious combats decides in war, it is plain that the comparative value of the opposing armies and ability of their respective leaders, again, rank as the first points for consideration, and that the part which the influence of ground plays can only be one of an inferior grade.